2025. Good morning, everyone watching at home. Thank you for joining us at this year's WCQ UK Nationals 2025. We are going to be bringing you all the action from every single round from start to finish and crowning our brand new UK Nationals champion. We've got loads of duels coming up for you, so make sure you stay tuned, and a lot more in between as well. So let's have a look at what we could possibly be seeing on today's lineup. So we already know that the current main decks to be watching out for will be cards like Mitsurugi Raizio, the brand new combination of a TCG exclusive, and of course a already dominating Raizio matchup. Follow that, we do also have Malice alongside Rogue matchups with Blue Eyes White Dragon, Mementos, and so much more. I can't wait to be getting started on today's event. It's going to be absolutely amazing to see all of these incredible duelists and be able to commentate all the way through to give you as much insight as possible. On top of that as well, we're leaning into the final stretches of the season, working towards that all-elusive prize for the UK, moving into European Championships as well for that final position for Worlds. So it looks like the duelists are going to be getting set down, ready to go. We are just waiting on the official announcement, as you can hear possibly in the background, as they are introducing 2025. So once this has all been briefed, yeah, if they're not here in time, I'll... They started. Starting off with the Mitsurugi and Marasha. Just going to have a look at their deck list currently right now. Winning the dice roll on that one. This is what's such an incredibly powerful combination between the Mitsurugis and the Raizos themselves, as they can both work into each other. Being level 4, the Mitsurugis will also provide a bit more extension and then allow you to get into more of your XZ's plays, moving on to Raizio Bridges. Then on top of that, you can also use cards like the Raizios to work into King of the Feral Imps, which ultimately will end up searching you out access to a Mitsurugi play. It looks like an Ash Blossom was used here, and that was responded with a Crossout Designator, that all-powerful one-of. In able to deal with that Ash Blossom, that will mean that all of the other cards will start to resolve a little bit more freely, and it means you don't need to worry about Ash Blossom for the rest of the turn. Being able to special summon down Sword Ryziel, straight away you can see that there is enough monsters on the field to conduct a rank 4 Xyz summon, which you can probably look at something along the lines of Duo Drive, which is an incredibly powerful rank 4 for the strategy, allowing to get a lot more advantage, or of course King of the Fairy Imps, as previously mentioned, to work you into any of the ritual monsters for the Mitsurugis. You can see that there is already a Habakuri in the hand, so being able to overlay the Amarasa and of course what looks like the Ext, we're going into that Duo Drive. Duo Drive will be allowed to get some advantage. Let's see if the Blue Eyes player has any response. It looks like there is an Infinite Impermanence in the hand there, possibly by a Maiden and a Sage and a Wishes. That's actually a very powerful hand for the Blue Eyes strategy if they can navigate through this field and stop his opponent from gaining as much advantage. So it seems that we have Star Ryziel, the brand new Ryziel monster that's going to be coming down, being able to detach the Aramasa from the Xyz of Duo Drive. Even though Duo Drive has been negated via Imperm, that will just stop the advantage of being able to add 2 additional Ryziel cards. But we still get access to the cross through the Star Ryziel. And we all know that the secondary effect of the cross will give you an additional line of protection, or technically negation, off of the back. And this is all before we've even used any other Mitsurugi or even the ritual spell for starters, which is exactly what we're going to be seeing here. Now, the best thing about the Mitsurugi ritual is you have the ability to ritual summon from the deck or ritual summon from the hand. You do declare which one you choose to use, as only one could be responded with Ash Blossom, but because we've already seen Ash Blossom be played and cross out, that doesn't look like it. And it looks like Blue Eyes is going to be wrapping it up on this one. They've seen enough, and they're going to be taking it back. I feel that the field was just probably a little bit too strong to be kind of working towards trying to break that field after the point, even with the starters of something like the Maiden and, of course, Sage. I just feel that once you have the Anamakumo resource management going, you're pretty much able to clear off the field whenever you need to, and that can kind of deal with the Blue Eyes threat. So as we take a look into the players' side decks, I start to see what could possibly come in. So let's start with Blue Eyes White Dragon on this one. So it looks like in their side deck they have Perulias, which isn't the worst against the Ryziel strategy because that will allow them to gain a lot more advantage. It's probably the most effective against the Mitsurugis as well. We've got 2 Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion, also a very good hand trap if your opponent is unable to chain block what they need to do. Artifact Lancier may not be the most effective in this particular matchup, alongside Harpy's Feather Duster, Lightning Storm, Solemn Judgment, and Skill Drain. I can only imagine that Blue Eyes will be going first on this one because that's kind of where you're going to get the most advantage to try and then combat your opponent. You can't allow your opponent to set up the Anamakumo because once that is in rotation, as a very good card for going second or going first, it gives you that ability to constantly clear your opponent's front row of their monsters every single time it gets summoned back, or at least once per turn. So during your turn, you summon out the Anamakumo, that will then clear off your opponent's front row field, and then during your opponent's turn, with the access of prayers or the ability to tribute the Anamakumo, you can then trigger off that destruction effect again during their turn. Let's take a quick look at the Mitsurugi Ryziel side deck to what could possibly be coming in for going against Blue Eyes. So it looks like there is Ultimate Slayer, which isn't the worst option against Blue Eyes, but what you need to remember is to kind of pilot around Ultimate Slayer. Yes, you can't respond with a monster effect to Ultimate Slayer, but you can respond with a trap effect. So Blue Eyes players will tend to hold back True Light, so that if something like an Ultimate Slayer is activated targeting their Spirit Dragon, they then have the ability to chain True Light to revive a Blue Eyes from the graveyard, or of course set a Blue Eyes, a spell or trap that lists Blue Eyes from the deck. In turn, then opening up the window for Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon to be chained as a quick effect, no longer responding to Ultimate Slayer, to then get you out a brand new Synchro monster that could then set you up with an interruption for your opponent. Carrying through the rest of this, we do see that there's a Harpy's Featherstorm, Mischief of the Gnomes, Herald of the Arc Light, very interesting for the side deck, and 2 Lightning Storms. So let's go into game 2 and see what's been added. Waiting for the confirmation of who is going to go first on this one. It does look like there is a Call by the Grave and a Drum Lockbird in Mitsurugi's hand, which is going to be very, very important for proceeding with this phase. Blue Eyes can play around Drum Lockbird quite effectively if done with the correct manners, and it also looks like there's a Lightning Storm there as well, and this is not going to be the ideal card to be starting with. You kind of want to be starting with something a little bit more effective. Oh, and discarding the Mausoleum. That could turn out to be very, very costly on this one. Unless there is 2 Mausoleums. If there's 2 Mausoleums, fair play. But again, that's not a card you really want to be seeing in your hand. We can still play around Draw Unlocked Bird by exactly what we're seeing here, is if the draw does happen, you still have the ability for Maiden to then set you your True Light. You can still activate the True Light to set you a Blue Eye spell or trap. You also very cleverly went for the Roar of the Blue-Eyed, which will allow him to summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon from the deck, ultimately allowing to get Maiden back from the graveyard. He does need to be careful for that Lightning Storm, not that they're going to be able to predict that, but Lightning Storm can be quite damaging going second, so we'll see how this one gets navigated. With the Maiden in the graveyard, that sets you up with the Roar of the Blue Eyes. We're going to be activating this, being able to revive, especially summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon from the deck. If you already control Blue Eyes White Dragon, you can summon out any other Blue Eyes monster. But as you can see, with the field being completely clear, we're only going to be able to summon out that beautiful Ghost Rare Blue Eyes. In turn, being able to activate Maiden's effect in the graveyard to revive it. Now, I'm not too... It's always difficult because with a bit of hindsight here, this is obviously very well played because you're going to be banishing Wishes, which will then allow you to equip a Blue Eyes fusion monster from the extra deck to your Blue Eyes White Dragon, and that is obviously going to be the Neo Blue Eyes. This will set you up with some targeted protection from the graveyard, which does give you a little bit more protection should your opponent try to early doors activate an infinite impermanence on your Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. Being able to synchro these two cards together to get into a level 9, I can only imagine is going to be your Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. Yeah, exactly that. And again, another beautiful quarter-century secret rare there. I'm going to set one more card. Do we activate True Light to bring back Blue Eyes? Now, I know the Blue Eyes player is on Primite, and unfortunately, it looks like they didn't see Primite, because I would like to think that if you do already see the Ether Barrel, you start off with the Ether Barrel to get you access to Lordy Load or Drill Beam. Now, it looks like they've set the Majesty. So we know that there is Majesty along the Spell and Trap Zone, plus the True Light, and then one Unknown. And unless he is thinking so far ahead to tag out that Blue Eye Spirit Dragon and turn into the Ultimate Spirit Dragon, this Lightning Storm could be massively devastating. This is going to be very, very... Ooh, Solemn Judgment! Not so devastating. That is probably the one card he could absolutely have wished to have along his Spell and Trap Zone. Very costly at 4,000 life points, but as we are relatively fresh in this round 1, it is not the worst to happen. It looks like X is going to be coming down here. This is a very interesting one as well. This is just an incredibly powerful combo, being able to send the Agitator and then setting up your chain links to protect your X from anything like an Ash Blossom in the hand. It now kind of leads itself into that the Agitator will be negating that Blue Eye Spirit Dragon unless there is a way of stopping it from the hand, which I don't believe there is. But at the very least, what you're going to be able to do here is you could tribute out the Spirit Dragon. Oh, the Effect Veiler to deal with the X. So definitely can't deal with the Agitator, but the Effect Veiler on the X is still going to be very, very useful. You're trying to limit your opponent's resource, but then remember, we do know that there is a Call by the Grave in the hand. Are we chaining the True Light or in an open game state? I believe we've chained the True Light. I'm not too sure what the Agitator negated. Did the Agitator negate Spirit Dragon, or did it attempt to negate True Light, and True Light was chained? I can only imagine it attempted to negate True Light, and True Light was chained. As this currently stands, we do have one destruction off of the back of the Majesty, and then we still have the ability, if the Blue Eye Spirit Dragon wasn't negated, to tribute itself off and special summon out a Light Dragon Synchro monster. Probably going for the ultimate Blue Eye Spirit Dragon. That will just set you up with the ability to target and negate a monster on the field. And there is also a Droll and Lockbird. Absolutely beautiful seeing these quarter-century secret rares lined up in this way, and that is where the Call by the Grave is going to be used. This is going to be very interesting, so I love this play. So if you tribute off your Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon in return, you then are able to summon out your Blue Eyes Ultimate, and the Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon means that your opponent cannot banish cards from your graveyard. So straight away it means Call by the Grave will not be able to resolve, banishing that Droll and Lockbird. Very, very good play there. Really a good kind of matchup going back and forth. A lot of interactions. We still have Majesty to destroy one card on the field, and then we also have the Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon to negate one card on the field. So as we kind of count down these forms of interaction, we know that our opponent cannot add cards, so we are going to be forced to special summon cards where at all possible. So as we work through here, setting the cross off the Star Ryziel. I think Star Ryziel is such a great addition to the deck, being able to kind of get you access to cross. We already knew previously that access through Duo Drive, like Duo Drive was always going to be a magnet for particular types of interactions. Being able to try and stop your opponent getting those add 2 cards off of the back of Duo Drive was always going to be an important factor. And the Star Ryziel kind of gave the Ryziel strategy that ability in order to not so much counteract, but gave that ability to still eat that hand trap or eat that interaction on that particular Duo Drive, and then be able to move off the back of Duo Drive to gain you access to a cross in the same that will still set you up a form of interaction. Now, getting into the detonator is still very, very important here as well, because it means that if his opponent was to interact at any particular point here, the detonator can chain to still destroy. So this is going to be very interesting interaction, because going with Majesty doesn't target, so it does allow the Blue Eyes White Dragon player to destroy cards up to the number of Blue Eyes in grave, hand, or field. It looks like the detonator is being chained in response to target the True Light, which will ultimately end up clearing the opponent's field. We are then going to be chaining the Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon to attempt to negate the detonator, and it looks like the Ryziel Cross is used in return to make sure that the Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon is negated. So as this is going to resolve here, it looks like we are destroying the Ice Ryziel. The Majesty will be sent to the graveyard, then the True Light will be destroyed, and on a new chain after we have resolved all of this, with the Adjugator being reattached to the detonator, True Light will trigger to destroy the Blue Eyes White Dragon's field. We do have the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon's effect that on destruction will allow to summon back a monster from the grave. I'm not too sure what you'd go here, because remember that the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon, to use his effect to tribute off, needs to be synchro summoned. So when it is summoned back from the graveyard, it is technically not synchro summoned, so it won't be able to use that effect. It looks like they are eyeing up the Blue Eyes White Dragon. I feel that is probably the best option here, and it's very cleverly been put into attack mode. So at this current moment in time, if his opponent wanted to get any damage through to his life points, he would need to crash the detonator into the Blue Eyes White Dragon to then be able to have any form off the back of that. We've also got targeted protection in the graveyard for a Blue Eyes monster. We do have a fusion spell, technically, with the Roar of the Blue Eyed Dragon's graveyard effect. There is no Wishes, there is no True Light. We've already used Maiden to revive it earlier in the turn, so that won't be coming back. So it looks like we're going to be taking the sacrifice of the Crash. It's not that bad, because you still only need to detach one material from the detonator. So we still have a field of a detonator, but with no materials. I'm not too sure how far we can go from this point. It looks like there is a cross, but with no materials to detach, won't end up into any form of negation. I'm not too sure if there's anything more in the hand of the Mitsurugi Ryziel player. We'll try and have a look through the graveyard if there's anything more that Blue Eyes can do. All it really takes, it depends on how good that top deck is. I mean, Primite Ether Barrel would be absolutely insane right about now. Oh, it's only a set card. So we're going to be for one set card. Is it another Judgment? It does look costly, because unless that is a card that could revive a Blue Eyes from the graveyard, this resource management off of the back of Cross is going to be very, very important. And being able to switch the X to attack might be enough to finish this duel off. Ash Blossom and a Droll for hand and a what looks like an Animakumo isn't really going to allow much more field presence. If only one of them hand traps was a level 4, we could be seeing some rank 4 plays here. Are we just going to be switching X to attack? Unfortunately, or probably fortunately for the Blue Eyes White player Dragon, Blue Eyes White Dragon player, those hand traps don't even have any attack stats, so they're not going to be able to do any further damage to his opponent. It looks like we're going Detonator, putting Blue Eyes down to 1,000 life points, 1 for turn. Oh, the Ether Barrel off the top! Now we know that there is already a Droll and an Ash Blossom. That is a great top tech to have, but this is almost guaranteed to be responded to at one point or another. Do you go for the Drill Beam? Where do we work from here? So going for the Lordy Load, absolutely fine. Setting that card allows you to play around Droll and Lockbird very effectively. Activate the Lordy Load. This will be responded to, I can only imagine. There comes the Ash Blossom, which is also quite interesting, because that would have been to add the Drill Beam. Absolutely fine, incredibly powerful resource. But we still have the ability to summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon from the deck, turning the Ether Barrel into the Blue Eyes Link 1. This will allow us to tribute off the Blue Eyes Link 1 to work our way into... There will be no search, as remember we discarded. Tributing this off to revive the Blue Eyes White Dragon. By reviving the Blue Eyes White Dragon, in turn we'll be able to revive the Maiden in white. And we still have the ability, as I've already said, for the second effect of Lordy Load to summon out another Blue Eyes White Dragon from the deck. Now, if only you could get access to a Tyrant Dragon, that could be game-changing. Unfortunately, there is no Wishes of Eyes of Blue, but we can use Maiden's effect to send it to the... Are we going to send it to the graveyard? Ooh, linking into a second Blue Eyes. Interesting that we didn't use... Oh, he's going to hard fusion into Tyrant Dragon. Very, very clever, because there's no discard for the True Light. So you'd go True Light, set the Wishes, but then you wouldn't have a card to discard for the Wishes. So going into the Tyrant Dragon, very, very good here. So this is going to simplify the game a lot more, because Tyrant Dragon will have the ability to destroy both Detonator and X, and on turn be able to reset a trap card from the graveyard, which I can only imagine will be Majesty. This does give you the ability to not have True Light face up on the field, so that is another way for your opponent to clear the field off. Being able to get access to the Majesty and Lordy Load, which I would assume would be in main phase 2, can now get 2 Blue Eyes White Dragons in rotation, meaning that there is the ability to possibly go into the Hieratic Seals. Hieratic Seals would provide you with one form of interruption, and the Lordy Load, because it was able to get 2 Blue Eyes in rotation between hand, grave, and field, would set up the Majesty for a double destruction. Keeping in mind, for the Mitsurugi Riser, there are 2 cards left in the hand. We know one of them is a Draw and Lot Bird. We know one of them is an Anamakumo. Both of them not really going to be able to provide any sort of field presence right now. So it is going to be coming down to that top deck. Plus, we have an additional set card along the Spell and Trap Zone. So Majesty, 1 unknown, plus what could possibly be Hieratic Seals. That's exactly what we're going to be doing here. Going into Hieratic Seals, very, very good route of play here. Now passing turn, how important can that top deck be? Going for that 1 card, what is it? Is that a Ryzeal? Or is that another hand trap? Is that another, is that a second Draw and Lot Bird? Ooh, very early activating the Hieratic Seals to return the cross. And then use the Hieratic Seals, summoning out a dragon from the deck. Okay, and it looks like Mitsurugi is going to be scooping that one up. Unfortunately, I feel that once Tyrant Dragon was able to hit the field, it's just such an incredibly powerful force on its own to be able to clear the Ryzeal field. It kind of all came down to that ability for Majesty. That Judgment as well was absolutely massive to deal with that Lightning Storm. Otherwise, I feel that if that Lightning Storm had a resolved, being able to get rid of True Light all in one swift move and the Majesty could really have put the Blue Eyes player at a bit of a detriment to try and able to recoup that. But we've seen how resilient Blue Eyes can be in that format, especially being able to technically make out your Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon without going through the Wishes route and being able to banish the Blue-Eyed Roar of the Blue-Eyed Dragon from the graveyard to fuse 2 Dragon monsters together, one of them being Blue Eyes White Dragon, to make the Tyrant. So now, as you could possibly imagine, the Ryzeal player would be looking more so likely to be going first, so they're going to be siding out for that one. You also look at the Blue Eyes player as well, trying to have a quick look at their deck list. I could imagine that Moltres Perulia will be coming in for this one, as I mentioned previously, it's just such an effective hand trap against the Ryzeal and Mitsurugi strategies. Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansion could also be a card that could possibly be coming in to be very, very effective. Maybe a Lightning Storm or Harpy's Feather Duster, because remember, you've got to deal with that Ryzeal Cross. Ryzeal Cross can cause a lot of issues, and not being able to be protected or stopping it in one way or another could be massively helpful. I can only imagine that the Judgments are going to be coming up unless one of our players wants to play a very clever switcheroo and actually decide to let the Blue Eyes player go first. Moving back to the Ryzeal side deck, when we look at the Ryzeal side deck, I can't imagine Ultimate Slayer is going to be coming in. Mischief for the Gnomes is a very interesting option on this one, but I feel the one card that's going to be standing out more to me than anything else, if I was going to be siding these cards in, would be Triple Tactics Thrust to lead you into Harpy's Featherstorm and or Mischief for the Gnomes or Dimension Barrier. All of those cards can be a little bit awkward for the Blue Eyes player to navigate around. Dimensional Barrier can be very effective to shut off the access to the Synchro plays or shut off access to the Fusion plays. One that's probably going to be a little bit more effective will be the Harpy's Featherstorm. Now, the way that the Ryzeal strategy are able to integrate this is they do actually utilize Castel the Sky Blaster Musketeer. Wow, that is a throwback card. That allows you to have a winged beast monster on the field so that when you do get access to the Harpy's Featherstorm, you can activate that card and in turn mean sure that your opponent can't really extend their plays any further forward. So it really kind of comes down to, do you take the risk of activating a hand trap to then lead into Triple Tactics Thrust? And I guess for game 3, we're going to find out. So waiting for the players to draw the 5 cards and confirm. There is a Trill Tactic Talents in that hand. Ooh, 2 Mitsurugi Prayers and an Ash Blossom with a Habakuri. That's actually a very good custom hand to be looking for. It looks like there is a Nibiru, a Dominus Purge, and a possible Effect Veiler in the hand here. Starting off with Habakuri. Not really worrying about Droll and Lockbird so much there, I guess. I suppose you would want to activate Prayers, but then you don't really want to be tributing off your Habakuri for those 800 life points. Luckily for them, there is no Droll and Lockbird in the Blue Eyes hand. Going with the Saji, Saji is going to work its way into the Mitsurugi ritual spell. Now remember, the reveal of the Habakuri is once per duel, so that can't be used again at future plays, but just being able to get access to something along the lines of the Mitsurugi ritual is going to allow them to either ritual summon from the hand or ritual summon from the deck. So it looks like we're going to be ritual summoning from the hand, tributing off the Aramasa, and then also tributing off the other Mitsurugis, and this is going to then work its way into, so we've got the Amarasa, the Kusanagi, and Saji all in the graveyard, allowing you to summon down the Habakuri, and of course there's a lot of tribute effects coming off the back of the Amarasa and the Kusanagi. Kusanagi is going to give you the ability to recycle that Mitsurugi ritual. Remember, with the Mitsurugi ritual, you can only use one of the effects that one turn, so you can use both effects, but you can only use, for example, ritual from the hand and ritual summon from the deck. You can't ritual summon from the hand twice or ritual summon from the deck twice. So this is where we're going to be ritual summoning from the deck to get the Anamakumo in rotation. And as I mentioned previously, this is so important to get this in rotation, because being able to give you that ability, especially backed up with 2 prayers, is going to give the ability to quick effect, in theory, to destroy his opponent's field very, very effectively. It looks like we're adding the 3rd and final prayers. Now, keeping in mind our opponent doesn't know that Mitsurugi have all 3 prayers, but to have 3 players, a Triple Tactics Talents. I thought we was making a. Are we making a rank 8 here? Looks like we are. What rank are we going for? Oh, this is very, very efficient. I do like this. This is how you can also turn your Ryziels, your Mitsurugis into Ryziels. So you go into the Divine Golden Shadow Dragon Dragluxion, which in turn will allow you to add a Tachyon card from the deck. So this will give you direct access to your 7th Tachyon, which in turn, by revealing that, can work itself into your Ryziel. But it looks like this is going to get met with a Dominus Purge. I feel that that was probably a card that he didn't want to be using in order to make sure that it didn't have to get... he didn't really want to be using that because he doesn't want to kind of limit some of the attributes he can play. But I can also imagine that's not the biggest issue around. So we're going to be detaching 2 materials to then allow the ability of the XYZs to upgrade into a number 38 Hope Harbinger Dragon Titanic. And this still sets up with a very powerful spell, Negation, backed up by prayers, Triple Tactic Talents, but unfortunately is still not live, as Blue Eyes have not activated a monster effect as of yet. Are we going to set all 3 prayers? So we have an Ash Blossom, which is still going to be very, very effective, and a number 38 Titanic Galaxy is also going to provide the ability to negate a spell that is going to be activated. I think, are they just counting the number of summons? Do we trade Nibiru? Oh, there's a Maiden in the hand. It wasn't a Effect Veiler, it was Maiden. And it looks like we are going to trade Nibiru for that Galaxy. I feel that's a very, very well-placed trade on that one, because you don't really want that negation, and what you're really doing here is basically giving your opponent a token that have relatively the same stats as Nibiru. So Nibiru should be able to deal with that token. It then comes down to, oh, but there is the Triple Tactic Talents. Are we going for the draw? It does possibly look like we're going for the draw. We're going to be trying to dig into that deck to gain access to a Ryziel monster. This could change the course of this duel. Drawing 2 cards with Battle Talents, and there is 2 Ryziels. Oh, you couldn't have picked 2 better ones if you tried. We've got X Ryziel backed up. Is that 2 X Ryziel? Oh my god, it's 2 X Ryziels. That is absolutely crazy. 2 X Ryziels right off the top. Especially something down the X Ryziel. Unfortunately, we know it's not an Effect Veiler now, so there was only 2 hand traps that could have been utilized, one being the Purge and one being the Nibiru. Nibiru was still very effective. I feel that it was probably worth that trade. You can never really guarantee that your opponent has a Triple Tactic Talent, so it's definitely worth that trade-off. There is a Drill Beam, a Maiden, and one unknown. I believe the spell was Wishes, if I remember correctly. But we can see just how much of a game changer this Triple Tactics Talents is going to be. Working into Duo Drive, and unless there is a Effect Veiler in that hand, which we already know there isn't, this Duo Drive is going to resolve to get access to Cross, and one other Ryziel monster. Is that Node? Oh, going for 2 Ryziel monsters. I suppose you go for Star Ryziel if that's going to lead you to cross anyway. There's no need of using the duo drive to search you out the cross. Prayers is still incredibly powerful, and the fact that we have all 3 in rotation is going to be very useful. Summoning down the Ice Ryziel. And this is where, you know, getting access to Sword Ryziel, Detonator could be entering the field of play very, very shortly. Still going to be a very, very... I mean, we still have the Amakumo in the graveyard. As long as we contribute off a Reptile monster, that will then get us access to bringing back the Amakumo, which will set up the field clear as well. Still the Ash Blossom backed up in the hand. Special summoning down the Node Ryziel. Getting rid of the token. I mean, even looking back at it, getting the X from the draw, still a very, very good draw to have. But keep in mind that the token was on the field. You didn't really want to be using the normal summon effect of the X, or have to normal summon the X. You kind of wanted to save that a little bit more, which it looked like they were able to do. Bringing back, or adding a Sword Ryziel. Going to be using Node plus Duo Drive, working our way into our Eclipse Twins. And this is where Resource is just going to be absolutely dominating on this one. So using the Eclipse Twins just to detach that Ryziel to get it into the graveyard, summoning down the Star Ryziel as well. That's why you detach the Node. Getting access to the cross. 15 or nearly 16 minutes left on the clock on this one. Is that 2 drill? No, that has to be... So it's a Maiden, a Drill Beam, and I'm pretty sure that's a Wishes. If it's a Mausoleum, woof, not ideal. So Cross has plenty of targets to be recycling from the graveyard, I can only imagine. I can also imagine that this end field is going to include a Detonator in one form or another. So we're going to be overlaying Sword Ryziel and Ice Ryziel. Ooh, going for all 4 Ryziel monsters. This is going to be a very backed up Detonator. If you don't wish to add any other Xyz to the field, I suppose that is not the worst thing you could be doing. So we're going to be bringing back the Agitator, reattaching it to our Detonator. Detonator now has 5 materials. Ooh. Could we be seeing, I'm just going to have a quick look at the Blue Eyes list. Is there the possibility? I don't remember seeing, no Ultimate Slayer, unfortunately, no Metal Tronus. Remember when that had its moment in the limelight of that one. Drawing for turn, most important draw for turn. Oh, the absolute painful Infinite Impermanence with a Nibiru on the field. That is not ideal. Oh, it looks like the activation of that Nibiru could be very, very costly. And it does look like that's another Mausoleum in the hand as well. Oh, we're going to be able to see a comeback repeat of game 2. But being able to use Maiden here, maybe... I mean, even if you activate Maiden, as soon as you do that to get access to True Light, yes, of course, your Ryziel may choose to chain the effect to get rid of the Nibiru, but then it doesn't open up your field for an Infinite Impermanence to try and negate or turn off that Detonator. A Typhon here would also be massive. Does he have a Typhon? He does have a Typhon. That could be very, very big. Okay, so we're going to be using Ryziel here. It has to be Typhon. It must be. I feel you have to be very careful with Maiden, because Maiden will place the True Light face up. So, yes, getting access to True Light is not that bad, but I feel the next play has to be a Typhon. Because with this position of play, what you do is you would go into a Typhon. Typhon instantly will stop the Animakumo field break and stop the Detonator from being able to activate anything more. You would then have the ability to utilize Typhon to return the Detonator, meaning all the materials will then go. It will then give the ability for the Agitator to negate, and that's where you would possibly choose to utilize True Light to set you a card in theory that could get you access to Blue Eyes White Dragon. So it does look like we're going to be going into that Typhon. Definitely the correct play. or pretty much the only play here to protect that True Light and disrupt his opponent's field. Typhon effect has to be the detonator. And then we have the cross to negate. So many layers. Typhon is going to go battle phase, attacking the Eclipse Twins. Do we risk? I mean, I suppose you need to get some form of advantage, but the True Light at this exact moment in time can't really get anywhere. Like, it can set you a Blue Eyes spell or trap. The Blue Eyes spell or trap would be Roar of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, which can't be used right now. It could, in theory, be True Light. Could be Wishes. Yeah. And then Wishes works you to... I mean, we can't use on Awesome, so we're pretty much playing for the next turn. Do you risk activating the Wishes now? No, I don't think we do. I mean, you activate Wishes, you work out, you get access to Sage, or you get access to Sage or Maiden, which we already have. Maybe searching out an Effect Veiler wouldn't be the worst thing to do, but even then you need to go through Sage to get there, and the Typhon has kind of limited that card off. So we're going to be starting the turn, we're going to be activating the Cross to return 2 Raziel monsters and draw a fresh card. Drawing 1 card for this one. Is that Called by the Grave? So it looks like we have a Star Raziel, a Molchummy Fluros, and then a Called by the Grave. Sending the Eclipse Twins to the graveyard, summoning down the Ext. Ext effect to try and resolve alongside the Eclipse Twins. I suppose this is one benefit as well. With Agitator already gone, the Agitator can't negate the Typhon. So it does put us in a position where the Typhon's kind of continuous effect is still in play, meaning the Animakumo and Detonator, both of the most disruptive cards, are kind of negated for now, but then the Detonator is still strong enough to destroy the Typhon. I'm trying to think if there was any other way for Blue Eyes to kind of pilot this one. I feel, unfortunately, the one time that there isn't a Blue Eyes in rotation is the one, if you were able to get True Light and have a Blue Eyes in rotation, you might even have the ability to utilize True Light during your opponent's turn to get you access to Blue Eyes White Dragon. I think we're just returning the material on Typhon here. So as I was saying, so if you were able to get a Blue Eyes in rotation, that would have been so much, it would have gained you so much more advantage, because then what you'd have is during your opponent's turn, while Detonator is currently negated, you could have set the Majesty off of the back of True Light, activate True Light to summon out Blue Eyes White Dragon from the hand. In turn, that would then set up the ability for your Drill Beam plus your Majesty, and then there would be the unknown infinite impermanence. You have enough resource there. Unfortunately, it looks like we're just going to be able to try and push through using all the monster effects that are going to be below 3,000 attacks, so that the Typhon's continuous play is not going to be causing any issues, and then work our way in for the Detonator to deal with it when we want to. So we're bringing back the Animakumo, paying the 800 life points off of the back of the Prez. There will be no clearance on the Typhon as far as I can see, because of course the Animakumo's attack stats are above 3,200. But it looks like we're going to be using Daguerre's effect here. Are we going to be doubling the attack of one of our monsters? Yeah, it looks like we're going to be doubling the attack of the Animakumo. Going into the battle phase, Detonator to attack the Typhon. 6,400 to the life points. And then Duo Drive for game. Okay, so that was round number 1. Round number 1 of the UK Nationals. So very, very well piloted by both players there. Being able to take the win with the Mitsurugi Raziels. It's very good to see Blue Eyes kind of come back in game 2, but then I feel that game 3, the turning point was really that Triple Tactic talent, being able to kind of utilize and work its way into the Raziels. We already saw the very, very good modernized play of going through the XZ's rank 8s to work our way into a Tachyon play. So going through the Divine Golden Shadow Dragon, I said shower. Shadow Dragon, it's because it's raining here in Liverpool. Moving into the Shadow Dragon in order to work your way into a Tachyon, and then being able to be met with a Nibiru. So that was round 1. We'll be back with 8 more rounds of Swiss coming up for you very, very shortly. So stay tuned, we'll be back in a second.
Hello everyone and welcome back to coverage of the UK National Championships. We're here with a winner's interview for the winner of round 1, Aidan. Aidan, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So how did you find being on the feature? I know it's probably like first round of the National Championships. You said it's your first time on the feature.
It's my first time on feature, yeah, it was quite stressful, but I just treated it like a normal game basically.
And so speaking of a normal game, so what's the normal game for you? You're playing Ryziel Mitsurugi.
Yeah.
Have you been playing the deck for a while? Have you just picked it up because you thought it was the best deck for this weekend?
I've been playing it for a couple of months. I've seen the Mitsurugi support and started testing it online and thought it was a really strong deck, so I decided to test it for this.
And have you been practicing at locals with friends, or are you just kind of solo, looking up all the combos?
I've been practicing at locals quite a lot. As much testing as possible, really.
And so speaking about this deck, you're playing against, obviously, your opponent playing Blue Eyes. Is that a deck you're familiar with?
I'm quite familiar with it. It's somewhat of a tricky matchup, mostly because of the drill beam.
And so we saw the match overall, like game 1, it looked pretty resounding victory, that cross-out designator, and then it looked like it was over in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, around about.
And so what were you thinking after that game 1? What was your side deck plan?
I didn't know what I was really up against, so I just put in generic things like Lightning Storm, Triple Tactics Frost in case I needed to search anything for a combo.
Okay, yeah, that sounds pretty solid. Is that like a plan you have for if you win game 1 sometimes without seeing what your opponent's playing?
Yeah, it's just generic stuff that can, like, Triple Tactics Frost can get talents, which look at opponent's hand, take one of their monsters. It's very nice to have.
Excellent. And then that second game was a little bit more back and forth. I think like a key moment maybe was that caught by the grave incident. Have you seen that interaction before?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I keep forgetting that you can't, the Synchro 12 has a lingering effect for no banishing.
Yeah. Well, it's pretty cool. It's good to learn always, you know, going into future rounds.
It's good to know for the future.
And then game 3, your first turn there was actually quite long after a while. You know, you started, your opponent used a couple of interruptions, but then you had that talents to draw. I don't think we see super often, so why did you decide to do that rather than look at your opponent's hand?
I wasn't really worried about anything in my opponent's hand, because if they did have anything, I would have been kind of screwed, but then again, I had nothing apart from 2 set prayers for Murakimo on my opponent's turn, so I decided to risk it. And then I had no Ryziel in hand until I drew 2 copies of Ext.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like it paid off. Then you were able to access your full Ryziel stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, congratulations very much on winning your
Thank you very
first
much.
round. And hopefully we'll see you again later in the event.
Yeah, hopefully, depending if everything goes well.
Well, congratulations, Aidan, on winning your round 1 feature match. And we hope everyone at home enjoyed it. And you'll join us soon for round 2.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And we are back, guys, here at the UK Nationals with a few more information for you. For those who are not able to participate in the main event, they will be able to sign up in public events, and those public events will be a lot of variety in there because you will be able to have some current format but also some past format like the Time Wizard, which I know a lot of you guys are in fond of. Those events will allow you to earn some points, and those points you will be able to spend them right here at the prize wall to get some public mats, but also some booster packs and some oversized cards which look absolutely amazing. Those events are of course a great way to get some prizes, but also a great way to have a good time, so do not hesitate to stop by and sign up. That being said, let's get back to the main event.
Hello everyone, we're here for round 2 of the UK National Championship. I'm here with my co-commentator John Alexi. You excited for this morning?
I am very excited. I hope that we're going to see a lot of great games. And the first one was already really great because we had to witness a Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Yeah, Blue Eyes White Dragon, it's definitely a fan favorite. Maybe a bit of an underdog in terms of the top decks, but still a solid contender nonetheless. But here we've got some other decks that we didn't see in round 1. And we have a former, well, European champion and runner-up from last year's National Championships, Jessica Robinson, piloting Mementos. To be honest, for me, it feels like a natural next step from running the Rika deck. What do you think?
Yeah, because Rika is not really part of the equation anymore. You know, this deck is very clunky right now, so you have to move on. And to move on, I think Memento is a great choice because you have the opportunity to take advantage of the fact that the people in front of you are not aware of what you are doing. They have to read the cards and know where you are going with all your combos, and I think this is very natural for Jess to go on this deck. But on the other way, the opponent is playing something really spicy.
Yeah, we first had a look at it and we thought, oh, this just looks like your ordinary Malice deck, but I don't think we should spoil it, actually. There's a lot of spicy tech going in, so maybe we should go over to round 1 if we're ready to start. Now, maybe we're not quite ready to start just yet.
I think they're not ready yet.
You'll have to put up with us for a few more minutes.
We'll have to wait a few seconds before we see the spices. But yeah, I think the matchup is going to be really interesting, especially considering the fact that Memento has some great weapons going first and going second. So yeah, going second, I mean, it's one of the best decks to just break some fields. So we talked about Mermail together off, but I think this is kind of those decks that can do some stuff. And you know, all those spell cards that can just dodge some targeted interruptions, all this stuff, when it's going on, it's very difficult to stop, you know.
Yeah, for sure. Looks like we're ready for round 2 to begin. So let's hop on over to the table.
And yeah, the duelists are ready. Jessica Robinson versus Sam. The two players are going to start in a few seconds. Yeah, Duffy's in there. And who is going to win the dice?
I guess we'll have to wait and see by who goes first. I feel like Jessica's the sort of person that just wins the dice roll, you know.
And she lost the dice roll, actually.
Oh,
so we are going with Sam, activating the sarcophagus and instantly discarding the Fuvalos, trying to send to the grave a Horus card. I think this is some great cards. We have seen those cards back in the game with Crystron, but this time this is with another deck.
Yeah, that's probably what I would jump to because I know the Horus cards have been very popular in the Crystron deck. Wow, discarding a Drawn Lockbird there, that's a sign. I don't know what that's a sign of really, because Drawn Lockbird is a premium hand trap on your opponent's turn, but Sam deciding that he doesn't really need it. He'd rather make sure he can do what he wants to on his own turn.
Yeah, he wants to get his engine rolling, and he's going to be able to summon back his two Horus monsters, the Happy and the Amset, and then instantly going to the XYZ, I guess. So I guess it's going to be the Zombie Vampire, a really great one. It was great in Tier Elements, and it is still great here because you can get access to all your Malice cards, and you already see the GWCO6 in the graveyard.
I'd say that's got a little better for Jessica there than
yeah.
hitting none of his engine pieces, whereas Jessica's got an Engraver and an Acheron.
He's going to summon back the Ash Blossom to his side.
Yeah. We know he's not playing Fiendsters, but how funny would that be if he just took Engraver? It was just like, thank you very much.
And there is the normal summon. He is normal summoning the White Rabbit, and he's going to set the MTP07 right there. And this is a very interesting point because now he's able to go directly to the Link 3 monsters, which is a really important point for the Malice players.
Yeah, and looking at Jessica's deck lists, I'm looking and seeing like the main interruptions, or interaction, I suppose, going second are the Mole Charmies. But I feel like at this point in time, if there was a Mulch army, it probably would have been played. I think we've summoned from all the different zones, so maybe this means she's just going to be defenseless for this whole turn.
Yeah, totally. So we're gonna see where Sam is going. For now, he decided to go with the Lizardos. He just saw that he was already playing into Nibs, so he decided to go through the link to plays.
Yeah, it seems a little risky here when you could just go straight into the Link 3 and not have your trap for backup. But now, as you say, Nib might be a bit of an issue. Where to hit the field right now.
But now he's going to go to the Red Ransom, I guess, and get access to the field spell.
Sam, I just noticed something about his deck list. Maybe he's not playing the Ad Ignista cards, which have been pretty much universally included in Malice ever since they were released. It's quite an interesting choice.
It is very interesting, but as soon as we saw the horse cards, we knew that it was very, very spicy.
Yeah, what do you think? Do you think this is like an attempt to make sure you have something to do under Lancia? That's kind of my feeling. Whenever I see people doing like funky things with Malice, it's like, just give me something.
Yeah, absolutely. We've
Lancia.
seen that during the last format because players were starting playing the Finsmith cards with the Malice cards because they wanted to have something to do under Lancia. Now, with the addition of the Ignista cards, you still have something to do, but you have to get access to those cards. So we saw some players playing, for example, I Meet You, which is a great card to get access to the backup and then try to link climb. But here, he decided to have a totally different approach and get the Horus cards, which are very good into Mitsurugi as well, because they can just prevent being just destroyed, which is great, which is really great. But for now, he just got access to his Malice engine, and he's really happy with that. I'm really just wondering what he can do with all his engine, because, yeah, of course, he has the Horus cards, but is he going to go to, like, Firewall, or is it going to be, like, more basic?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to think that given he's playing a couple of giving up some extra deck slots, then the pure Malice Enfield is going to be a little bit different. Not quite the sort of full Malice. But I'm not sure how tight the extra deck is. Maybe you can afford to give up a couple of slots to some different engines. So you can see he's playing 2 rank 8s to be accessed with the Horus cards. So he's giving up some standard Malice, maybe end board pieces.
Yeah, and I kind of think this is pretty hard to get some space, because the extra deck, it seems like it is not tight at all, but indeed, if you want to add some cards, you have to give up on some flexibility in the extra deck. For example, like the Dark Charmer, which is really great in the mirror matchup, or you have some other stuff like the IP. So you have to decide whether you want to have some flexibility like that in the Link summons, or if you want to just get some XYZ.
I always feel like when you first build a deck and you look at some deck lists, you don't understand the importance of all of the extra deck cards, and you think, oh, there's loads of room. And then the more you play, the more you get attached to each individual extra deck card, and then you want to add in a new one, and you look at all of your friends, and you're like, I don't know which one I'm going to take out.
For example, the second Linguribo is, I think, very important, but there are some other cards like the Almirage. You know, Almirage, there are a lot of people who decided to cut it, but then they realized that they are playing a lot of hand traps, and those hand traps are pretty much useless to just extend and get your engine rolling.
Yeah, it's like getting used to living with a little luxury, like, oh, I have that second Linguribo if ever I need it, and then when you take it away, it feels difficult. I feel like Sam maybe missed a trick there, because it didn't look like he banished anything from Jessica's graveyard.
Yeah, nothing. There's still the Akiran in the graveyard.
Yeah, because Akiran is the absolute premium banish target for the Memento deck, because Akiran itself can add back cards from the banish pile, but if the Akiran's banished, there's no way to add him back. He's just gone. None of the Mementos can bother to pick him up.
Absolutely, and then the White Binder becomes an absolute threat for Jessica. But here Sam decided not to banish the Akiran. Maybe he had another plan in his head. But we see that he's playing the Link 5, the Akkad. I think that's just going to be it, I guess.
Yeah.
He's going to set back the GWC06 to be able to summon back on the opponent's turn, setting another card. And that's just going to be it, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like normally you see Malice do a little a little further than this.
So Jess will start her turn with 6 cards in hand and some engine in the graveyard already, because there is the Acheron and there is also the Finsmith Engraver.
Yeah, and what is that to start? There is the... I call him the horse.
Yeah, everyone's calling him the horse.
I struggle.
The
I struggle.
Tatsu is right there, and it's a very good start because, of course, the Tatsu is able to just destroy itself to be able to flesh a few memento cards and to get everything pop off from that point. And it works. It's going through. There is no interruption for Sam. He's not banishing anything, so Jess is going to be able to send to the graveyard the sheep.
The Sleepy
and
and
also
the
the Gaddock.
Gaddock. Yeah, the 1-2 combo. I feel like here again, you can sort of organize your chain links sometimes in such a way that banishing, you can end up banishing the graveyard effects that are triggered if you can somehow summon a white binder on the same chain, but Sam not going to go for that route, but it's a particularly nasty thing to do, I feel like, with the Malice deck, get full use of all of your interruptions.
Oh, and there is the Call by the Grave. What a great interaction right there for Sam. This is a one-off, and it's coming clutch here. He's just gonna answer, respond. This is a great one because the sheep is very important in her strategy.
Yeah, without the sheep, you need some other way to get access to a fusion spell. And as well, like the sheep has the effect of fusion. It also has the effect when it's destroyed to send the fusion spell. So often, like, it's the way not only to get your first fusion, but sometimes it can be the way to get that memento fusion in the grave and then banish it to search another one. So this might just cut off access completely unless Jess has the memento fusion in hand directly.
Yeah, and Jess is playing Memento, but Sam has momentum right there.
You were saving that one, weren't you?
Yeah,
You were-
totally. I thought about it a few seconds, yeah.
Thinking in the shower this morning, all of the...
Oh, and she has the fusion spell, and this is really important because she is gonna be able to dodge the Call by the Grave. Remember, she was able to destroy her own cards, so the fusion will be able to shuffle back from the graveyard as well.
But yeah, it's funny how much you can dodge with the fusion spell. Everyone thinks, oh, you know, you can dodge the field, but no, you can dodge things in the grave too.
Unfortunately for her, Sam decided to use the Omni-Negate of Akkad on this one, and this is a huge one.
Yeah, the Acheron can be destroyed to pick up the Sleepy again, but because the Sleepy's already been targeted by Called by the Grave, you're not going to be able to get much use out of it. They're just pointing to the Akkad there. Has Akkad got, does it do more than just negate?
Yeah, looks like it does more.
Let's have a little look and see.
Meanwhile, Jess is trying to find
Oh,
a
it
solution.
banishes. So, yeah, the
Yeah.
fusion is banished, so you're not going to be able to use that graveyard effect. Lots of nasty banishing going on here from the Malice deck.
Yeah, only 2 interactions right now for Sam, but those were great ones because not only he got rid of the Sleepy, but he also got rid of the fusion spell in the graveyard, which has a great effect. So Jessica is going to have to find a solution right there. She's kind of in a labyrinth right now, and she's going to have to break the field without the Sleepy, without the fusion in the graveyard, and she starts again with the Witch.
Yeah, and the Acheron also going to trigger to get back the Sleepy. But again, Sleepy has been hit with the Call by the Grave, so not so much you can do with it. I guess you could use it somehow as a fusion material, but Jess has used both of her ways to fusion summon, so she's going to struggle to get another fusion monster onto the field. Some Memento decks do run the Proxy F Magician, but that's quite an expensive way in terms of monsters you need on the field to summon it.
Absolutely, and the wrong thing for Jessica is that the Call by the Grave has an effect on both player turns. So next turn, she's not going to be able to activate the Sleepy as well, which is a big of a deal, to be honest.
Yeah, it looks like she's completely cut off from fusion summoning. I'm not seeing... Oh, I do see the proxy in her extra deck, but yeah, it's going to be quite tough. You need 4 monsters on the field to do that, 2 for the link materials and then 2 for the fusion materials, but she's still going to press on with this memento. I guess you can also fusion summon with the sequence, probably a bit easier, but you can't get into your memento fusion so easily that way.
Absolutely, she's gonna go to the Finsmith stuff right now. We know that the Engraver is already in the graveyard, but she still has the Requiem to summon the Lacrima, probably.
Yeah, we see this. Do you like the Fiendsmith cards in Memento? What do you reckon?
I prefer it pure, to be honest. I prefer it without the Finsmith cards, but I think it's a pretty interesting approach to the build. We saw that Memento won with the Finsmith cards, but also without the Finsmith cards. The fact that you are able to play more engine and you are more focused on that and have more space in the extra deck to just answer different situations, I think this is better in the pure version. But of course, the Finsmith version is very interesting, and I think both versions are pretty fine.
Yeah, I love the extra like pushes that you get with the Fiendsmith cards. They allow you to use sort of any two monsters classically as Fiendsmith do. They also a bunch of fun fusions you can play that you can access with the Fiendsmith cards. The downside of them really is that you play into cards like Droll and Lockbird that much more. You play into the Molchamis that much more. And one of the big upsides of the Memento deck, at least just the Memento engine, is you can play through Molchamis without too much, but you can't use really the Fiendsmiths if your opponent's used a Furlos or a Meows.
And that's a great problem, in my opinion. That's why I wouldn't play the Finsmith cards. But here, Jessica has not to face the Fuvalos. She just has to face a random Cold Grave, which has done some work.
Yeah, Called by the Grave, a card that's been in and out of players' main decks and side decks and everything pretty much ever since it was released. And nowadays, it's strange to see it because there's a lot of very, very powerful combo decks. So having it in your main deck, you know, when it could possibly not be so strong, going second it seems to be very popular though. But I think its applicability against the Mitsurugi engine is probably just why everyone's putting it in their main decks. It's quite useful going second against that, even though it's probably not going to do enough going second against maybe Malice or Memento.
Yeah, totally. But the card is so good because people don't really play around it. It's at 1, and you know that there's not a lot of people who are going to play it in the main deck because, of course, you said it perfectly. It has some... I mean, this is not very reliable going second unless you're playing against Mitsurugi. But yeah, the fact that Mitsurugi is probably the most played deck is something really going for the Call by the Grave in the main deck because you have the ability to just Call by the Grave the Murakumo or even the Futsu against them pure Mitsurugi players. And that is very, very good. But I think that having the card in your side is well, pretty strong because you can have some going first cards like Call by the Grave, but also like Talent to protect your whole loop and then get things rolling, punish the opponent players. When he wants to interact with you, you have the ability to just punish that with a Call by the Grave or Talent, and this is very strong, of course. We've all been hit by those cards, and and then we are wondering, what are we doing there?
Yeah.
But for now, she is going through the Desiree, which is a strong card.
That's not Desiree.
Oh, that's not
Baphomet.
Desiree, yeah.
You see sequence, you think Desiree, but no, enough of the Fiendsmiths were banished. Baphomet's one of the quite fun combo cards in Memento Fiendsmith in particular, because when you summon the Creation King from the extra deck, it then banishes itself. So as long as you summoned it properly and then banished it, then you have Baphomet in the grave, then you can just summon it again on your opponent's next turn. It's a lot of fun. Did that trap just get banished without being activated? I'm confused. Maybe he's not got... How many Malice cards does he run? There must be enough Malice cards that he's got more search targets. Did we miss a Droll and Lockbird or something like that? No, Jessica's still going. She's been going for a while, playing into
is
this
now
field.
sacrificing the SP little line to just get access to the Goblin. And that is one of the great additions to the deck a few months ago, like Goblin Biker cards. Some players have been playing the Goblin Bikers in the main deck to just get rid of the Ryzel cards, because of course they can detach materials from the XYZ.
Yeah, they're like custom built to deal with the Ryzeals. When your opponent's got their field, they've got their wonderful field, and you're like, oh, I guess I'll just activate this effect. When it resolves, it will detach and then I'll search another card, and then I'll
Casually.
detach, and then I'll detach. I think Jessica's playing a few in the side deck, which is a side deck. It's so much fun. I really like it, having these cards in the side.
And here comes the Creation King. Combined Creation himself is going to get summoned to the field.
Yeah, and this is no joke. He can attack all monsters your opponent controls once each, as long as he's the only monster. And that's quite a big deal when you have like 5,000 attack.
Yeah, yeah, it actually is. I saw a lot of players just forget about that effect, and randomly they think that they stopped their opponent, and he gets on the field and ends the game. So we are going to go to battle phase and just get rid of all the monsters on Sam's side.
Red Ransom swaps the attack and defense, but it's not a problem, because it's also
Yeah.
got 5,000 defense, you know, as you do. I feel like this is like one of the largest monsters just in Yu-Gi-Oh's history. I don't know if there's any monsters that have like base attack and defense 5,000. Like there's a couple 5,000 attack, but I don't know if there's many with 5,000 attack and defense.
Yeah, he's actually really strong, and he can get rid of the whole field because, of course, he's able to attack all the monsters.
And there it is. Sam paid a few life points. I mean, imagine having two like 2,300 attack monsters, and then someone just attacks all of them.
And that game was
8,000 damage.
Like, okay, so if we remember the whole game, literally, it was really hard for Jess because she didn't have access to all the fusion stuff. Remember the Call by the Grave, but also the fact that the fusion got banished from the graveyard. I mean, from the field with the Echo, and she still managed to go through the Finsmith stuff and then get access to some fusions and get access to the Combined Creation. And the Combined Creation is a formidable, just an awesome way to end the game. She just got the game like that.
Yeah, that is a super cool win condition. It's got a fun couple of win conditions like that, the Memento deck. One is the attacking all of your opponent's monsters. You can also give it piercing damage with the Bone Party, and the other fun way is the Acheron, just to like have 8,000 direct attacking. It's so like uncommon just to attack directly, but it comes up quite a bit, I think.
Yeah, and that's why you have to know exactly what Memento is able to do, because otherwise you will get surprised every single time when you will face this deck. And Memento players are just playing with this misknowledge, I guess, of the opponents. So yeah, Jessica is just leading the dance right here, 1-0 for her. So we are getting in those two last games, the game 2 and the game 3. Which are very hard for the Malice player because he has to face now the Lancia or Chaos Hunter, all this side deck stuff, which can be hard for him. But fortunate enough for him, he will be able to get access to all the horse cards, and the horse cards will probably give him some space, and to let him breathe against those cards. But still, this is not a great spot to be in for him.
Yeah, I really actually want to see these Thunder Dragons that he's got. I want to see the Colossus. It's been a while.
Yeah. I mean, Colossus is such a big boss monster. It's a great one, of course, preventing your opponent to just add some cards from the deck to the hand. And it is great against decks like Mitsurugi or Ryzil, who just love to do that the whole game. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see if he gets all the strategy rolling. But on the other hand, Jess is gonna try to prevent him from doing that. Both players are actually ready, and we are going to the game 2.
Here we are with Sam, gonna go first with the Dormouse. Very classic starter for the Malice deck.
And we don't have Lancia on Jess' side. But we saw that even without interrupting her opponent, she was able to just break the field last game. So she might be able to do the same this time.
She got the full 9 Molchamis, so could still have a Meows or a Fulos in hand. Which, when you're playing lots of engines, that's the things you don't really want to see. Because you love it when your opponent interrupts you, you can keep going.
And you were right. Here is the Fuvalos just before Sam goes to the Link one. Probably a Lingoribo.
But with quite a strong hand, Sam can still do a fair amount without needing to summon from the extra deck. I remember seeing this, like, because the Malice just draws so many cards with the Chessy Cat, and Red Ransom does so much just by itself, wow, he must be running really few Malice cards here if he's having to banish from the hand.
And there is the Meows as well. Jess is running 9 Molchami cards, and they are here in the graveyard. It's going to be a tough spot for Sam, because now he has to be aware that he's going to make his opponent draw a lot of cards. What can he do? What can he do? Do we stop playing? Do we keep playing?
Yeah, I feel like a lot of players in this situation, you just kind of go for that Red Ransom and then just pass on that. But Sam banishing the trap there from his hand is not ideal sometimes. I wonder how easy it is for him to get to the Red Ransom.
And he decided he wants to keep playing. He is gonna summon probably the Splash Mage, or...
Yeah, it's quite expensive here to summon the Splash Mage, because Jess going to get...
He's gonna get
one for the Furlos, another one for the Meows.
It's gonna be 3 draws. 3 draws right there. So it's gonna be a lot. And we know that the engine of Memento is really strong. Going second. Look at those cards.
Yeah, Jess just going to start with a hand of... I don't even know how many. They've drawn 2 each, so going to start with an 8-card hand at minimum. Unless Sam decides to do more. I mean, at this point, maybe you just deck your opponent out, you know, like...
I think she's very happy with how things are going right now. Jessica is going to have a lot of cards to just break the field, and Sam is not going to have a lot of interruptions on his hand. So, yeah, tough situation for him.
I wonder if he's citing any sort of powerful traps that people use when they're going first, but I don't really see it. Oh, there is that different dimension ground. Maybe if he can have access to that, because he's betting thrusts as well, so he's got a good few chances. Different dimension ground is absolutely insane against the Memento deck. They all need to go to the graveyard. And the Fiendsmith cards all need to go to the graveyard. There's not so much you can do if your opponent has the different dimension ground. It's a bit like Lancia to the Malice deck, but we'll find out if he can access it.
Yeah, for now, he just added the quick spell, which is, of course, a great way to try to play under the Mulch armies. This is kind of a half board, half field.
Bit less than half.
Yeah, but is it going to be enough?
A mini field. But yeah, people like to call it the half board, don't they?
But, and we have the Lancia right there. A bit late, but still.
It's kind of an interesting choice, because I feel like you'd almost just hold the Lancia, and then for turn 3, if anything goes wrong, then you always have it as a backup plan, but...
Totally.
There is that sometimes, if all of your interactions are Mulch armies and your opponent just ignores them and just plays, maybe you can't beat them even with like 20 cards in hand if you don't have other non-engine, because you need to draw that other non-engine. So the Memento deck is running those droplets and sometimes super polys, and those are very scary if you're going to give your opponent a lot of cards though.
Absolutely, and Sam just has 3 cards in hand. 1 card is known, 1 set card. This is the quick spell, and Jess just has so many cards in hand. She is going to break the field, I can tell you that.
One of those cards is that Molchami Furlos. Maybe Sam not got so many cards to side in, going second.
And even the Perulia on Sam's turn, in case he just wants to summon the March Hare. And this is not the best normal summon, going into the Goblin right there, but it still is full combo.
It's funny to say that, isn't it? Not the best normal summon, just full combo. Yeah, I mean, the downside of the Goblin is that because you have the quick play spell, which gets the Goblin, and only the Goblin, then it means if you have that, that quick play spell becomes a lot less valuable, but Goblin is still more than enough by itself if your opponent doesn't have an interruption of some sort.
Yeah, and some players decide just to play 2 Goblins to just avoid that situation. But here we are going to be able to fuse with the Sleepy.
Yeah, we know Sam, looking at his hand, he just has the 1 quick play spell, so that's 1 effect negation. And other than that, pretty much nothing. So I think if that's your plan against an 8-card Memento hand, you're gonna struggle. Although just down to 7 since the other Perulia came into play.
And Jessica is going to be able to get access to 2 other cards right now because of the fusion. And we can see that she just used the combined creation right there. So she already has access to the boss monster in the graveyard, which is kind of a threat. We saw that in game 1.
Yeah, she's already got a big pile of memento names in the grave. So even if the worst comes to the worst, there'll be a combined creation on the field, almost certainly.
So yeah, I wouldn't like to be in Sam's position right now. I think it's not a great position at all.
Yeah, this is the downside, I think, of splashing lots of engines into your deck. It's so much fun. It's so much fun if your opponent's going to interrupt you with things like impermanence, effect value. You're just like, aha, I'll use my Horus cards now. But when your opponent just says, I'm not going to stop you, but I'm going to draw a card every time you summon, it's less great to be looking at your hand of like Thunder Dragons and Horuses. Because again, yeah, Horus summoning from the grave 2 more times. Can't do that on Meows.
Absolutely, and we saw that one of the set cards is the sarcophagus. So he had access to the Horus cards, but he decided not to use them, of course, because it would have been a lot of draws for Jessica. But at that point, I think that if you want to play against a full hand of Memento, maybe you just want to go all in, and you just play the whole field.
Well,
What do you think about that?
it's like a thought experiment, isn't it? Because you kind of know if your opponent has like 3 cards, that's very different to if your opponent has 5 cards, right? But what's the difference between 8 cards and 12 cards? I don't really know anymore because I'm just so unused to playing against people with 12 card hands. Because there is like an upper limit on the number of things you can do, right? You can normal summon. You can use like each deck has like a normal summon and then like 1 or 2 pushes. You know kind of with Ryziel how they can get their monsters onto the field. With Memento, though, each of the quick play spells kind of offers something different. So for each one of those they have, plus the Engraver, you're going to have to deal with like 4 or 5 or 6 pushes. So the more cards you give them, the more likely they are to draw each of those.
And we are going to have access to another draw here with the Necroquip Princess. What a card, what a card.
Yeah, and at some point you need to figure out how to like actually force your opponent to start using interruptions. Because it's quite fun having a lot of cards you just play, but it starts to make you a bit suspicious when your opponent just doesn't do anything. You're just kind of like, can you use your interruptions now and then I can just play and feel happy?
But Sam is not using anything right now. We know that he has access to this quick spell, and he decided not to use it. Jessica is just gonna go to the sequence. Maybe there's gonna be an interruption right there. Yeah, he is going to use the Malice in the Mirror, and he is going to banish his Link 3, the Red Ransom, and of course, it's gonna give him access to probably the White Rabbit. But we have to keep in mind that the trap card, the MTP07, is banished.
So yeah, Jessica just checking, and here we see the droplet. Gonna send that sequence before it resolves in order to get it off the field, so where it can't be negated. So this is the classic trick of the Memento deck, which is if you try and target one of their cards for negation, they have so many different quick play spells, droplet even being a different one, to send it away, and then you're, in this case, Malice in the Mirror, yeah, your Imperm, your Veiler, whatever, it's not going to resolve.
Yeah, and here, very bad spot to be in for Sam, because the Malice in the Mirror didn't accomplish anything. He didn't get access to the summon back of the Red Ransom, and it's going to be really hard for him. His only way to interact with Jess right now is only the March Hare in the hand, but it's just going to give Jessica more gas, because remember, she used the Purulia, so she's going to draw 1 more card if he does that. He might not have any choice, but...
Yeah, Jessica firmly in the driver's seat, about to fusion summon for the Creation King. And we're seeing this get banished. Maybe there was some discussion about whether it is supposed to get banished.
Oh yeah,
it
is supposed to get banished, yeah, of course, because Malice in the Mirror just banishes the card and then negates the card in the opponent's field. So here, Sam is going to get access to Link 3 Revive, and he is going to banish a monster.
Yeah, it does quite a lot. The Red Ransom is just like so much like gas just by itself, isn't it? Because you get the search of a spell. He may have used all his spells anyway. It doesn't look like he's banishing from the deck. He must be running a very, very light Malice engine, because we've seen 2 games in a row him just like running out of Malice cards in the deck that he wants to search.
Which is not a great situation, to be honest, because you always want to get your engine rolling and just get turnover of everything. And here we see that he just lacks some engine. So here we have kind of a discussion between Jessica and the judge. Maybe we have just a quick question.
Yeah, I
But
think
yeah.
probably just going over the finer points of the ruling. I'm not entirely sure. So they're just having a discussion. It's one of the great things about the feature match is you have someone on hand to make sure you're playing correctly. Because I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh is like a very complicated game. There's a lot of different texts that you might slightly get not quite right. So it's nice to make sure you have some professionals, on hand, making sure everything's going correctly. I think they're just checking maybe the rulings being appealed, because I think I just saw a head judge sneaking into the feature match area.
Yeah, well, basically, Malice in the Mirror works in the way that you have to do things in sequence. So first, you have to target for cost, of course, and then on resolution, you are going to banish the card that you control, I mean the Malice card, or in the hand, and then if you do that, you have the ability to negate the opponent's monster. It doesn't work the other way around. So even if the target disappears, then you are still able to banish. It will not negate anything, but you will be able to get your engine in the banished
That makes sense.
banish,
Yeah.
basically.
I just got, when you said Malice in the Mirror works in sequence and it was negating sequence, I was just like, whoa, yeah.
I didn't think about that
You're
one. But
going. It works in sequence, it works on sequence. It does everything.
So yeah, still, we are getting back to that point, I guess.
So it looks like the Red Ransom is going to get banished. I think maybe that was just the full judge appeal. And then Red Ransom will be able to pay summon back and then maybe get access to another Malice card. There we see that beautiful Thunder Dragon Hawk. Sadly never made it onto the field.
And we can see in the deck the different dimension ground, which is such a card against Memento. But Sam didn't have a chance to see it in his hand. Neither did he see the thrust.
And are there any trap cards to target with the rabbit? I guess not.
So yeah, this is a very difficult situation because, of course, obviously, she's going to be able to just summon back the combined creation, plus the DSRA, and yeah, it's gonna be more than enough to end the game on the spot.
Yeah, combined creation, one of the most powerful cards. Yeah, just sending, not combined, I mean, combined creation is powerful, but the Creation King, unbelievable, like, couple of effects on it. Sending 3 mementos from deck to grave, like, that's a big number.
I mean, that's totally custom, like, what a card, what a card. You literally can send 3 cards, then it has an effect in graveyard because you can banish itself to get access to the field spell, and it has a disruption effect because you can just destroy cards on the opponent's field, which is absolutely amazing. And of course, if you have to try to interrupt something, this is a great spot to interrupt. The good thing is you cannot do both effects in the same chain. So you cannot just try to send from the deck or extra deck to the graveyard and use the effect to destroy, which is important and matters because if you chain impermanence on the fusion, then he cannot just destroy itself and the impermanence to try to dodge that.
Yeah, it was a bit of foresight on the card text because that would have been an extremely powerful thing to do. Just make it impossible to stop the effect to send 3. But it looks like the effect to send 3 is going to resolve nonetheless.
Yeah, Sam doesn't have a lot of answers to that, and Jessica is just a matter of time, right? Before she finds the solution to just end the game.
Yeah, I mean, even now, I think just summoning Creation King would probably I keep getting the names the wrong way around. It is Creation King, yeah, but not going to do that just yet. Just going to toy with her food a bit more.
Yeah, here we are going to destroy the Creation King and get access to the Bone Party. Bone Party, which is very good to try to end the game because it gives piercing damages to the combined creation, as you said earlier.
Well, who needs piercing damage when you can just attack directly?
Yeah.
Akiron's effect there allowing level 9 or higher mementos to attack directly this turn, which when one of them has 5,000 attack is quite important, I'd say.
She has all the tools needed to just get the victory over here, which would make her be 2-0 in this tournament. So of course there are still a lot of rounds, but it's always important to start with some victories. Gives you confidence, and you kind of want to, get the first loss later as possible.
Yeah, Jess really not the kind of person you want to run into early on. Very successful player. Made it all the way to the finals of the National Championships last year and won the European Championships the year before that. So quite a lot of accolades under her belt.
When I think about Jessica, I always remember the time when she literally drew the Harpy Fest Duster. And what a game it was. Like, it was the shortest game of all time, literally. But what a game. Literally the heart of the cards.
Yeah, it was in one of those very strange games in the top 4 of the European Championships when everyone's very excited that they're through to the World Championships, but you still have to play it out to see who actually wins the European Championships. So she still had to go through and take home that title, as well as getting to go to the World Championships as well.
Yeah, and she is just, she just keeps comboing. She got back the fusion spell, and now she's probably gonna seal the deal.
The only thing that Memento is lacking sometimes as a deck is effect negation, which can be a little bit tricky when you can keep going, but if your opponent just sort of has something like a Nibiru, which unfortunately for Sam he doesn't, but there's no time really you can ever put up something like, with the exception of Caesar, which is quite a lot of faff to go into, and you don't really want to make it when you're going second. Like, you can't really ever make a field that's your opponent can't Nibiru, so you have to make sure you have enough gas in the tank to use it. So here we are. Maybe this is just a bit of insulation against the Nibiru. That's one way of playing around it. SP Little Knight. You definitely don't want to banish with SP Little Knight because that would prevent you from attacking directly this turn. And I think with that piercing damage,
It is going to be game,
quite a lot of damage going
because
through.
White Rabbit only has 300 defense.
Do we still have maybe a March Hare, though? Is March Hare a main phase? You can use March
It's
Hare.
only main phase,
it's only in main phase,
Cannot
okay.
choose that, so it's gonna be game here. It's gonna be game for Jessica.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of an exchange right there. They are talking about some stuff, but I think, it's going to be it. Jessica wins this game and the second round, so she is still undefeated, and she is here. She makes a statement. She's there to win the whole thing, the whole tournament, of course.
Yeah.
We know her. She's a great player, and she is still undefeated right there. On the other hand, it was really cool seeing some Malice, but unusual way to play Malice, because we saw all the horse cards. We didn't have a chance to see the Standard Dragon cards, but still, it was pretty interesting to see that. To see some players trying to find some ways to play around the Lancia and all the answers that people will have in their side deck. So, great game overall.
Yeah, a super cool game. I'm really excited to maybe see people come up with a bit more spicy ways to play Malice. Malice is a deck that I feel like has been kind of set. Once it came out, people kind of there's so many, all the Malice cards are so powerful. It's like you decide what you want to play, but like when you're building the Malice engine, it kind of like, when you're playing it with the Adagnistra as well, it almost like there's like 20, 30 cards you like have to put in because they're so good to play Malice. So yeah, it's exciting to see someone try something a little different with it.
Yeah, it didn't work really well for him for this round, but we hope that for the next one it's gonna be fine. And yeah, seeing the horse cards is really really interesting because it is great into Lancia, but the problem is that we saw that it's not really great against some other cards that people play in the side deck. For example, you talked about the Meowls, which is great into Malice and great into the horse cards because you are going to make your opponent draw a lot of cards. So you definitely don't want to play the horror stuff under this one. So, you know, I don't know what to think about that. Is it a great solution, or are there some better solutions, some better answers to this problem? I think you have to do something anyway. He decided to go to with the horse card. Do you have some other stuff that you think are very good stuff in Malice?
Well, you know, I'm going to keep it close to my chest, you know, for when I turn up at a tournament with my super secret Malice deck. I just don't have an answer, but don't tell anyone that. But for anyone who does come up with the answer, they might win some of these wonderful prizes. You can have a little look now. So you get one of those fantastic plaques to commemorate if you make it all the way to the top 4. Get to go to the European Championships, which is what it's all about for a lot of players here. European Championships, a fantastic event, giving you qualification to the World Championships. Many players dream. Yeah.
And then some booster packs. You will have 24 if you are till top 32. Top 16, you will have 48 boosters. And then if you reach the top 8, it's going to be 72. And then 86 boosters if you are 4th.
Oh, that's a lot of packs to open. That sounds like a lot of fun. And here we are, that first place, an absolutely fantastic prize of travel and accommodation to the European Championships. And some fantastic new prize cards, another version of another verse something.
I love those cards, to be honest. I really love those cards. They look amazing. And I would like to win one of those cards, but...
well, you're just going to have to go to a national championships.
Yeah. But yeah, a lot of stuff that you are able to win if you get some victories. And to get some victories, you have to get prepared. And that's what Jess just did right there. Do you have a prediction on who's going to win the whole tournament? Not a player, but just the deck.
Well, my money was on Memento, so it might as well be.
Oh, that's right.
You
told me that yesterday.
I did. Yeah, I'm going to stick to it.
Clever guy, clever guy. I was thinking about Ryzen Mitsurugi because I think that the deck is really strong, and you know, there are less answers to Ryzen Mitsurugi than there are to Malice, because the Lancia, you know, it's kind of hard to play around that. While Drone Logbird, you have some ways to play around that, you know, with the prayers in draw phase and everything. But yeah, we'll see who wins. My heart goes to Malice because I prefer Malice, but I think that Ryzen Mitsurugi is has just a better position to just win it all.
So if your heart goes to Malice, what would you have played if you were playing in a tournament? If your heart goes to Malice, but your head goes to Ryziel?
Oh, I'm kind of a hard guy, so it would have been Malice, 100%. I played a tournament, I think it was, last week. Last week I played a tournament, and you know that I don't play a lot nowadays because I'm more of a casting guy. But yeah, I played Malice. This deck is absolutely amazing. I really like it, the way that you are able to just link climb and playing with the banishment and everything. It's a great way to play, in my opinion. So I like it.
You like it? All right. Well, that's good to know. I think I would have had to stick with Memento if I was going to go this weekend. If I could get my hands on all 9 Charmies, which seems to be the fashionable way to play it at the moment.
Would you have played maybe some Finsmith stuff in the Memento?
I think so. I think it's a lot of fun. I think it takes guts to play it without it and just say, you know, play that slightly trimmed down version. That's not really what we're playing Memento for. You know, we're playing to go big or go home. We're not going to like trim it down, play these small fields. Like, no, let's play the Fiendsmiths. Let's go full combo.
I respect that. I totally respect that. But yeah, Memento is a great deck to watch, and I'm actually not that surprised that Jessica has decided to play this deck. But there are some old decks that are pretty strong in the metagame, and that can literally just get the king down. I mean, the 2 kings, because Ryzen, Mitsurugi, and Malice are the 2 kings in town. So yeah, maybe Blue Eyes can take it all if you are a very good player and you don't see the Blue Eyes in your hand too many times in the tournament. Blue Eyes, Mermail, all those decks are also good choices in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a good player, you can take anything you want. I think like one person that proved that over the years was Jessica. She played her plant deck over and over again and had absolutely massive success when it really just wasn't a deck that was thought by many to be a meta contender.
Yeah, totally. But we're gonna see that today. I have to tell you that I am excited. I am absolutely excited, and I'm eager to discover what players have to show us. You know, I had the opportunity to just go through the LAs and watch a little bit of what players are playing, and I saw some things. I saw some really spicy things right there. I wouldn't like to be the opponent because I will have to read all the cards. But yeah, I think that, you know, in a tournament like that, you have a lot of ways to approach the tournament. You either take the best deck or you decide to take the best choice for you. Because, you know, the best deck is not always the best choice. Some players might think that Malice is the best deck, but in a specific tournament, maybe Rising Mitsurugi is better. Maybe Blue Eyes is better because it doesn't fall to the same things than the other two. Maybe you are not good enough on Malice, and you know, you can play something else. Or maybe you can just play whatever you want, you know. So it revolves around that, and it depends on you. In the end, it's your choice.
Indeed. So speaking of choices, we're going to have a chance to interview Jessica and ask her about some of her choices going into this event. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon with a winner's interview. Hello and welcome back to the UK National Championships. I'm here with our winner of round 2, Jessica. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So you're here, you've come in with the Memento deck. You're obviously very famous for playing the plant deck, but what made you pick up Memento this weekend?
Honestly, it reminds me of Plant. So although they're slightly different styles of combo decks, they are both still very heavy combo decks. And one thing I really like about the Memento deck is you hold your interrupts. So with Plant, quite often when you make your board, you just let your opponent play a bit and save your interrupts for the optimal timing. And just you're trying to live till turn 3. Memento is that same kind of game plan, which I really enjoy. So it kind of just fit my playstyle perfectly.
Yeah, fantastic. And so where did you take inspiration from when you built it? I saw those 9 Molchamis in your deck list. Is that something you took from like maybe the Italian National Championship winner, or was that something you were always doing?
So it's something I did try anyway, but I did definitely take the main deck Molchamis from the Italian Nationals deck, but I was much more comfortable in the Fiendsmith build because it's a little bit more versatile, especially since when I've played UK Nats in the past, it's had a lot of rogue. So I wanted to have a bit more of an all-rounder deck, and Fiendsmith Memento fit that. It fit what I wanted a little bit better than the pure build.
So you say you're expecting to play like lots of different decks. Was there anything in particular you thought, I'm going to play against, I really want to play against this? Like, is Malice a difficult matchup? Is it one of the ones you're hoping to play against?
Malice is one of the ones I'm hoping to play against, because if I see any, like a one Charmy or one Breaker, even in that match, I didn't see Break as one of the games, and I was still able to push through the entire board. Because of how strong Combined Creation is, Malice is probably the matchup that I want to see.
Oh, fantastic. Well, it's good that you saw it then. And so I heard you maybe took a little break after last year's UK National Championships. How long have you been back for? What made you come back and enter in this one again?
So, honestly, this Nationals was in Liverpool. It's quite close to me. So I didn't need to get a hotel. I can just get a short train down in the morning. Like, I get to sleep in my comfy bed. It was honestly just convenience, but also the format has gotten to a point where it's a little bit back and forth, or it's a lot more back and forth than we saw the Ubel and Snake Eye Fiendsmith formats, which were formats I didn't particularly enjoy. I've enjoyed having like more back and forth grind games like Memento versus Mitsurugi, which the game seems to have slowed down a little bit, especially around Mitsurugi, and that's the kind of gameplay that I like.
Fair enough. So it's very famous, your like Memento deck and the plant deck for being heavy combo decks, but you actually like the back and forth kind of games.
So I like my favorite part of combo decks isn't making the obnoxious board. My favorite part of combo decks is breaking a board going second. Because unfortunately with like the slower decks, it's a lot harder to just, you can't break apart boards as easily with just engine pieces, because your engine pieces don't do as much because you're playing a slower deck. I like those faster decks that can throw like a lot of engine pieces at board and break it without board breakers.
Yeah, that's definitely like one of the different styles of approach. A lot of people like to have a lot of non-engine cards, maybe stop your opponent, but you're more of the let them do whatever they want to do and then come back at them
like
even harder.
I'll win anyway. I just like the I'll win anyway approach. You can make your board, it's fine.
Well, that's a fantastic, confident thing to do. Congratulations very much on winning your round 2, and hopefully maybe we'll see you in the finals 2 years in a row.
Look, first after Swiss, 2022, 2023, third place, 2023, 2024, third place 2 years ago, second place last year. It's my nationals.
There's only one place to go from there. All right, well, congratulations, Jess. Hope everyone at home enjoyed that feature match, and we'll see you soon for round 3.
So I'm going to reveal a card to the audience at home. 20 questions, responding with yes or no. This is a card we're revealing. Off you go.
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Is it level 4 lore?
No.
Does it go in the extra deck?
Yes.
Does it have a level?
Yes.
Okay, this is interesting. Does it have more than 2,000 attack?
Yes.
Is it a dark monster?
No.
Is it a dragon?
Yes.
Is it level 8?
Yes.
Is it Stardust Dragon?
It is Stardust Dragon. Well done. 3 here at the UK Nationals. As you can see, I am joined by the very smiley, very bright and happy Barcode.
Yeah, I'm smiley because outside it's not very sunny, to be honest. It is a bit rainy, but this is not a problem because the most important thing is that we have some very shiny duelists, and we are going to have a very spicy one today because he is the winner of the last year. Unfortunately, he's not in a very good situation, to be honest. But he's not out yet. He still has the ability to qualify for the top 64, but he will have to win every single round because, unfortunately, he's 0-2 right now.
Yeah, well, you don't become the reigning national champion without being able to get over some difficulties like this. So we thought we'd put him to the ultimate test on stream and hopefully turn his luck around. But standing his way will be his opponent. And Shaheen Ali is going to be piloting White Forest Azamina against Rob's Crystron Horus. Two very exciting decks. I actually love the way that these both work, the fact that they both incorporate synchro summoning as well, and then being able to add the additional layers for Horus for the Crystrons, and then for the White Forest, the brand new cards of the Azaminas are absolutely amazing. So it's going to be great to see how these two colossal decks, I would like to say, are going to go in this bout head-to-head.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely amazing. I really like the Crystal strategy, to be honest, and this is very bad for them because, of course, there is the Lancia right now in the game because of the Malice cards, but if it wasn't for the Malice strategy, there wouldn't be any Lancia, and I think the deck would be absolutely amazing. One of the best decks in town for sure. But yeah, it still manages to do some results. We have seen some Crystron do really well in the recent tournaments, and we are going to see if he's going to revert the tendency because the game one is starting right now.
We're about to find out who has won the dice roll, if they've even done the dice roll as of yet. But then, exactly like you said, I feel the one big thing that the Crystron strategy has going against it is not only does it have a bit of a tough time against Lancer, but it also drawing Lockbird. It kind of has two of those particular hand traps that are in the current format right now, really kind of forcing it back a little bit. It's going to be very interesting to see who's got this one going and who's going to be trying to go first or second. Both of these are both very explosive decks as well.
Yeah, totally, absolutely. And this is going to be the White Forest strategy going first right now. And this is very scary for the Crystron player because White Forest, as you said, is one of the best strategies in the game right now. It is very explosive. And if you don't have the correct answer, which is more often the Droll Logbird, then you are in a bit of a trouble because the field is absolutely insane. It is very hard to break. And we're going to see if Rob has any answer to the field of Shane.
Yeah, exactly. Starting off with LZ, it's probably one of the best ones to start for. Special summons itself by sending a spell or trap from your hand or field. And on top of that, the only thing better than sending a White Forest spell or trap to use an effect like that is sending the black go last. The reason that players are going to be utilizing this in the White Forest strategy is because it does have an on-field effect, but then also a graveyard effect that can be put into use later on.
And we are going to normal summon the Sylvie right there, which is already great because you have access to both the tuner and the non-tuner, which gives you access to the Synchro 6, which is very, very important. But before that, Rob is going to drop the Fuvalos in the graveyard and put Shaheen in a bit of a tough situation. This is not the best Molcharmy against White Forest because, of course, there is a Purulia, which is great against White Forest, but it still gives you some draws, a lot of draws.
Yeah, 100% on that one. It's going to be very interesting to see if Shaheen can kind of adapt his strategy to rely less on the extra deck summons. That's when you really do start going into the brand new Diabell. So you've got the White Forest Diabell, which is exactly what we were going to be searching out here, and of course Vengeance. Both of those are strong enough in their own right. And it's always quite nice to see the strategies that players then approach once they are met down with a Chummy, because most decks have that ability to lessen their end field, and it looks like we're going to be diving head first deep into that Fliveros to see how many draws we want to give Rob on this one.
Absolutely. We are going to go to the Diablos, which is absolutely great in this strategy because you have the opportunity to get back a magic, a spell, or trap cards from the graveyard to the hand. And Shaheen just decides that he doesn't care about the Fuvalos. He wants to go all in the strategy because he thinks that his deck is just so strong that his field will not be broken.
Exactly that. The one additional benefit that White Forest are going to get to you, which is probably why it's so important that you got to the Diabell Queen, is it allows you to summon out a Synchro Tuner during your opponent's turn, which means, in theory, you can also Synchro Summon during their turn to give them a little bit more of an issue. And being able to get direct access to a Sinful Foil spell because the Azamina LZ was sent to the graveyard as Synchro material is just going to add even more resource so that he can afford to put all 3 Diabells on the field, being the Queen, the White Forest, and the Vengeance, and still end up with a very powerful interruption because, as a bit of a preview for those of you that are unaware, when you are utilizing the Diabell Queen plays, this can also lead you into the Snake Eyes Vengeance Dragon, which gives you a technical, as its name will say, with Snake Eyes, the ability to push cards into the spell and trap zones as another form of disruption, and really being able to get most advantages possible while making sure Rob doesn't gain a huge amount of advantage off of the Fluoros.
Yeah, and I think that the Snake Eyes Vengeance Dragon is one of the best cards of the previous set. I think a lot of people are, not paying attention to this one, but this is a generic synchro summon, which can be really great because it is one of the best disruptions that you can get in the game. It's not a destruction, it is literally pushing down to the spell and trap zone, and Shaheen is gonna utilize that. But for now, he is still going into the combos, and we see the Purulia drop into the graveyard, and Shaheen is gonna have to play into 2 Malsharmis, which is not a great spot at all. So what is he gonna do? Is he going to go all in and try to put his strategy down, or is he gonna try to just put the Vengeance and the new Dival Star? It is gonna be interesting because all the decks must have some plan when facing those Mulch and we are gonna see what is his approach.
How he's going to approach it. I mean, exactly like you said, bit of the curse to the commentator on that one. The Purulia is the stronger option for this one. And where Shaheen felt that he could play around the Fluoros by going, okay, well, we're not going to adapt our extra deck so much. Let's go for the Queen. Let's go for Vengeance. Let's go for normal Diabell and try and make our field that way. Rob has obviously been able to draw that all-important Purulia. And I feel that this is going to be a very, very interesting duel going back and forth to see how Shaheen can kind of control the game state. Having access to that Queen still gives him more than enough disruption. And remembering as well, because we have activated the White Forest field spell, we're not going to be able to special summon Dark Monsters from the extra deck only. So the summon of the Diabell is absolutely fine. And also remember, there are those floating effects of the White Forest Queen that while you control 2 or more Diabells, your monsters cannot be destroyed by card effects, which is quite important when you're trying to protect your field and work your way into a Snake Eyes Vengeance Dragon. Or maybe we might be surprised by what else could be used, as I'm hoping, and we could be wrong on this one. I was really hoping there was going to be a Zapper Shrimp in there to work its way into a Chaos Angel.
What a card. What a card. When I first read the card, I thought, what is this card? It's not that strong, but in the end, it is really, really strong in this strategy. And yeah, we will see if Shaheen just doesn't need it.
Yeah, it looks like we've gone through the Fila de Bell to get access to the Vengeance. And we are going to be summoning down the Vengeance. You banish 1 spell and 1 trap from the graveyard, summon it down. The other benefit of this is if Fila de Bell is banished, all of the Diabell monsters gain 500 attack. So all of these monsters right now, if he was going second, would be very, very scary and aggressive.
And this is really important because they are not gaining these attack points until the end of the turn, but until the end of the duel.
Exactly.
Which is great, which is absolutely great. And here we see only 4 monsters, but those 4 monsters are kind of a threat to Rob because we have, of course, the ability to pay half your life points to get access to a target in the extra deck, in addition to a destruction on the opponent field. And I think this is gonna be it for the White Forest player, Shaheen. He tried to do his best under those Mulcharmies, and I think he did really well, but we are going to see if Rob can break the field. We know that the Christian Horus is very scary when it has a lot of cards, and we start here with some great start because we are activating the Horus cards, discarding the Smyger, and the Smyger will get access to the Inclusion. Inclusion, which is a great card in the Christian strategy because not only it lets you to add a Christian card, but also you have the ability to banish it from the graveyard to get access to a special summon from the graveyard. So we are going to see if Rob is going to do that. I think so, but for now, we are going to go through the Sarcophagus.
Yeah, exactly that. Could be a better cherry-picked combo if he tried. And also backing that up with a Forbidden Droplet. It's going to be quite interesting to see. He's got plenty of cards to send from his hand, less so he needs to send anything from his field. Let's see how many Diabells he is going to attempt to negate. Ultimately, there is at least 2 that I would personally be aiming for. Mainly 3, just so you can get past being able to destroy the cards via card effects. But I can imagine, Vengeance and Queen will be the 2.
Yeah, and this is absolutely huge for Rob here. This is a champion's hand. He had the Mulch Armies and he drew the Droplet, which is kind of his only way to go through the field. So he decided to negate 2 of the most important cards of Shaheen. He still has some interactions, of course, but they are lowered. They are totally lowered. And Rob is going to the horror stuff right now. So the horror stuff is really great in Crystron because you have the ability to just go to the zombie vampire and to get access to your engine, because every single card which is in the graveyard for the Crystron deck is really important, because you can literally just get them back onto the field or get their powerful graveyard effects. So this is absolutely great. This is a great situation for Rob. And we know that Shaheen, with his White Forest Azamina, doesn't play a lot of non-engine cards. So he's a bit in a tough spot right now.
Yeah, they've still got to remember the Black Goat that last is currently sitting in Shaheen's graveyard, so it's still a form of disruption. Sometimes you kind of want your opponent to forget about that because it was sent so early on in the turn. You just need to make sure you don't forget about it yourself, as that will be a very, very important form of interruption. It can stop Rob progressing plays in a certain way. But as you've already mentioned, we can already see that the Sulfurneer and Sulfador are already in the graveyard. We've already banished Schmeiger, and we're going to be able to activate Inclusion. Being able to work through the rest of the Crystron engine is going to be very, very important here. And when we look at the Horus monsters, he actually plays a 3rd Horus name, so we could be going for an all-out aggressive push as well if he wants to get any more cards out of his hand. And we know that he has full advantage with that thanks to both of the Mulch Armies he was able to activate and resolve during Shaheen's turn. And
here is the 3-Staros, which is one of the best cards in the Crystron strategy because it protects you from the interactions of your opponent. If your opponent interacts with you, then you have the ability to just chain the 3-Staros effect to a special summon from the deck and perform a synchro summon. And this is great, especially under something like Nibiru, because you have the ability to access the Samurai from the extra deck and then get rid of the Nibiru, basically. So yeah, very good spot here for Rob, and he knows what he's doing, so I think he's just gonna get rid of the field. The question is he gonna get rid of the entire field? First question. And the second question is, what is he gonna be able to do to Shaheen life points?
Yeah, it looks like Shaheen has activated the graveyard effect of Black Goat that last to kind of slow Rob down so that he can't go much further on certain areas. So the graveyard effect of this one allows you to banish it from the grave to declare a monster card name. This turn, neither player can activate the effects of monsters on the field with that original name.
What do you declare?
It's a very, very good point. I suppose you're trying to, you kind of really need to declare something, because as you've mentioned, the Tristanos will only chain the effect to then work its way into said synchro monster that might be possible. It looks like he might be calling the Sulfurneer. Oh, he definitely didn't call the Sulfurneer on that one.
You can also call like something like the Elescalatus, which is a great card, and if you cannot declare its effect on field, you cannot get access to the card back from the graveyard or the managed zone. But I don't know. This is hard. This is really hard. There are a lot of cards that you can declare, but is one gonna really stop the Crystron strategy? I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, exactly that. I feel the one thing that we need to be worrying about here, or that Rob needs to be very careful of, is even though we've used Forbidden Droplet on 2 of the Diabell monsters, we also remember that the attack is halved and then negated. So all of them Diabell monsters are still going to be slightly stronger than they appear to be on the field. And then the other 2 are also going to have that a bit of aggressive push. Ooh, this looks like Moraine, which is the trap card that allows you to target one of your opponent's monsters and flip it face down. A technical pseudo trap card of Book of Moon.
Yeah, so that's not a really good situation for Rob here, because you want to have access to the graveyard effect of the Elescalatus. But is he gonna be able to just destroy his card?
Yeah, we still have, from what I can see, the King Sarcophagus to send an Imseti from deck to the graveyard, or ultimately send that 3rd Horus name, summon that back, which will ultimately become a 3200 boss monster, with the addition of having the 2 other Imseti and the other Horus monsters on the field as well.
Oh, and we have the Sulfurneer right there, and it's a great way to try to to destroy one of your own cards. Yeah, he's going to destroy the other Skeletus, and it is in the graveyard. So he's now able to activate its effect to get back some monsters on the field. Slowly, he is building his field and trying to get rid of the opponent's one.
Yeah, slowly but surely. You can tell that Rob knows how to pilot this deck inside and out. Being able to play around that Book of Moon-esque effect allows him to still, as you mentioned, regain that resource that we probably could have thought would have been lost. We still have the ability to make a rank 8 play if we wish to, and that's way before we even get more tuners on the field to dive further into our synchro plays.
Yeah, he activated the effect of Tristaros, which is absolutely great in the graveyard because you can just target the Synchro monster and just get access to here, the C3. You don't want to have this card in hand, but when it is on the field, it is way better.
Yeah, every deck needs to have a card like that, in my opinion. You want that one card you never want to see, but you want to see it on your field, and as you mentioned, not in the hand. Then we also have Roots of 2 level 5s here, working our way into one of the classics. I say classics because, you know, you can never forget Cyber Dragon. But we're now going to be seeing the XYZ's form of this, and that is one way to get rid of the witch that makes your monsters not being able to be destroyed by card effect by just simply absorbing it as a material, should he choose.
And this is one of my favorite monsters. You know, I'm a really Cyber Dragon enjoyer, so I was absolutely blessed when I saw that that Kristen was playing Cyber Dragon. And yeah, this is a great monster, of course. As you mentioned, it is able to just get rid of Menace on the opponent's field. So I think he's just going to do that in a few seconds.
Yeah, I think this is where the deck's really going to come into its own and where you can see the benefits of the Horus engine as well. So now we have 3 Horus names on the field. We've also got Cyber Dragon Infinity, which I could only imagine would be absorbing one of the Dia Bells that has not been negated. And it definitely looks like he's going for the Queen of the White Forest, being able to make sure that all the Dia Bells can then be destroyed by card effect, should he wish to get that to that particular point.
Yeah, he's going to declare the effect. Is he going to... He's going to absorb the Diable Star, the classic one, should I say?
The fact we have more than one Diabell Star and we are now calling that one classic and it was only one format ago kind of shows it all.
And yeah, this is a bit scary. This is a bit scary because you have the ability to just send an opponent's monster to graveyard during the damage step with the sarcophagus. So this is another way to get rid of the menace of the opponent. So Rob has a lot going on for him right now. I think you want to just go to your synchro plays as well, but will he be able to do that? I'm not sure about that. Not this turn as well. Yeah,
so I think currently Cyber Dragon Infinity is up by 800 attack points, which puts it to 2,900 if I get the maths correct on that one. So we're going to be going over the Queen, which was halved previously. I believe its attack stats was 3,000 attack after the 500 attack gain, which gets reduced to 1,500. So we're going to be getting some damage on the field there. And then we're going to be able to try and clear off the rest. Going Imseti into Vengeance, which was also halved thanks to Forbidden Droplet. And then reminding that Donphomet is at 3,200 as it gains 1,200 for every Horus name on the field, which should be able to clear the Witch of the White Forest off. And then we have Happy. Now, a lot of people also forget the additional effects of the Horus monsters on the field because usually they are used as either putting through for the OTK play or they're used to kind of set up XZ's plays as well. So when you remember cards like Happy, Happy gives you the ability that as while it's on the monster, and if another card or cards you control leaves the field because of an opponent's card effect, you get to target 2 cards that are banished and or in either graveyard and then add them to the hand or shuffle them into the deck, which can be very, very useful to make sure that Shaheen can't revive the Vengeance during the next turn, because being able to bring Vengeance back if there is another trap in the graveyard, which as of yet there isn't, can be very, very important.
Yeah, and having the 3 of them on the field is kind of scary because, you know, if you get rid of one of them, the 2 others will just declare the effect. You mentioned the effect of the Happy, but of course there is also the M-set, which can just get rid of a card on your field then. And you also have the Duamutef, which is great. It can make you draw some cards. So, you know, it gives you some fuel, some gas.
I think Rob has definitely drawn more than enough cards this duel already, but we did just see there the ability to use the LZ in the graveyard to return one of the White Forest Synchro monsters. Very, very good. It's what I love about the White Forest strategy is it allows you to not rely on multiple copies of the White Forest extra deck monsters, and it already has its own inbuilt recycle capabilities, while also when you get the LZ back to the field, you're able to then add another White Forest spell trap. With the brand new inclusion of the White Forest field spell, it just gets you so much more advantage to move your plays further forward, even if you are down to lower resources.
But here it's still going to be hard for Shaheen. I mean, Rob doesn't have a lot for him because he has the Infinity, of course, but the horse cards don't do things themselves.
Yep.
You know, this is a reactive play. But there's still the C3 on the field that we should not forget, because the C3 can just revive back a monster and then perform a synchro summon. So you have the ability to go to, for example, the Dragster, which is a spell and trap negate. And yeah, I think he can just resist. And you know that the Crystal cards are very good into grind game. You have a lot of resource in your graveyard, so if you if you just keep in the game and you stay in the game, then you are pretty much winning the game.
Exactly that, and as if you're reading Rob's mind, he's gone directly for the FA Dawn Dragster. So as it currently says, oh,
this is the Drawn Lockbird! Oh, what
as
a card!
if you needed any more. You can see the smile on Rob's face there. He knows that is exactly what it is.
Wow!
Oh.
It's gonna be it. I guess Shaheen doesn't have anything to just go through that.
No.
There is a full field, and yeah, it's gonna be it. 1-0 for Rob right there with the Christian strategy. The Drawn Rockbird coming in clutch in this game. But we saw that it was absolutely amazing. He had everything for him. He had the Mulch Armies, we saw the Fuvalos, and then the Perulia. A bit late maybe, but still. Then you cannot even make a choice, because otherwise you can just decide to go to the place with the Diable Star, the new ones, and just summon them from the hand. And there still is a lot of layers of interruption, because you have the ability on the opponent's turn to just destroy a card, summon back the Poplar from the extra deck, and then you have this new Vengeance Dragon, the Snake has one. So you still had some solutions, but then when you see the Perulia, like, it's over. Your opponent is going to draw so many cards, so you have to do something, and he decided to go pretty much all in and to get all the cards. But all of a sudden, your opponent just drew Droplet, Forbidden Droplet, which was great. So what a game.
It's always the risk you're going to be taking when you allow, I mean, Rob played it very, very well. If he opened up the Perulia, which we won't find out until the interview after, but if he held that Perulia back, it was very well crafted, because being able to play the Fluvaros and then kind of limiting your opponent to know that they can't really summon from the edge deck without giving advantage, and then straight away you know the secondary play of White Forest is to start summoning from the hand, and then being able to kind of block that path off with the Perulia as well is always going to net so much advantage. But then Shaheen did pilot it very, very correctly. As you mentioned, it was the Forbidden Drop that really kind of let that field become undone, because the field itself was actually quite powerful for what he was able to produce. Being able to set up Vengeance, as you mentioned, half life points for a form of disruption, and being able to get access to another Synchro Tuner monster, backed up with the Diabell Queen, you had multiple routes when you're looking at Shaheen's extra deck to work its way into the Vengeance Dragon, but then also try and tailor around going to other Synchro monsters to provide more disruption while playing through 2 Mulch Armies.
Yeah, but ultimately there was the Cyber Dragon Infinity, the best monster in the game, right? and more than that, there was the Drawn Lockbird, because, you know, it was a very back and forth game. Both players trying to get advantage, and we saw that the White Forest player was piloting the deck very well, as you just said. Then we saw the Droplet, and things were going to the Crispin player, and then maybe the White Forest player was going to just get back into the game, you know, with all the engine in the graveyard, but also the addition of the Sylvia and everything. So maybe he could have done something, but the Drawn Lockbird just kind of signed, sealed, and delivered it. I think it's going to be interesting to see what type of cards we're going to be bringing in from this one. So if we just take a quick look at Rob's side there, we can see he's got a lot of going second cards. He's also got the Moltemi Perulia, probably not the most ideal one for, the Moltemi Meowth, probably not the most ideal one for this matchup, but he'll probably be quite happy with the Moltemis we've got. Let's see if Rob is going to be getting as lucky with his opening hand of that one, and let's see if Shaheen has been able to side in any cards to kind of combat those Moltemis. Yeah, and now I would like to be in Shaheen's position, because, you know, you are just waiting for your opponent to drop a Perulia or something like that. But in draw phase, we are seeing the wanted water card, because it lets you add the Diable Star and get access to all your engine, especially the Azamina one, because you have the ability to just set the Azamina stuff with the Diable Star, the OG one, as I said.
Yeah, this is what I love about White Forest, and when you're able to pilot it correctly as well, is when you activate You usually want to activate Wanted during the draw phase. The one big benefit of something like that, if you're a little bit new to the game, is that Draw Unlock Bird cannot be responded in during the draw phase. So you're able to add your Diabell Witch, which technically gets you a free draw before you walk into draw territory, and then it really does come down from that point on. You have the ability to use the Diabell Witch. That will then set you a card, so still continuing to play around Draw Unlock Bird. And the first time that you search through this route of play, you should be going for the Hallowed Azamina, meaning that by the time your opponent does respond with a Draw Unlock Bird, you are then in the position to, at the very least, set yourself up with a negate in the form of the Sylvie.
Absolutely, yeah. And here Shaheen decided to summon the Diabol Star, but he decided to pitch the Impermanence, which is really, I mean, this is a kind of a sign. It shows you that maybe he doesn't have a lot of engine in his hand, and he has to get rid of those interactions.
Yeah, it is a very, very interesting choice on this one. It looks like the first search we're going to be going for off of the Tales of the White Forest. So if his opponent does have a draw, this isn't the ideal way to go. Because if this gets hit with a Draw Unlock Bird, if you're looking at something like LZ will try to search. If you go for Estella will try to special summon, which is absolutely fine because it still opens up the door for the ability of a Synchro level 6. But then if you want to be going for your best starter being the Sylvie, that could get hit with the back of the Draw Unlock Bird because Sylvie wants to search a White Forest spell, which ultimately ends up then wanting to search one step further. So try and minimize your searches where it's all priority, and it looks like he's gone for the best option here for Estella, because Estella will special summon, meaning that even if he does get hit with a Draw Unlock Bird...
Oh, and here it is! There it is, the Draw Unlock Bird for Rob. He's smiling, he's laughing, because he knows that it is a great card, and he's in great position against the White Forest strategy. But Shaheen decided to play around the Draw Unlock Bird, adding the Astella, as you said, because the Astella will special summon from the deck and try to get something out of the equation. But this is very hard for him because Rob only used one card and he's in a tough spot. He cannot add anything during the rest of the turn, and you know that the White Forest cards just want to add every single time.
Yeah, I suppose the one benefit for Shaheen's side is that he knows there's no Mulchummies coming down on this turn.
Yeah.
But exactly like you said, being able to go for the Estella gives the ability to still work its way into a Synchro Summon. The only downside of that one is when you look at the level 6 Synchro Summons that they want to be making, they want to be making cards that try to add you cards on top of that. So it does mean that Draw Unlock Bird is an incredibly powerful hand trap to kind of quench the White Forest strategy, and it really does then come down to the ability of getting access to your Azamina side, which is kind of the counteraction to be able to still allow you to continue to play.
And he is going to go to the extra deck, and this is going to be the moon here, and he's going to go to the Finsmith stuff, which is great to try to play on the draw. We saw that the last rounds with Jess, who played Finsmith stuff in her Memento, and I think that is a great solution to this problem.
It's a very resilient engine, and exactly like you mentioned, it gives decks like this that do have these instant weaknesses for cards like Draw Unlock Bird, even with the Malice strategy sometimes as well that we've seen in the past, that if they get hit with Lances, they need a plan B. It's always best to have an additional plan or additional option to work your way into so that you're not ending your field on a suboptimal end goal and you still have ways to play. And it's exactly what we're doing here by being able to access the Fiendsmith engine and working our way into an Engraver, possibly working even further into, I could only imagine, either a sequence to try and work into an Azamina fusion, or we're going to be working our way into the Desiree to set up our target negates.
Yeah, and it is going to bring a lot of advantages because not only you are playing around draw, but you are also getting some grind game. Because you have the Finsmith card, and the Finsmith stuff is very strong in a graveyard. So if you have a lot of interactions in the hand, you can somehow try to resist. And it is going to be the Caesar, which is a great card in the format because it allows you to play against the big dogs like the Mitsurugi Ryziel and the Malice strategies. The Malice strategies, you can prevent them from summoning back the links tree from the banish. And against the Ryziel Mitsurugi, you have the ability to cancel the ritual spell, which is great. But here, is it going to be enough? He has somehow made something on his field on the draw, which is great. I wouldn't think that Shaheen would have been able to do that. So is it going to be enough?
Yeah.
There is one set card, and there is a Draw Unlock Bird in the hand. I have to tell you that.
Okay, spoiler alert. This is you draw me, I draw you. Let's see, Shaheen. That is exactly the one you want to be going for. Being able to respond with a draw. Ooh, This is very interesting as well. So this was back in Drytron format, where as player priority, after you resolve, you have the option to activate Forbidden Droplet first, which in turn means that if you send a monster, your opponent cannot respond with a monster effect, ultimately protecting you from Droll and Lockbird, which is very, very well crafted there by Rob.
Yeah, I love this play by Rob right here because he protects himself from the Droll and Lockbird and he negates the Caesar. This is such a great play, and this is a Champions play, right?
Yep. Exactly that. I did speak to Rob prior to this, and I was hoping he was going to be unbranded. Unfortunately, that was not the case. He decided to go with the Crystalline strategy, and we are good to be able to see this because we're able to see all the different layers that this deck can do, especially the importance of Forbidden Droplet. When you play decks that want their cards in the graveyard, there is no stronger card, in my opinion, than a card like Forbidden Droplet, and that's exactly what we're seeing here, is we're seeing the ability to try and get the cards where we need them to be. We've got the Sulfurneer, the Sulfador, and we've even got the Tristanos, so that if any card is activated from Shaheen, there will still be the resolution of being able to get a Synchro Summoned monster on the field. Unfortunately, there is going to be no Dimension Barrier, as we do know that one set card.
Oh, there is the Chaos Hunter. We mentioned earlier that the Lancia was a bigger problem for the Christian strategy, but here we can see that the Chaos Hunter is a big one as well. It's a reminder that, yeah, when you banish some stuff, you are in a bit of a trouble because a lot of people will have some answers in the side deck, and here we will have the Chaos Hunter hit the field, and she prevents Rob from banishing cards. And you know, the Christian strategy wants to have cards banished, but there's going to be something really important. The thing is, if the Chaos Hunter hits the field in attack position, maybe Rob can just go to the Infinity and absorb the Chaos Hunter and add it as a material. So it is. I think here Shaheen should have put it in defense position.
Yeah, it's always going to be an interesting one because if you put it in defense position, obviously it has a little bit weaker stats. But exactly like Rob has just piloted right here, as you've mentioned, the Infinity does seem to be the best route, and being able to go into the Amtrix from the Crystons is another level 5. So even though you're not able to banish the Sulfurneer from the graveyard, you still have the Sulfador on the field, and you have the ability of the Amtrix to work their way into Nova, and then in turn Infinity to absorb that Chaos Hunter if you need to, or just go directly for the Caesar, whatever you feel is the biggest threat that you want to be able to get rid of, and then still be able to produce or provide from that point on.
Yeah, and we see there Rob is just watching the graveyard and thinking about what he is going to do next. But I think, yeah, his best spot right here is just to go to the extra deck and get the Nova plus Infinity, because he has all he needs.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if he was going to be using this effect. So the effect of the Amtrix has the ability to change all face-up special summon monsters your opponent trusts to defense position, which kind of does take away from the Infinity play, but he's just going to go into the attack.
Yeah, it kind of works as well. It kind of works as well. But the problem is that he got rid of his battle phase, which is, I think, a great tool to get rid of Shaheen's field. But then he's going to be able to use the Tristaros. I think this is why he didn't want to go into Infinity. He wanted to get the Tristaros effect to get 2 monsters from his deck on the field and just to get all his strategies rolling.
Yeah, the other benefit of that is if you're able to destroy the Amtrix, you're going to be able to revive a Crystal monster in your graveyard, except a Synchro monster, and special summon it. So he'll still be able to work his way into Nova and Infinity. I do feel, though, as we mentioned, it might have been more effective to go into, we'll soon see, but going into Nova then Infinity, while all 3 monsters are still left in attack position, you could then absorb the Chaos Hunter and then destroy the Caesar, leaving his opponent with only the Diabell Witch in attack position. So you've cleared off 2 monsters for the price of 1. Now, this might go a little bit further because we do have the other Crystal monsters in the extra deck that can help you clear this field apart. And he does also play one of my favorite synchros that we've received in recent times, the Arms of Gen X Return 0. Not too sure if he'll be able to actually access this card because you will need a Horus monster and you do need a Dark Tuner to make it. So that's where the Assault Synchron comes from the extra deck. But that might be something we'll see being played during Shaheen's turn.
Yeah, and this is very interesting because there are a lot of Crystal players that are not playing those cards. And it's very interesting because here Rob decided to play those cards and to add a little bit of extra deck toolbox. And it is coming clutch right here because he had access to the Tristaros effect and he just tried to dismantle the field of Shaheen. And it works pretty well because there is the Infinity hitting the field. The problem is that he's not going to be able to use effects, of course, because you can only absorb monsters in attack position, but he still is going to build something really strong. I'm not sure if he's going to get rid of every single menace on Shaheen's field, but Shaheen, Shaheen is laughing. This is great to see. This is great to watch. I love watching those players just enjoying their time here.
Enjoying the game, exactly that. I do still feel that Shaheen is well within this duel still. It's going to be really important for Rob to get rid of that Caesar. In my opinion, I feel that the longer you leave that Caesar on the field, currently the Cyber Dragon Infinity is only 2,700 attack points.
Only?
So still not strong. Well, when you've got a Diabell and you've got a Caesar on the field, that is 27's looking pretty small. And then if Shaheen decided not to activate an effect and do exactly what Rob did and just go straight to your battle phase, you can clear off that Infinity. You'd like to think that we're going to get a Crystron cluster recycled or maybe even already opened, and that is one way to deal with Caesar and not need to fret. Not a trap card you want to be seeing off of the top deck with all you have.
It is going to be hard for Shaheen to just break Rob's field. Rob is in a great position right here. Remember, he has an Omni-Negate, he has the Infinity on the field, but he also has access to the Tristaros effect to just get access to another disruption in his extra deck. So I don't really know how Shaheen can get rid of everything right there.
Yeah, I suppose the other benefit, and this could be foresight from Rob as well, is by not destroying the Caesar and not allowing Fiendsmith Engraver to go back to the graveyard, that is a resource that can't be recycled. We all know that Requiem and being able to work its way into a disruption off of the back of Fiendsmith Engraver can also be just as damaging. But it looks like we're going to be activating Deception. Deception allows you to tribute off one of your monsters, which in turn can get rid of his own Caesar if he wants to set up that Engraver play aforementioned. But it looks like we're going to be tributing off the Diabell to possibly work into the Hallowed Azamina.
Is there going to be a response?
There's the cluster.
Course. The cluster, one of the best cards in Crystron. Remember, he can literally destroy 2 cards on Shaheen's field because he has access to a synchro monster, a Crystron synchro monster. So this is going to be it, right?
Yeah, it does look like that, only because we know that Shaheen has that trap card in the hand, and no matter what that card is, it will probably be responded to with Cyber Dragon Infinity. It does look like Rob has been able to turn this one around. Shaheen did pilot White Forest incredibly well, where at all they possibly could, and it's going to look like we're just confirming the cluster's destruction, and Shaheen might see this game out by being able to pass back to Rob to get the final. I mean, no damage has actually been done as of yet. All of his monsters were in defense. So there's still 8,000 damage to get onto the field. We're just looking at the Engraver. You don't really want to be putting your Requiem back. You kind of want to try and put another Light Fiend back, but it doesn't look like that is the option. So if you do want to get some sort of field presence, you would do that. Maybe that is one way to kind of bait out the Infinity, is if Rob feels that that is the only interaction that Shaheen has left, he may use the Cyber Dragon Infinity on it, because he doesn't know that Shaheen only has a trap card in the hand.
Absolutely. Yeah. But there is something that he knows, is that the White Forest cards usually need another card to work together. And if he only has one card, it's going to be very hard for Shaheen to do anything. So is Rob going to do anything? He's going to activate the Tristaros and get a Synchro 7 on the field. Here is the Sulfador, and he's going to use both of them to just summon the Dragster. So Unspell and Trap Negate plus an Omni Negate with the Infinity. It is going to be impossible for Shaheen to just get through it.
Yeah, unfortunately, as much as I would wish that to be a Sylvie in Shaheen's hand, that would be the only thing to really get this ticking. But exactly as you've mentioned, the Omni Gate of Infinity closes the door to that one. And even if you allow that to go through, whatever spell that possibly a Sylvie could search then gets answered with the FA Dawn Dragster. Shaheen just looking at his graveyard to see if there's anything in there. Ooh.
He can summon back from the graveyard, right?
No, he's going for the Wanted to put back Deception for that draw. Believing in the heart of the cards. And Dawn Dragster, yes, kind of response. No risk taking there from Rob. No risk taking whatsoever. That is absolutely fair play. You kind of have to be protective at all possible. That top deck can be anything. It could be an infinite impermanence, or it could be that starter that you are digging for. So not being allowed to take that risk is always going to be quite important.
For 1 second, I just thought that there was the Diabol Star in the graveyard. But,
yeah.
but it was only the draw. But the draw could have come clutch. But the problem is that, there is the Dragster. So it is literally impossible to go through this, because you have every single piece of interaction for Rob right there. There is the cluster, there is the infinity, there is the dragster, and there is all the grind game of the Christian cards. And on the side of Shaheen, he only has the engraver and a single card in the hand, and it's gonna be it.
Knock it out.
Victory for Rob, who is gonna get back on track. You know,
Yep.
the first victory on the third round. I think he didn't expect that. He wanted
Yep.
to he wanted to get this victory a little bit earlier, but still, he's still in the tournament. He can still qualify for the top 64, and he has done great here.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time that we've seen a previous champion or even a future champion start off from the bottom and work their way all the way back to the top. They like to do it the hard way. They don't like making it easy on ourselves.
But you know what? I'm rooting for him right
Yeah.
now because I'm for those kind of people. You know, the guys who just start from the bottom and just try to
Yeah.
get back on track.
Work their
So
way
he's gonna have to climb the ladder again and try to get to this top 64. I will just keep an eye on his performance
Yeah.
and try to give you some information throughout the day.
Exactly that. Also well piloted by Shaheen on there as well. Unfortunately, sometimes the harder cards won't be with you all the particular time. Shaheen is still in it. We do believe that X3s can still go all the way. Do always stay into a tournament until the very end. Learning experiences are always well worth it. And as you saw in that duel, both players thoroughly enjoyed their time. So it's going to be great to see how they progress throughout the rest of the day. And even then, we do have more side events and everything else that people can kind of get involved with more public events to try your luck out with those. So we all look like we're going to be getting the top 64. Whoa, not top 64. We're not that far yet, are we?
Oh no, but this is very interesting because of course this is deck breakdown at the start of the tournament, and we can see that there are a lot of Mitsurugi players because there are 17% of Ryzen Mitsurugi, but also 10% of pure Mitsurugi, which leads us to 27% of Mitsurugi variants, and then behind that, there is 14% of Melee. So what do you think of that? A lot of Mitsurugi players. Did you expect that?
I didn't expect them to be that dominant in their separate categories. As we've seen in the past, we usually see Malice having the most representation. And then off the back of the most representation for someone like Malice, Raizu are then split down into their separate categories. But being able to see the kind of combination of everything around, it was nice to see the variety as well. 4% White Forest, Blue Eyes taking 6%.
Absolutely.
The one that I would love to see take it, you kind of want to see Blue Eyes take the top spot, but I wouldn't be opposed to something on that other category as well, taking up 41% of the UK nationals.
Yeah, I asked a question to Tom, and I asked him, who do you think is going to win the entire thing? And he told me Memento. I know that you are kind of a Blue Eyes guy.
Yeah.
Do you still think that it's going to be the winner?
I would love to see a Seto Kaiba sitting right here next to us come end of play tomorrow. Blue Eyes White Dragon taking home UK Nats would be an absolute dream to see.
Yeah, and this is kind of the strategies that a lot of people like, and this is a strong strategy thanks to the addition of the new cards in the last structure deck. But we have seen some really interesting things because we saw that Jessica was playing the Memento strategy, which is not the two best, strategies, and we saw that the previous champion Rob is playing Christian. So they decided not to play the best decks or so-called. I think it's really interesting to see that.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely amazing. I think both those strategies are unsung heroes in the sense that both those strategies, as you mentioned, they're not considered the number one. But I also feel that they then gives them a bit of an edge, probably more so for the Memento strategy than for the Christians, as unfortunately as a kind of fallout from the current meta, with Christians you do have Drone Lockbirds, you do have Lances, but with Mementos, there are still ways that that deck is undiscovered. There's still ways that if you pilot it correctly, the deck, as Jess mentioned, is very heavy combo, but it's still incredibly powerful. Being able to get to 8,000 direct damage is absolutely insane from the Memento boss monster itself.
Yeah, we saw that there are so many ways to just end the game. You have the boss monster, you have the Bone Party in the graveyard, you also have the Akihiron, which is absolutely amazing to end the game. But yeah, on the side of all those Christian players, White Force players, I think this is very important to have a deck that you know very well. And if you know the metagame pretty well, your opponent will not have the same level of interaction with you because they don't know the cards as well and they don't know the combos as well as you do. So I think, as you just mentioned, it gives you a bit of an edge, and this is great for this type of players who just are naturally good.
Yeah. Masters in their craft. So they were the two last finalists we got to see in round 2 and round 3. We're going to be back very, very shortly with round 4 here at the UK Nationals WCQ of 2025. So let's see what else we're going to be piloting all the way to the final tomorrow afternoon. So we'll be back very shortly. Welcome back to the player interview with our winner from round 3, Rob, who is also 2024's national champion. So, first of all, Rob, welcome back.
Thank you.
Coming to hopefully retain your throne.
Hopefully.
So, we decided to go with the Crystron strategy with Horus. What made you decide to take that one on?
So I kind of like Crystron because it's pretty good against all the cards that people are going to be playing against you. Like Droll isn't that impactful. It can play kind of well through the mulch armies. And then the Horus stuff is like really good against Mitsurugi, which I thought would be the most popular thing. So that's kind of when we went for that, really. Yeah.
Speaking of the mulch armies, we saw in game number 1, you're able to open up the Fluoros. My question to you is, did you also open up the Purlia, or was that drawn off the Fluoros?
No. So I think so Purlia was my first draw off the Fua, and then I was just keeping track of his hand for like something that would activate. So basically, because I think the first time he activated was when he searched Diabell Star, that was the first thing that would just inherently summon.
Yep.
So I basically dropped the Purlia then because I was trying to get a lot of draws to basically beat the White Forest board, which can put up quite a few interruptions.
To be able to guarantee you that draw, so very, very well kind of piloted on that one as well. Also another card that put in a lot of work for you, Forbidden Droplet.
Yeah.
Very good choice on that one, especially with the Crystron strategy wanting their cards to be in the graveyard, and then the Horus providing that additional aggression. So that did definitely seem to pay off for you as well.
Yeah.
We got to see a very interesting play during game 2 when they were face down with the Caesar that was negated off the Forbidden Droplet, and then a Chaos Hunter hits the field. So what is your first port of call? So you have Chaos Hunter, you have Tristanos, and you decide to go for the Amtrix. Walk us through that type of route.
Yeah, so I kind of had 2 lines, really, which, so again, Amatrix I could have used, so I used the effect to switch them all to defense, but I also probably, I could have gone for Infinity just to suck it up, but I wanted to continue my plays with Tristaris in main phase 2 to kind of set up a few more interactions rather than just go for Infinity and rely on that to take the Chaos Hunter, if you will.
Yeah, so that's very good insight. So myself and Jean Alexis was exactly asking that exact same question, because you sacrificed your battle phase for that one, and it's always quite interesting for people at home to understand when you take different lines to get there. Well, you are now X1.
Yeah,
we finally got one win on the clock. You are still well within the chance to be able to regain. So hopefully the feature match has brought your luck back. We wish you all the best of luck with the rest of the tournament as well.
Thank you.
And hopefully see you back here tomorrow.
Hopefully.
So thank you very much for everyone joining us. Congratulations for Rob for winning round number 3. We will be back with round number 4 of the UK Nationals very, very shortly. So we'll catch you in a second.
And we are back, guys, at the UK Nationals with Luben, who is going to present his deck. He had a very interesting deck that I saw in the LAs, and I wanted you to present it. So how are you doing?
It's been fine. Sorry, I'm very nervous about these.
Oh, you don't have to be nervous. It's gonna be fine because you're here to be the star of the day because you are going to introduce your deck to people because this is not like deck that we usually see. You know, there is always the melee stuff, the Mitsurugi stuff, but this time you have a very special thing to bring to us. So just show us the like everything.
So we're playing Ice Barriers, which
Yeah.
is a strange play. Would you like them just on the table, or?
Yeah, you can put it
So-
on the table.
Obviously, with Ice Barriers, there's a few of them. So, 3 of the Revealer. It's very just easy to use. It's a very straightforward deck as well, which is something that I wanted to pick up. Revealer, pitch a card, summon any Ice Barrier tuner. There's a lot of them. Most of the good cards in the deck are the tuners. She's got an also cool effect where if you were to discard a card, you can banish her from grave instead. Ooh, don't go away. So that's basically her utility in the deck. So there's that one. The best card in the deck is Mirror Mage. So Mirror Mage is the best discard off of anything in the deck. He can summon, well, not summon, sorry. He can tribute a monster spec-free Ice Barrier tokens, well, up to, and then he gains level for each token he's summoned. And then if he goes to grave by any means, he can search any Ice Barrier card, which is just, it gets the entire deck on rotation, a lot of things as well. There's some starters in the deck that work with him. Another starter in the deck is 2 Hexa. So it's just on summon, well, not even on summon, on just summon, and then effect to send any level 3 or lower. Yeah, level 3 or lower Ice Barrier. So you're usually sending Mirror Mage. But there's also ways to get into him through other means in the deck, which will be shown off in a moment. 2 Swap Frog. So same again with sort of with the Revealer. You pitch a water to summon him. So obviously the best idea would be to pitch Mirror Mage, but you can then send Mirror Mage as well because he's a applicable target for the frog. So and then you can do some shenanigans with the extra bounce within a water. And then Floodgate Ice Barriers because we have to play those ones. 1 Ryo. Every monster effect that is resolving on field, you must discard a card. So it's similar to the Murakumo. So that's
This is awesome, and this is not once per turn. So
No.
basically, if you have to face that, you are in trouble for sure.
oh yeah. So he's the one that you mainly will be using. The other one of is Speaker. It's not the best one to see, but it is very good. There are some combos where you will use her to spec another token to get into Trishula plays, or even like your Croc plays, which you play in the extra deck, which will then draw 4. And then if an Ice Barrier is on board, spec her, which is quite good. One of the better ones is Free Georges. I think I'm saying his name right. So if I have an Ice Barrier, I can spec him, and then on summon, revive an Ice Barrier. His Floodgate effect is similar to Abyss Dweller, but it's only for monster effects. So that's it for the Ice Barrier monsters. And then for the spells, it's 3 Medallion. It's just not once per turn rotor. It searches the entire deck. So it's a very good card. 1 wins. It's not much for its on-field effect, but on grave you can banish it and then recur an Ice Barrier in the grave, and then 1 Freezing Chains, which will then reborn any level 4 or lower Ice Barrier. There's also an interesting protection effect on this, which comes up sometimes, but it's usually when you've got a late game play already. Then for things that aren't water, well, there is 1 water guy in here.
There are a lot.
There is a few waters. 3 Ash for the generic ones.
Classic.
Perulia, because it says water. And then there is the Free Impulse.
That is absolutely insane to be able to play this card in this deck. I mean,
Yeah.
this is one of the best cards
Yeah.
right now in the format. So
And then there's a new thing I wanted to try. I picked it up today. 1 Black Goat. Discard it off Revealer. It's an extra interruption. And then just playing these 2 for safety. And then for the, I won't even call them funny.
now comes the spice.
We are playing 1 Dragoon, 1 Statue, 3 Minstrel, and then triple Poseidra.
Okay, so tell us more about the choice because usually we don't see those cards in this deck. So
Yeah.
why did you decide to add them?
So with simple thing with Minstrel, we are already playing the Deep Sea Synchro, and so I lost to Nibblelot while testing. So I was just easy way to pitch, gets Mirror Mage and Grave. The Barrier Statue, because we're already playing the Deep Sea Synchro, it can spec out any of the Ice Barriers, well, mainly Revealer, but it will be specking this out a lot of the time. these two are strange. So usually this will only be good going second. However, you can still use the first effect going first. So you pitch Mirror Mage usually, hopefully, and then it'll be a body plus Mirror Mage. So you can still get the combo off of searching Revealer, discarding a card, and then going for your normal combo that way. And then the goons, you will find that he sends this for cost, and he searches any Sea Serpent in the deck, which means you can then search out your copy of, where is he? Hexa. So Hexa's a Sea Serpent, and then you just normal him and go full combo with that. And then that's it for the main deck.
40 cards?
40 cards, yeah. So for extra, we are playing, let me do that, yeah. So for the generic waters, we are playing the Coral, the Deep Sea Synchro, which we talked about earlier, Dragite, the Croc, and then there's those. For Ice Barriers, we are playing Bryonac, 2 Lancia, 1 Zero, and then we are playing 2 Trish.
That is something. This card is really strong.
Yeah.
Like we see sometimes players playing Mermail who also play this card, and once it gets on the field, it is very hard to get rid of.
Yeah, there's a few times where I've had a few players go, like try and clear it through battle, and they've not realized, and then this will come down, and then just banish their entire board, basically. Nibiru as well, this plays a lot through Nibiru, so when you get nibbed, you just spec the Trishul out, and then you rip a card. It's basically just punishing them. It's insulation, I guess. So that's it for the Ice Barriers. And then 2 more Water Synchros, but they're 10 this time. Cheng Ying and Adrian. This is good for things like Blue Eyes. You will make it, and they'll go like True Light Effect. You'll go Adrian, banish it. So it gets all of the resources off. Cheng Ying is just a big body to swing with. He can also sometimes trigger if we're playing against Malice. And then just some more waters. Toad, you can sometimes make him.
He's there.
He is certainly a water. You can sometimes make him with it, and then Frog, a Coral, and then Almirage, because Mirror Mage is an applicable target frame.
Okay, that's very interesting. So you decided to play this deck because this is your favorite deck?
It's a similar deck that I like to play for this. So I played a lot of Rituals, and that seems a bit odd. We'll get to that in a second. But I used to play Necros a lot. So.
And you told me that you wanted to play Necros.
I wanted to play it today, but it didn't happen. But it's we found the solution. It was make Lancia.
Yeah, and this is a very strong interaction. Are you confident for this tournament?
We'll see how it goes. We'll definitely see how it goes. I'm definitely I know the deck a lot, despite I've played it for a bit, but I know a lot of the lines. I know a lot of interactions already, but we'll just see how it goes.
I mean, from my eyes, from what I see, you look very confident. You look like you know your deck and you know what you're doing, and this is the most important in a tournament like that. But for you guys, we are going to get back to the UK Nationals with some more content.
Oh, we on. Hello.
You go Synchro 11s. Welcome back to round number 4 of the UK Nationals. I'm now joined by Tom. So we are looking at a very interesting matchup coming up for you in round number 4. We actually have the brand new archetype of Regenesis up against a very, very spicy concoction involving the Mitsurugis, Fiendsmith, but also a very small Diabell Azamina engine on top of it.
Yeah, a little bit of everything. And I'm really excited to see this Regenesis deck in action. It's one of those decks which it kind of gets you into the mood for a particular kind of Yu-Gi-Oh! You know, it's very grindy. When you see all these cards that come back in the end phase, you're like, I really want to have a go at that.
Yeah.
And you really feel like you really want to just grind your opponent down, get rid of all their cards, and then add back and just be rolling in card advantage, which is quite a fun way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! But then on the other hand, probably something a bit more explosive.
Yep.
A 60-card deck, a pile of different engines. Wow. So
Yeah.
how do you think this is going to match up?
I think exactly as you mentioned, it's going to be very, very interesting. I think both of these decks have a lot of grind, but I feel the Regenesis is very streamlined in what it wants to do. It gets a lot of very high attack stat monsters. Looking at the deck list now, he's got some very interesting choices for their starters, very interesting choices for the hand traps. Then my overall question is, how do they deal with monsters that are of a higher attack? And that's kind of when you look at the extra deck, that it could be quite interesting to see. Then on the flip side, as you mentioned, for the Mitsurugi 60 card, absolutely everything and the kitchen sink, is going to be very interesting to see what it tries to build through. It has crazy amounts of consistency thanks to the Mitsurugis just being the way that they are, and then you're adding on top of that even more protection from certain hand traps, maybe like a Nibiru, maybe like a Draw and Lockbird with the form of the Azamina route of play as well.
Yeah, I'm also really interested in this sort of solo cop version of the Regenesis, because I think every time I've seen someone try and build the Regenesis deck, it's been with something, be it, I think Kashtira was kind of the most obvious thing because they work quite well. You know, you can just summon 2,500 attack monsters. You've got that Kashtira Unicorn. Other people trying like Bystials maybe because they all have 2,500 attack. But what do you think of just playing it solo?
Yeah, I think playing it solo is very, very interesting on that one. I really want to kind of get into their normal summon choice, but I want to save that for the stream so that we can see them play it first, because their selection is actually quite interesting. And what I do love about the deck as well is because they're all a mixture of level 7s and level 8s, it gives you that option, should you want to get a bit creative with your hand trap options, you can use them as your normal summon to work your way into synchros. And we're about to find out exactly how this is going to be piloted right shortly now for game number 1. So players are ready to go. We've got Tom on the Regenesis in the bottom, and then we have Andreas with Fiendsmith Mitsurugi on the top.
I don't think the Fiendsmith Mitsurugi name does it justice.
No, not with the list we've
everything
seen.
that's going on there. But let's find out what he can do with it.
So going first with this one, he's got for going second hand, that's probably a little bit ideal with a Nibiru and a Fluoros, but being able to send a Nibiru to summon down the Diabell. I also feel that starting like this is if your opponent doesn't know exactly what you're on, instantly they might go, oh, it's a White Forest strategy, and then you can completely shift it. And there is the Ghost Mourner. So this is something that we saw on Tom's list, and I was very interested to see the choice of selection for the Ghost Mourner. Being able to be utilizing that on the Diabell really does kind of slow that engine down. And now we're about to see the reveal of the Mitsurugi Habakuri to kind of open up the door for that particular route of play as well.
Yeah, Ghost Mourner is a card that's kind of like secondary to maybe cards like Effect Veiler and Infinite Impermanence. I feel like to me it kind of often ranks a little lower than those. So to see all of, and I feel like Veiler and Impermanence are cards people haven't been playing, but Tom going completely the opposite direction, saying, not only do I want Veiler, not only do I want Imperm, but I want 3 more effect negations in the form of Ghost Mourner.
Yeah, this is just so very quickly responded to. Didn't even need to think about if he wanted to use them. It was very simple. Mourner on the first, Ash on the second, Imperm on the third. Now it would be interesting to see if there is another hand trap to follow this up with. Otherwise, we're going to see the power and resilience of the Fiendsmith line.
Fiendsmith is very good. Caesar is a very good card against a lot of different decks, and I feel like it might be something on Andreas' mind right now. However, Caesar not so good against the strategy of Regenesis, right? Because they don't start a chain when they special summon. They just special summon themselves straight from their hand. So maybe it's a deck you can just kind of look it in the eye and just ignore it. It's fantastic, isn't it? Because I mean, every other deck I've played this format, it feels like, you know, your opponent has a Caesar, you think, God, like, what do I do? But maybe not with Regenesis.
It's exactly that, and I feel that the best thing about Regenesis is one of the extra deck cards of choice will be the Superstar Slayer Typhon. For the pure fact that all of their monsters are base of 2500 attack, but then they can actually add a Typhon on top of any of their monsters, and that will then give them the ability to out anything that is higher than 3000 attack. So it kind of gives them that balance of, if they can't get over something that is above 2500 attack, Typhon can come into play. Not only will it be stronger at 2900 to try and deal with that, but then also provides the ability, should they wish to return another monster of 3000 or more attack, or any monster from the field to the hand, and that will then allow them to kind of break through these considered stronger fields. And it looks like we are going to be going straight for the Caesar, I assume, from what we've kind of seen here.
Unless there's another rank 6. But given the number of different cards, and it's, oh no, it's in defense as well. I feel like I see people do kind of put things in defense occasionally, and maybe play around lightning storms and things, but putting it in defense is going to be devastating here because it can be run over by any Regenesis monster now.
Yeah, it looks like there was a spell in Tom's hand, and that's either going to be Regenesis to search it out and get it going, or it's going to be Code. And it looks like we're starting off with Archfiend revealing what I can only make out to be the Sage, meaning that Regenesis will summon itself down and then allow you to search any Regenesis card from the entire archetype. And we've already revealed Sage, knowing that the next move would be to get Sage onto the field, and Sage acts as a technical Omni-Negate by sending another Regenesis from the hand or field to the graveyard in order to negate.
Yeah, Archfiend, like the absolute premium starter for this deck, allowing you to search any card, and also like one of the things the deck struggles with, because most of the cards require you to have another monster on the field already. Archfiend is the one that can summon itself just by revealing one from your hand instead of having a monster with 2500 attack on your field. So very important to have access to your Archfiend.
The other thing to kind of consider as well is if you are facing up against the Regenesis strategy yourself, you don't really want to be leaving any monster with 2500 attack or defense on the field, because then you're just providing your opponent with free requirements, so they can just start slowing down their Sages for pretty much without needing to have another 25 on their field. Same with Dragon, same with Warrior. Archfiend is the only one that will require you to reveal, but it just allows you to kind of regain a bit of resource, so you don't need to rush to get a monster with those particular stats on the field as early as possible.
No, I didn't know that. That's quite cool, that you can use your opponent's monsters.
Oh yeah, when the set was released, it was actually a very, very interesting one at a sealed event, being able to kind of utilize those cards. Everyone was always a bit scary putting a 2500 monster on their field, but the Regenesis really did put in a lot of work, being able to kind of give you that aggression that you might need in those particular scenarios and tournaments.
Make for quite a funny mirror match. I mean, I'm sure they're not seeing that many mirror matches at the moment, but maybe one day.
No, exactly that. And then being able to also remember with the Ghost Mourner, because we linked off the Diabell, you actually lose, or Andres actually lost the life points for that one. The additional benefit of something like the Ghost Mourner kind of makes the job for Regenesis a little bit easier. And as you've mentioned, with the Caesar being in defense position, again, it's another target that could be very easily attacked over, whereas previously, with his attack stats being higher than 2500, it kind of makes it a little bit more difficult to deal with.
Yeah, there is is it the Sage that gains 2500?
No, so it's Lord that will gain 2500, but only during the battle phase, and he doesn't play the Lord, which is always quite an interesting one, because I've always felt that being able to have a monster that can go up to 5000 attack during the battle phase would already be quite useful in order for you to kind of deal with any high attack threats.
Hey, your opponent just plays it in defense.
Exactly. Let your opponent do the job for you. So it looks like we're going to be getting the Sage to the field, and as previously mentioned, this is the technical Omni-Negate for the deck strategy. We do know that there is a Regenesis Birth in the hand, so that is a card that could be sent should Tom want to negate it. And then there's one unknown spell card, which I believe is going to be Regenesis, or even Regenesis Code, which I personally really do like Regenesis Code. The ability to act as a form of an emergency teleport, being able to summon out any of your Regenesis monsters from the deck, at the cost of not being able to access your extra deck until the end of your opponent's turn, and the monster gets sent to the graveyard during the end phase of your opponent's turn as well. But as Tom mentioned at the start, all the Regenesis are just going to say, yep, absolutely fine, I'm going to come back to the hand during my opponent's end phase, as long as I've been sent during my opponent's turn.
Yeah, it's not really much of a downside, is it?
No, get free advantage off the back of that.
Yeah, it just comes back.
It looks like Paradise is going to be activated. Now, does Tom feel comfortable enough to sacrifice off either the Regenesis Archfiend or a Regenesis card in the hand in order to push through for the final damage? When you look at this, we've got a Lacrima in defense and a Caesar in defense. Desiree is going to attempt to send one of the Regenesis.
I guess you might as well negate this, because you're going to lose your Sage if you don't.
Yeah, I completely agree. I feel like you kind of, if you do need to enter in the grind state a little bit more, you want to keep the Sage on the field for during your opponent's turn at the very least. Oh, interesting. He's going to let the Sage go.
Do you have another way to summon it, maybe with the code?
Well, the trapped card does give you the ability that during your opponent's turn, either you can send a card from your deck to the graveyard to turn one of your opponent's monsters face down defense position, or you can send it to the graveyard and summon back as many Regenesis monsters from the grave or banished with different names. But you send them to the graveyard during the end phase, and as we previously mentioned, that doesn't make any difference because they're all going to come back to the hand. So it looks like he might want to be holding the trap card to do that effect. And he is on 3 copies of the Regenesis Birth. So
yeah, here comes Typhon. I mean, to me, this looks a slightly odd way around, because I'd rather attack the Lacrima and Typhon the Caesar. That way your opponent's Lacrima is in the hand, in the grave, rather than the hand. I mean, there is something to be said sometimes. Fiendsmith cards do quite a lot in the graveyard, so maybe worth sometimes putting it in the hand rather than the graveyard, but we'll see how it goes with Andreas.
yeah, it does put Andreas under a bit of a predicament as well. Now that he's got the Lacrima in the hand, whether he wants the Lacrima to be a useful normal summon or whether he wants to be used to utilize something like the Habakuri to work its way into a Mitsurugi. Now the question is, Habakuri was ashed.
So you can't use it
only be
again.
once per duel.
It's once per
So,
duel.
yeah. No worries on the Habakuri on that one. It looked like there was a Bestial Balldrake used for the top deck. And this is the other thing that I really do like about the Regenesis is they don't really play, if you're not playing Lord, you're not playing lots of lights and darks. So the Bestials themselves are not going to be effective against the Regenesis strategy, but you can get the utilization of your own graveyard by being able to banish some of those. And I think we're just reading the Regenesis Birth, which can activate as a technical Soul Drain, which is crazy, because we're now about to see Regenesis Archfiend and Sage enter the field of play, and on top of that, the Regenesis Archfiend will search out a follow-up for the next turn, and Sage sits there as a nice Omni-Negate, being 2500 defense, alongside the Archfiend, which can just be free send fodder, that could then come back to the hand during the end phase. So, as you mentioned at the start, the grind game and the resource management of Regenesis is very, very powerful.
Yeah, this is super powerful, and he's going to summon 2 monsters back, and it's just like super threatening, because the 2 guys are going to come back, and then going to search one more, and then during the end phase, he's going to get them all back to his hand. So Tom's basically setting up like a, you have to do something this turn, otherwise I'm going to have so much advantage next turn. If you're not ending the game now, then you're going to be in trouble. But it looks like, we're just chaining a Bestial now, maybe just to get it on the field before... Yeah,
quite possibly. I feel like if you don't have that on the field, we're going to be burning through more resources. We know that the Lacrima is in the hand, so that's probably going to be his ideal normal summon. And the one benefit, and this could be in the detriment of being able to return that Lacrima, Bestial is a level 6 Dark, and Lacrima is a level 4 Light. Very possibly seeing a Chaos Angel. Not that that's going to be able to do much under the Typhon, but it will be strong enough to deal with the Typhon, or even the Sage, without activating an effect.
Yeah, I was thinking this, and I'm also thinking, what do we have to answer the Chaos Angel? Is it just infinite impermanence?
I feel with the Chaos Angel, if you're able to make it unaffected, it would just be the infinite impermanence. Because the Typhon, if it's unaffected by monster effects, won't be able to do anything. We're going to be using Regenesis code here, and as I mentioned previously, it acts as an emergency teleport. This is going to be very important because this will, in theory, if I was in Tom's shoes, I would be bringing out Regenesis Warrior. Regenesis Warrior has the ability to tribute itself to then target a monster their opponent controls and return it to the hand. So this will shut off the access to the to the Chaos Angel if returning the Lacrima, because then the next best thing that could happen would be the Engraver coming back from the graveyard. It looks like we're going to be getting the Engraver back, which is quite the smart way of playing this, because we can only return a level 6, and in theory, it doesn't matter which one you do return, because Chaos Angel could still enter the field.
Yeah, I want to have a little look at maybe the extra deck of Andreas to see what's going to go on. But, yeah, that's quite a complicated game.
Yeah. It looks like there are a couple of other link plays, but remember, we've gone through quite a lot of them during the first turn. Desiree is already in the graveyard from Paradise, unless that's just been recycled back into the extra deck. It looks like we're going to be going the Requiem route to work its way into another Engraver. But then we also have the Requiem effect in the graveyard to re-equip, and then we can utilize the Engraver's effect to try and bait out a form of interaction. Remember, there's still Warrior and there is still Sage. So in theory, if we were to utilize the effect of the Requiem here and try to use the effect to destroy it, could be met with Sage. There's no more set spells or traps for Tom. I can't imagine he's got any more hand traps left. All of those were used on turn 1 unless we have a very, very powerful Bestial or a very powerful interaction. Okay, so we're going to be chaining the Warrior to return the Engraver to the hand. This is also another one.
I'm not sure how I feel about bouncing that
Yeah.
Engraver. That's got quite a powerful effect in the hand.
It's exactly what we're going to see here, and this is going to lead to Tract, and in turn lead to a Lurry. We've already gone through Requiem though, so I'm not too sure how far Lurry will go. Looking at the extra deck now, we've got options for SP Little Knight. I don't believe we've used Fiendsmith Sequence, so that could still play a role.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of different options, and he has, despite running all of the different engines, he's managed to sneak in the Chaos Angel into his extra deck. Do you think that's a premium? Is that a card you could ever see yourself from cutting if you're running Fiendsmiths?
I think it's very tricky to cut because I feel that, not just in Fiendsmith, but in any deck that can naturally make a card on the level of Chaos Angel, being able to banish, and then on top of that, being able to either make your synchro monsters unaffected, which is an additional bonus if you play more synchros, but then also to make your monsters not being able to be destroyed by battle, can be such a big turn in the game, because being able to set on a 2800 defender with a 3500 attack in the form of Chaos Angel gives you your aggressor and your defender, and then all of your other monsters become walls that your opponent needs to try and get past through card effect, and not just by using high attack stat monsters in the form of a Typhon, or a Archfiend, or a Sage. So it is a really good kind of matchup, and I would personally be aiming to go for a Chaos Angel in this particular route of play.
Yeah, I really feel like against Regenesis in particular, making all of your monsters indestructible by battle is probably going to be quite annoying, because I feel like that's kind of how they're going to try and gain their advantage, just by kind of threatening them with higher attack monsters, and only because you don't have so many interruptions. It's not like a big combo deck where you end up with so many interruptions your opponent just can't do anything. It's more like you have to be kind of quite judicious. You have to have a few interruptions, make sure you're going to survive, and then overwhelm them over a few turns with card advantage. But if you're taking away that high attack threat by having monsters that can't be destroyed by battle, that could be quite a big difference.
Yeah, especially in a deck such as the Fiendsmith Mitsurugi and the Deer Bells and everything else in between, it gives you that ability to start slowing the game down to a pace until you start getting access to cards like Animakumo, until you start getting access to your entire, even going for the Hallowed Azamina to work you into either the Sylvie, to give you that protection so that once the Sage is set up, you're able to negate it and disrupt it.
I'm wondering though if Andreas is a little stuck here for access to his other engines that are not Fiendsmith. Because once you've got that Habakiri Ash Blossomed, it becomes quite hard then to like get going, because if you're running 60 cards, you may not draw the cards that you need. So you might need the Ritual Spell, a pre-prep. I mean, any other Mitsurugi card will help him start, but like you do actually have to just draw them. Because in a situation like this, you think, oh, can you just go King of the Feral Imps? But it's a bit ugly. You've already used your normal summon. What do you search if not the Habakiri? So maybe he's just stuck with his Fiendsmith cards. This Lurry in defense mode is just going to have to survive by itself. The attack here doesn't, I mean, he might as well, but at the end of the day, the Sage was going to get sent to the graveyard anyway because of the birth.
I suppose one very important thing that I might be considering if I was Andreas is not to make a second extra deck summon. And the reason I say that is because he may be under the assumption that there's only one Typhon in that extra deck. The fear of making a second means that, or making a second extra deck summon, so being Chaos Angel into sequence, opens up the door so that Tom can make a second Typhon during the next turn and return whatever monster that could be of a threat above 3,000 attack.
Yeah, I think he's already used Requiem though, so he's
correct. Yeah, he's already within that boundary.
But I'm struggling to see what the advantage of the Desiree over just leaving the Chaos Angel was. Chaos Angel seems like quite threatening, and a lot of decks without access to pretty much exactly infinite impermanence just can't deal with it. So I feel like leaving it up, I mean, the Desiree might not end up achieving that much.
No, exactly that. I feel that if you had left the Chaos Angel and then the Lurry, being made with a dart would still mean that Lurry couldn't be destroyed by card effect. So, couldn't be destroyed by battle. So it kind of makes it very awkward, because then you would still force Tom to go into a second Typhon, to have to return the Chaos Angel, to then still attack the Lurry. So it still made a couple of hoops for Tom to have to go through. Another important thing is you want to try and get rid of any monster with 2,500 attack or defense, because unfortunately, the Regenesis Archfiend is going to come back to the hand unless Andreas has a way to put that back into the deck. Once that happens, you can just start spamming down your monsters again. So you would reveal one, summon down your Archfiend, Archfiend would search, you'd have the Warrior coming back to the field, you'd also have the Sage coming back to the field, and the chances are the card you search for the Archfiend would ultimately end up being Dragon, or could be a code to move you in. I suppose one other thing to mention that both players need to remember is because the Regenesis code was activated during Andreas' turn, actually Tom can't go into a second Typhon during the next turn because he's locked out the extra deck until the end of the next turn, which is actually quite important to remember. And I feel this is where SP, I would personally be banishing the Archfiend. Yeah, exactly that, because now, without having access to the Archfiend, as long as there is not a monster with 2500 attack or defense on the field, you won't be able to get your other Regenesis back to the field.
Yeah, that's quite clever, actually, banishing that Archfiend. So Tom does have access to Birth. I think he already searched with Archfiend.
So he set the Birth on the previous turn and used it to bring back Sage and Archfiend.
Yeah, I think the Archfiend searched another Birth.
Oh, okay.
But it's still going to take him a full turn. You have to set it. I mean, you know, this is the problem with trap cards nowadays. It takes quite a while. He's also going to have those Regenesis monsters in his hand where they cannot be summoned from Birth. Although I think you can summon from the Banished, right, with it?
With Birth, you can summon from the Banished. Yes, so he'll be able to get Archfiend back with the Birth. Code can banish to revive one from the Banished. So actually, the SP's probably helped in this scenario. We're actually going to be able to add those back. So that's probably something as well. That all these little additional effects that these cards have is really what's going to trip a lot of players up. But as long as they all remember them, being able to banish code is actually going to bring about the Regenesis Archfiend.
Yeah, I think this is probably just one of those unfamiliarity situations where if you didn't know like to look out for that, you might think, oh, you know, they come back from the grave, so I'll just banish this one that lets you start. But if you didn't know that, like, there's going to be proper trouble.
I feel that we're in a very good position here, so this should be game. Attack with Warrior, as long as you don't activate any effect, which he hasn't done. Attack with Warrior, get the final 900 damage on that one, and then 5,000 coming in from Archfiend and Sage to pretty much take the door, and it looks exactly that's what's happened.
Yeah, what a game. I mean, Andreas, maybe, I have a feeling like, I don't know why he didn't just leave his Chaos Angel.
Yeah.
It's often like the case you want to do a lot, and it is quite scary just leaving your monster and just saying like, oh, maybe this will have to do, instead of trying to summon more cards. But at the end of the day, he just summoned an SP. It didn't feel like it did a lot, that SP.
Yeah, I feel it really comes down to player options. Sometimes you just have all of these different routes laid out in front of you, and you try in this environment to choose the one that you feel is going to be the best outcome. And once you do commit to one particular line, there's no way of deviating. On hindsight, that's where you want to try and always do a bit of research, look back on your old games, find out what you could do a little bit better so that you don't make a mistake again. But it's always going to be, comes down to the player's choice on that matter of which route they want to go with.
Just wanted to make another note about the hand trap choice from the Regenesis, because I was kind of looking at it being like, oh, no one's playing Veiler anymore. But he had, one Veiler, one Ash, and one Ghost Mourner. And between them, like, it pretty much stopped what his opponent was trying to do. So I think it actually showed quite well that maybe these cards, even if some people might be writing them off, if you use them at the key points, and then as well, not being afraid of Caesar just makes it so much better to play these cards, I think, because often if your opponent's got a Fiendsmith engine in their deck, almost no matter what you do, you're going to be staring down at Caesar. So if you can't out Caesar, then maybe that's not so strong. But if you're playing Regenesis, and you don't care about Caesar, then why not?
It's going to flip it on its head. I think this is obviously going to be quite an interesting one for game number 2, because now that Andreas knows that Caesar isn't going to be that effective in this particular matchup, that might be a different route of play. So when they're going down the Fiendsmith route, they might start going for something more conventional like a Desiree, rather than focusing on the Caesar. The downside of that is when you feel that Caesar is not going to be that effective for you with the direct matchup, it then opens up the door for Nibiru. So there's loads of different kind of combinations you need to keep an eye on, and it's very interesting for Andreas's side deck on this one. I'm seeing a card that I haven't seen for a long, long time. We do also see a Ghost Mourner, so it looks like that card might be picking up a bit of traction, but there's also a Skullmeister. Now, I'm not sure how effective it can hurt certain Regenesis plays, but overall, it's quite an interesting choice for this particular format right now.
I just think the side deck's a work of art. Honestly, I'm looking at it. There's just 15 hand traps and the Mitsurugi trap. I mean, I think Skullmeister, in my head, I'm guessing people are siding it particularly to deal with Mitsurugi cards coming out of the graveyard because they all activate in the grave. So you just leave it stuck in the grave. It's not going to come back and it's not going to search anything. So a bit like people, you can do a similar thing with Bestials. So I can see that card. It's also a level 4, which is not to be overlooked. Although having said that, we're not playing Rysels at the moment. But being level 4 is quite handy as well. So you can make it easier to access that King of the Feral Imps.
Yeah, I think as you mentioned previously, when we saw the last turn, when we had Lacrima in rotation, we needed that other level 4 to kind of bridge the gap between what looked like at that exact moment in time only Fiendsmith cards to then try and get us into the Mitsurugis. And then being able to get Lacrima to the field, technically without using your normal summon sometimes, if you can go through Engraver, that then does increase your consistency of having to be able to go, okay, well, my hand's all hand traps, but at least one of them is a Skullmeister that could be normal summon to complete that bridge to gap between two, to work you into your Mitsurugis. I feel that the Ash Blossom on the Habakuri as well was very, very important. And I love the confidence that Tom showed when he knew exactly what hand trap he wanted to use at the exact same time. There wasn't a lot of thinking about it. It was Habakuri, no doubt about it. That's getting Ash Blossomed. So,
yeah, for sure. And that once per duel was so relevant. I think when I first read the card, I was like, oh, once per duel. Duels, you know, you don't often need to use a card like more than once in a duel. Like often your first turn could be so overwhelming. But in that case, it was super duper relevant. But couldn't use it again.
Exactly, and it looks like Andreas has opened up Habakuri. Are we going to see a repeat? It does look like there's an Imperm and an Effect Veiler in the hand of Tom, followed up by 2 spells and what I can only imagine is a Regenesis monster. With Habakuri being able to resolve, the only thing that you really kind of fret after you've resolved all of these routes of play, and when you do your first edge, might be a Drone Lockbird, but the effect of Habakuri, I think, is absolutely amazing. Being able to summon and tribute the same card and then utilize that card's tribute effect is very, very important for the deck. Being able to get to Mitsurugi Ritual as well.
Yeah, I think, you know, I was talking, maybe I was like, oh, maybe these Veiler and Imperms, they're not so bad. But now we're seeing where Habakuri just sliding past the Imperm and Veiler, and you're still going to get this Ritual summon off. Despite your opponent having multiple hand traps, like what are they going to do in this situation? Because all of the important effects are activating in the hand or in the graveyard.
Yeah. It's also very important as Andreas goes through his deck. We can see that he's actually sided in the Ghost Mourners for this particular matchup. So that's going to be quite an interesting one to see.
Yeah, there's not so many targets. I guess it's exactly Archfiend.
Yeah.
Get rid of the search and deal 2,500 to your opponent. Can be a bit overlooked sometimes, I think.
I also feel Ghost Ogre would be quite an interesting one. It's kind of specific, but if you were to activate, for example, Regenesis Archfiend and you Ghost Ogred it, there's no longer a 2,500 monster left on the field for your opponent to then spawn the rest of their Regenesis. On the flip side, when you activate Regenesis Sage, you have to send a Regenesis card from the hand or field, and again, if you respond with a Ghost Ogre to it, at least that Sage also leaves the field of play. So Ghost Ogre could actually be quite an effective card in particular matchups if you look at it that way.
Yeah, I'm wondering though, do you think Andreas is like clocked that Tom is not running any other engine? Because you say like, oh, it's going to be, you know, he might be able to get another 2-5, and we know that it will be quite hard for him because he's only running Regenesis cards, but surely, I mean, if I was playing against Regenesis, you just think, oh, maybe he just didn't draw his Kashtira's or whatever. It wouldn't really occur to me straight off that he's like, just not running anything else.
No, exactly. Inside information, being able to know those ones. No, it's a very, very good valid point on that one.
It's often like, it's quite funny when we're commentators, we can see everything. We're like, oh yeah, you got to think about this, this, and this, but maybe what's going through their head is, you know, totally different to what we can see.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to be working our way into the Fiendsmith engine here. No interaction from Tom as of yet. We do know there are some interactions. I suppose it's kind of picking the right point. My ultimate question is, you kind of need to stop the Anima Kumo, now that it's in rotation, coming back from the grave. Again, no hesitation on that one. As soon as Lacrima hit the field, he knew that was going to get Effect Veilered.
Yeah, this Effect Veiler feels difficult here because the Murakumo just discarding another card. Although having said that, you can just discard a Mitsurugi, not a Mitsurugi, a Regenesis card. It'll just come straight back.
Yeah,
which is quite fun, I think.
Yeah, that is quite funny considering that it's still their opponent's turn. You don't really lose any form of advantage. you do want to make sure you're, if you are on the Andreas' side, you want to make sure that the discard happens during your opponent's turn. And it doesn't look like we forced the Anamakumo to make Tom discard an additional card in that sense.
Maybe just, I feel like you just activate it, to be honest, because your opponent doesn't like have to play it, and sometimes when you have negates, it's really important to make sure that you save it for the best time. And but because it's a negate that your opponent can choose to kind of ignore, you might as well just make them spend the card, because he might not have a Regenesis card in his hand.
I completely agree. Sometimes it is just worth the risk, letting them, taking away some hand advantage. We've already seen how powerful Regenesis is. If they do have a Regenesis monster, at least you have that information of knowing exactly what's going to be coming to your way. And information is always going to be very key in duels like this.
Yeah, just having a little chat with the judges to explain what's gone on there. Looks like the mirror just summoning from the grave. And then the Murakumo summoning itself back from the grave as well.
Yeah, working our way into a Link 2. IP Masquerena. So we're going to be trying to set up the IP Masquerena into SP plays, which I think is quite important. It's kind of a forgotten one. Like, IP seems to drift in and out of formats.
Yeah, I think it's like, if you don't have much better to do, because Mitsurugi doesn't really seem to care about its extra deck that much, so you have a few extra monsters, you just kind of might as well. Here we see that Imperm coming down. Imperm has the edge over Veiler for me in an awful lot of matchups because of the fact that you can hold it for this turn.
Yeah.
And if there's nothing you particularly want of Veiler, then you can just hold the Imperm, and then you know it'll probably do something on your turn.
Exactly that, and I think that's what it's going to be putting in a bit of work here, because it turns off the IP, which takes away the threat of an SP, and we all know how powerful SP Little Knight can be, being able to technically deal with 2 cards in one go, being able to banish on its summon, but then also when your opponent activates an effect, banish 2 more cards.
And we see Andreas, like, that's a very, like, strong investment, I feel, into the IP. I feel like IP is just kind of something you throw out there, if your opponent answers it, whatever, but you make them kind of think about it a bit. But to protect it with your powerful trap negation feels like valuing it very strongly. Do you think he really values the SP? Maybe, as you said before, maybe just once he summons Archfiend, just SP off the board, and then maybe your opponent can't summon any more monsters.
Less to worry about. It's interesting that we've decided to bring back the Kumo. I would have hoped that maybe the Kumo would have been held left in the grave with another way of being able to get it back to the field to trigger off that destruction effect. But it does seem that, I mean, they could go into a different Link monster. Can't imagine which Link monster in the extra deck they would want to go through. It could only be SP Little Knight.
Well, there's always Dynamondo, right?
It could still be quite useful to get it going. Ash also went on the Extrav. There's the Regenesis spell, so we're going to be guaranteeing ourselves a Regenesis monster. This would really tell what else Tom has in the hand. If you go for Archfiend, it guarantees you've got a monster with 2500 attack or defense to summon it out. Other than that, I'm not too sure how else would you go with it.
Oh, can you bell this? I don't know, where does it add cards from?
I think it does. I think it sends... So you can either add it to the hand or send it to the graveyard.
Oh, so that you can't bell that.
But then it has a graveyard effect to banish it, which is probably what they're looking at. You banish it from the graveyard to revive a Regenesis from the grave. So I don't think you can bell its add effect.
Yeah, I feel like Bell's one of those cards where the first time you read it, you're like, oh, okay. And then, like, the more you read other cards, you're like, wow, you can bell this. You can bell that. You can just bell everything.
I think one of the classics are Nadir Servant. Being able to remember you can bell that. And the Melodious spell card. I'm trying to remember which one it was. There's one that you can also bell, and a lot of people are like, oh my god, you can bell that as well. I think it's Ostinato. I was like, that's crazy.
I don't think everyone at home can see this, but you mentioned Melodious, and John Alexi just
ears pricked up.
Popped up. He was like, somebody mentioned Melodious. Just appeared.
We have to do it when he's on stream, just whisper Melodious and just... So it looks like we've got access to the Regenesis Archfiend on this one.
So here comes the Archfiend. I saw a Nibiru being discarded, so that must have been the Murakumo.
Yeah, the Murakumo. Looks like we're going to be adding the Regenesis code, which is a very good option to add on this one, because it now means that even if we go IP with the Makumo into an SP and get rid of the Regenesis Archfiend, we still have access to another monster with 2500 attack or defense to then special summon down the other monster. And I feel that this is what's going to happen here, because if the monster in the hand were revealed to be Sage, it means that the next play that Tom can make would be to summon down Sage, and as you mentioned, doesn't start a chain. So it instantly means that if an IP wants to use his effect, I would probably be more than confident to say that the Sage would respond to negate that happening.
You do have to watch out, though, putting all of your monsters in play against a potential Murakumo, right? Because we see that IP has now put the Murakumo in the grave, and you've got to think that there is a Prayers face down, ready to bring the Murakumo back for the millionth time. Just keeps coming back.
Exactly that, and I feel that this is where it's kind of really going to start taking a turn. So being able to activate the code does unfortunately mean that Tom won't be able to access the Typhon, which would be a direct kind of one thing less to worry about with the Makumo. Kind of try not to activate another effect. You probably want to be getting rid of that SP Little Knight. I can only imagine that at a certain point that the SP is threatened, that being able to activate the Prayers, as you mentioned, to bring back the Makumo could be very important.
Does code negate the effect of the thing it summons? Or you
No.
just, oh wow, that's pretty good.
So this is interesting. So we're using the Sinful Spoils trap card Moran to attempt to try and turn Archfiend face down. There is a bit of a benefit on this one that if you wanted to use the Warrior, oh, scooping it up anyway. I was going to say if you wanted to use the Warrior, you would chain the Warrior and then SP, because it tributes his cost, SP wouldn't have a target to banish. So you'd still be able to return the SP, but I feel once that all resolves, there's not really a lot more you can kind of build from.
Yeah, I think the plan was to remove the 2500 monster from the field, and regardless of, you tribute your Warrior, sure, get rid of the SP, sure, but whatever you do,
there's nothing
the
there.
monster's still gone. So yeah, it seemed like that strategy you were mentioning of just removing all of the 2500 monsters seems to have done the trick. There's only so many ways you can get one onto the field. And here we see we're having a little look at the side deck for a Genesis, and I'm seeing a very spicy looking trap, which is the Dragon's Mind.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
I think the card's absolutely amazing. I think it's such a great introduction. The fact that it has everything that the Regenesis want. Not only are Regenesis going to say, okay, I'm going to recycle all my monsters, but then also say, I'm going to recycle my counter trap card as well.
Yeah, it feels very Regenesis-y, doesn't it? It's like, it's an honorary Regenesis, because it requires you to have a monster with 2/5 attack, like Regenesis, and then it like comes back again next turn, just like Regenesis. I'm also looking at some Dimensional Barriers.
Yes.
Dimensional Barrier, it might be stretched a bit thin though, because you want to choose Ritual, but you also probably really want to choose Fusion.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to pick your poison, I guess.
Yeah, I feel that that one could be quite difficult to kind of, as you said, narrow it down, but then do you just take the risk and stop any access whatsoever to a successfully summoned Makumo? Because it's so damaging to kind of clear that entire field off.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards that, but I suppose you can always like wait and see what your opponent's going to do anyway. But I feel like in my head, the ritual part is probably much more powerful, and accessing the fusions requires like a sequence, or maybe you to resolve your Sinful Spoils cards. So it might be a little harder to resolve those. You can kind of interrupt those, pick them off, whereas it's a bit harder, I think, to interact with the ritual spells. So if I've got a Dimensional Barrier, I'm probably calling fusions, wait until they activate the ritual spell, and then here we go.
It's going to be very interesting to see what Tom decides to take out of his main deck. Just looking at the main deck now, you kind of still want to be keeping a lot of the hand traps in. Some of them may be a little bit less effective, so maybe they're the ones you sacrifice. Maybe Nibiru is the first one that comes out because you feel that being able to get access to something like a Dragon's Bind or a Dimension Barrier will be more effective. And being able to play a card like Part of Extravagance is going to increase your chances of being able to see those cards. And another really good thing, as I mentioned in the previous one with Wanted Sinful Spoils, being able to have a quick play spell card like Regenesis Code that allows you to access your cards during the draw phase can be very, very important to play around one of the hand traps of the format being Draw and Lockbird. You want to make sure you do as much of your searching where at all legally possible during the draw phase so that draw can't be used, so that you make sure that the first draw you do during the main phase, maybe being something off of the back of Part of Extravagance, isn't as restricted as some of the others might be.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. Looks like the players are starting up. I was looking at Tom's deck. I feel like, my side decking, I've become lazy with it because all my decks have put more Charmies in.
Yeah.
So you're just like, oh, I'm going first. Let me just take those 5 cards out. But Tom not playing any more Charmies, which probably makes him one of the few bold players in the room to enter the tournament without any, not even Foolos even in the side deck. Just absolutely nothing. So he's just on the hard plan of stopping his opponents. They're not doing this stuff where you just say, oh, I'm going to let you play a bit, you're going to give me some cards, and then I'm going to come back with all the cards you give me. Just nothing.
No.
Yeah.
So it looks like we have been able to activate and resolve the Pot of Extravagance. see if this has drawn any helpful cards. Ah, there it is, the normal summon. I was so looking forward for him to play this. So this is the Doom Dog. For those of you unfamiliar with this one, if it is sent to the field, to the graveyard, you add a level 8 Fiend. So it's another direct route to get you access to your Regenesis Archfiend. And it's a normal summon that a lot of players playing Regenesis are teching in, especially if you're playing Pure or even with Kashtira's. Because you don't use your normal summon at all, you open up the space for a consistency card just like this.
Yeah, this is Regenesis' best friend. What do you reckon?
Yeah, 100%. I think how important, the only downside, as we're seeing here, is the Bestial. But even then, it's not really a loss from the graveyard, because it's not a card that you need to recur, it's not a card that you need to do anything more after you've sent it. And the added benefit of being able to get an Almirage can be quite useful to protect some of your cards from destruction, and just getting direct access to your Archfiend is incredibly important for the Regenesis strategy, which is why you need consistency above all else in a pure version like this.
I'm wondering just like how terrified I would feel when you have the Doom Dog and you have the pot. I mean, there must be 3 Almirage in his extra deck, surely, but it just
risk and reward. There is 3.
There's 3. Just imagine just one. You know, one game you're gonna do it, and you're gonna
get rid of all 3.
I'm slightly surprised why he put the Durisworm on the field. Didn't really feel like it achieved an awful lot there.
Yeah, maybe again probably because of a card like Doom Dog. It's not a card that you see very often. But speaking of a card we don't see very often, Manju, haven't seen this being utilised for a while now. Some Mitsurugi players do utilise it, but this is obviously another very, very good starter.
Yeah, Manju's one of those cards. It kind of goes in some people's decks. I think it's nice to have some extra engine to side into your deck sometimes. So I think I've seen players like, you know, it's a bit weird to see it in the side deck, but as I was mentioning before about the Molchamis, if you're ever going first, you want to have something, you can always take out the Molchami and just say, oh, I'll just put in a Manju and then it'll be great if I draw it, but it's just mainly a way to get the Molchamis out. You just need something to take them out for.
Exactly that. Tom is not letting that Habakuri resolve where it's all possible, so we've just been able to utilize Regenesis Sage, send in the Archfiend, and this is what I love about Sage. The fact that it sends, if you're able to send a Regenesis monster, you'll send it during your opponent's turn, the Archfiend's just going to come straight back to the hand. It's just absolutely free. We currently have Sage, Archfiend in the hand, and as long as there's another monster with 2500 attack to be revealed, you can bet that the Archfiend's going to be hitting the field.
Yeah, I think we just saw a pass from Andreas, so that one interruption on the Habakiri going to be enough. And you've got to think, with all of the Regenesis cards in play already, Archfiend coming back to the hand, going to reveal, and he's going to be able to summon all of the ones he wants. This is going to be really tough for Andreas.
It does look like he's already got Dragon in the hand as well, so Dragon is going to be another monster entering the field at 2500, plus the warrior that he's just searched. We are just going to see these Regenesis get placed straight onto this field straight here. Dealing with the Manju, and unfortunately that is it for Andreas. The hand didn't look too favourable for Andreas on that one, and the stop of Habakuri really did kind of cause it a couple of issues. Stopped it getting going, but as you mentioned, no Molchamis whatsoever. Tom came here with a plan to just go no.
Not going to let my opponent do anything in exchange for drawing cards, just say, absolutely not, you're not going to resolve your effects, I'm going to negate them, you're going to have a few monsters and I'm just going to tidy them up with my big 2500 attack point monsters. I'm sad we didn't get to see a Dragon's Mind. Maybe he had Dragon's Mind, just didn't need to use it. Like,
I'm glad we got to see Doom Dog. Okay, we get one or the other. Okay, I would take the Doom Dog.
Yeah, Doom Dog is super cool. It's just one of these cards. I don't think there are some cards, you know, like Book of Moon or something, which sure in your Time Wizard formats it's like a staple, and then it's cool when you occasionally get to see it in the modern format. But Doom Dog, I don't think anyone ever played Doom Dog in. There was never a way to consistently resolve this.
No.
But one of the great things about modern Yu-Gi-Oh is it opens up certain cards, because in older formats, like consistently just summoning that and sending it to the grave is quite hard.
Yeah.
But nowadays you can just be like, oh, I'll just make a link 1 in the grave. Great, I don't need my normal summon. It's weird, I guess. In old formats, you need your normal summon.
Yeah.
But nowadays, you can just, is worth your normal summon to search the most important monster in your deck.
Exactly that. The benefit of being able to use it on, so one of the few cards, quite like when you look at the flip side, when you're looking at the Manager of 10,000 Hands, it acts as the exact same kind of theme as the Doomdog. Doomdog works you into the Archfiend, whereas Manji will work you into the Habakuri, both of them leading them to the starters, and everything else for the modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Decks to start to tick, which is really, really kind of cool. And it was awesome to see both these players with very, very creative decks, being able to see pure Regenesis utilizing Doomdog, but on the flip side as well, the 60-card match for Andreas, being able to see kind of all of the different utilizations of the Sinful Spoil cards, the Diabell cards, Mitsurugis, and the Themesis themselves, really kind of shows the power of each individual aspect of those decks.
Yeah, you know what's quite ironic, I think, is the cards like Effect Veiler and Imperm were like so powerful in previous formats, like specifically against the Sinful Spoil engine, because you were like, I really must negate the Witch, and now you're just playing against someone who's just, you've got exactly what you wanted. Your opponent's used 2 cards, one of them's a Witch, and you just got to Ghost Mourner. It's like we're playing from 2024. I also found it great that you compared like Doomdog Orthros to Manju. Yeah. I don't think anyone else is going to be like, look at those cards. These
exactly
two are the same. Oh, but yeah, that was a super cool match. And don't go anywhere, and we'll be around to interview our winner.
Welcome back to the UK Nationals. I'm here with round 4's winner, Tom. Tom was able to pilot technically pure Regenesis. Now, first of all, why did you choose to bring Regenesis to UK Nationals?
So the general idea behind the deck was, if you look at the type of game everyone else wants to play, you're looking at your relatively big combos. So you got your one-card starters, and that just does its thing. And the way people are playing against that is your Mulcharmies, your Drolls, your Nibirus. Now, if by playing Regenesis I'm playing a completely different game, there's no combo to stop. So those big swingy cards don't affect me as much as them, as other decks. So I get an advantage there. And the way Regenesis I think he likes to play is you want to do those 1-for-1 trades because my resources come back, yours don't necessarily. So again, I'm playing on an axis that no one else is really considering in deck building, which I think then just gives me that marginal edge.
Yeah. We saw you pilot it very, very well. And as you mentioned, a lot of decks have their own natural starters. With Regenesis not having a natural starter itself, it seems that you kind of added in a starter for them. So let's talk about Doomdog.
The good boy.
The good old Doomdog. So
Yeah.
that is your ideal starter. People can see that it's utilized to work its way into Regenesis Archfiend itself. With Doomdog, what was your choice of going for something like that in comparison? What made you go for pure and then say Doomdog's my starter?
So the reasoning for the number of starters is it's down to the maths really. So in a 42 card deck, you're wanting 15 starters. So if you don't have Archfiend, you have no way of playing.
Yep.
So you've got triple Archfiend, triple Regenesis, triple Code, and triple Doomdog to get you up to that number. And with there's not that many ways to search the Archfiend. So the other mechanisms of doing it require discards or other investment, whereas Doomdog is a null summon and Almirage.
Yeah.
And the other bonus of the Almirage, you get to go into SP occasionally, and it can protect Sage from being removed. It does come up, not often, but it does come up. We just saw in game 3, because I had double Archfiend, I could use the one on the board to go into the SP to have that extra piece of interaction.
Excellent. That was one thing myself and my co-commentator Tom did say, that you must have a moment when you open up your hand and you see Doomdog and Pot of Extravagance right next to each other.
On the Prosper, like, I said, no, I don't want the Prosper, the extra level, no, because I've got the hand plays through an Ash, so I've got three Regenesis cards. So at that point, I'd rather draw 2 to turn 1 kind of 2 piece of interaction rather than prospering for one in particular, especially inside the barrier as well.
Yeah.
And against that sort of deck, the only thing I'm really worried about is Mitsurugi. Fiendsmith I can grind down eventually, and to be honest, I'm not really sure what the rest of it is.
Yeah.
But give it a go. But the big worry is the Mitsurugi cards.
Yeah.
Because of how well they cycle.
Yeah, so the Mitsurugis kind of give Regenesis a run for their money in regards to their whole resource management. Another interesting choice that we saw in both players' decks actually was the Ghost Mourner option.
Yeah.
Now that put in a lot of work for you, and it was quite impressive to see that you didn't even really spend much time thinking, that you knew exactly what you wanted to hand trap, exactly when you wanted to do it. So how much preparation have you done with your selection of hand traps for this lineup?
So up until last night, I was playing Ghost Spell over Mourner, but considering how Regenesis plays, so Regenesis is not good at breaking boards.
Yep.
If you want to take on an established board, you're not doing it. So at that point, considering the Malice and Raziel matchups, stopping the detonate, so the duo drive, and the links of Malice is more important than stopping them removing things from the graveyard.
Very, very valid point. Thank you very much for that one, Tom. Congratulations on winning. We wish you the best of luck for the rest of the rounds. There's only 4. We've got loads more to come, and hopefully we'll be able to see Regenesis on the top tables later on. Thank you ever so much for joining us on this one. We'll be back with round 5 very, very shortly.
Say hello to Dark Magician Girl!
And we are back at the UK Nationals. I'm here against Tom. And Tom, that's a pleasure to see you there, because we are going to do a caster duel. Last time I faced you, it was in Birmingham, and you destroyed me in a Blue Eyes Mirror. This time, I'm going to take my revenge.
Well, you've come once again to UK soil. I think you need to wait until I'm over to France and like pick your punches.
Ooh, okay, well, we have the decks ready and we are going to go on the table. We can just toss a coin.
You toss a coin. Do you
Right.
want the goat token or the Skull 7 token?
I'm kind of a goat.
Okay,
know.
you're the goat. And do you want goat or do you want Yu-Gi-Oh?
I let you choose.
I'll choose goat.
Okay,
Okay,
because you're
you
one.
ready? Exactly.
Oh, but it is
I was
tail.
wrong. Okay.
Okay, well, I'm gonna cut this deck
I'm gonna cut yours and see how it goes.
and I'm gonna, of course, start.
That's a very clever strategy.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. Tom, I wish you the best of luck.
I wish you the best of luck. I'm
And
gonna see all of the Molchamis in my hands.
I hope not. Do you have anything before main phase?
No, we're good.
Please,
We're good.
do
We're
me a
good.
favor. Don't do that.
We're good. We're friends. We're all
I'm gonna
friends.
go main
here.
phase then.
Okay.
And I'm gonna activate Ostinato.
I thought we were friends.
I mean, this is fine. This is like a branded fusion.
Exactly. Doesn't even stop you from summoning other
Not
types
once
of
per turn.
monsters. Oh yeah, but you have to have no monsters. But you're right. Okay, you go for it. You go. You have your fun. You have a party.
So it's been a long time since I played this deck for the last time. It was in the French National, so it was in 2024. But I'm gonna try to remember all the combos.
Well, you're going to be ahead of me because you've kindly, brought all of these wonderful cards that I know. Oh, you put some in French, so I'm going to...
They're in French. I wish you the best of luck. for
Very
that.
cheeky.
So I'm gonna activate the effect of Baka and try to special summon from the deck.
From the deck. Is that the only one you're activating?
This is the only one, but you have to be
Wow.
aware of other effects. So basically, I suggest you don't hash that because
Yeah,
she has the effect to prevent Melodious fusion effect to get negated.
I'm going to ash it. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Don't
I'll
do
let
that.
you do it. I'll let you do
do
it. It's
that, but
okay.
you can
It's okay.
imperm it.
Okay. Oh, because it
If you
negates
want.
the whole effect. Very
Totally.
sneaky. I was
Totally.
there for Altergeist Protocol and how
Oh.
confusing it was for people.
This was a great deck, by the way.
Yeah,
I love
yeah.
it, to be honest.
Okay, you go for it. You go for it.
I'm gonna special summon a copy of Refrain.
And is that going to add a Melodious card?
Absolutely. So I'm gonna try to activate this effect.
I'm going to chain nothing. That's okay.
Perfect. He's a great guy. I'm gonna add couplets from deck to the end, and when she's had it that way, she has the ability to activate its effect to try to special summon from my hand or my graveyard.
I'm going to chain this Drawn Lock Bird. I'm guessing it's not going to achieve much, but I don't actually know. So we'll find
It
out.
is fine. It is okay.
It's
to be
okay.
honest.
It's okay. I've got the seal of approval of my Drawn Lock Bird. Okay.
I'm gonna special summon Soprano, and then I'm gonna activate its effect, trying to get the refrain back.
Wait, it does even more? You just keep going? Okay, go for it. And this is the one that Fusion summons, right?
Absolutely.
See, I know
Not
some
once
of
per
them.
turn.
Not once per turn.
Yeah, this is very important. This is once per copy.
Why do you have so
So-
many cards? Oh,
I am basically. This is a bit annoying. The draw on Logbird is annoying for
no.
sure
All right.
because
Good job,
I cannot
Droll.
get access to the concerto, which is the fusion spell, which is
yes,
very good, of course, in this deck.
You mean this one isn't the good one?
It is good as well. I mean, there are only good cards. This is Melodious. So I am actually going to.
Pass?
Not at all. Not a chance. I'm gonna activate the effect of Soprano.
To Fusion summon?
Yeah.
Yes. I'm trying to think of what
Oh,
card I could
yeah.
have. I'm trying to think of a card that would
I'm
be
gonna
good
use
here.
Soprano, Refrain, and
All
Baka
three? Oh, that can't be good for me.
to special summon Etoile. So
Well,
she's very interesting. Do you know all the effects?
she does everything, I feel like. So like
She does everything. yeah.
banishes from your field, and then you can like return cards on my field to the hand equal to the number you banish, and if it's destroyed, it like summons something as well.
If it leaves the field because of you, like a
Because of
kaiju,
me.
like anything, even if it's banished, then I can get effects and special summon a Melodious from the deck or the extra deck.
That's complicated. I'm guessing it can't summon another one of itself.
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
You go for it.
So I'm going to activate Baka, and I'm trying to special summon Soprano back from the graveyard, and I'm going to activate Refrain in Channeling 2 to just put back in the Spell and Trap zone.
You look like you're having fun, so you keep going. You keep going.
I'm special summoning back the Soprano, and I am going to basically activate couplet.
Oh, we're going to pendulum summon?
Yeah, I am going to do that, of course.
The year of 2025, we're pendulum summoning.
So I'm going to pendulum summon for one at least, but maybe two, maybe. I still didn't normal summon, so
Who needs normal summons when you can pendulum summon?
mm,
Between 1 and 9, that's very generous.
yeah, very generous. So I'm gonna pendulum summon for two, I guess, and
Both
I'm
go.
going to do Link 2.
Oh, I know
This
this
is
one.
gonna be the Harmonist.
This is the one where, is it like discard and you summon 2 from your deck?
Absolutely.
Yeah, oh, you remember a card like that, don't you?
Absolutely, but it has to be different levels.
Oh, no.
So I'm gonna discard the Vader and try to special summon from the deck.
I'm going to respond with nothing, so keep going.
I become suspicious.
You
What's
become
going on right there?
suspicious. I know what, that I don't do anything? It's very suspicious.
So I'm going to special summon a copy of Arya, who is great.
So let me
And-
get this right. You can, like, get rid of all of them at a moment's notice, and they can't be targeted and destroyed, and
Totally. And
this adds back, right?
A copy of Shopina.
Wait, is this the... Can this add Effect Veiler back?
It can. I mean,
no,
it,
it's
it
not
can't,
a fairy.
It can't,
Yeah,
but
okay.
it can add back the Herald.
Ah, okay. So
That
Effect
is
Veiler, it's an
great.
honorary Blue Eyes card, but it's not an honorary Melodious card. That's what I'm
It is
hearing.
not. I am going to try to fuse with Soprano.
Fusion away. Keep going.
I'm going to use those two, and I'm going to special summon a copy of this one.
I
Berta,
was scared of that one.
It is the triple Giddy Crow,
I've heard it said.
which is bad for you.
It does sound bad for me.
I am trying to use Shopina, targeting the Soprano to get it back.
Okay. Do you want to DD Crow it?
Hmm?
You can DD Crow it, right?
Yeah, I can.
You want to use it? Yeah?
But I'm trying to use Shopina.
Yeah, but you can
Not
chain,
Berta.
you
No,
can
no,
chain this.
I could.
Yeah.
I'm a nice guy,
I think you
but
should.
not that nice. And then I did not normal summon yet. So
Okay.
I am normal summoning Soprano.
Wait, you can't fusion summon more.
I'm going to use her effect.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
I'm going to use those two and basically just summon another Schuberta.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
So I'm going to set one.
And the set one.
I'm just going to pass turn.
This is quite intimidating, I feel like. Because this, you can banish them, and then they come back, and then they can banish things again.
Yeah. What a great spot.
Well, wish me luck.
I wish you some luck, but not too much.
Not too much. A little bit among friends. I'm going to have a little read of this.
Yeah.
And it's in English. It's
It's
very
in
kind
English.
of you. Ah, wow. Okay. That's quite a lot, this. Oh, it's quite scary.
This is very simple text.
Very simple text. Yeah, that is quite short,
But
actually. I
shredding
feel
one.
like for a modern Yu-Gi-Oh card, compare it to like this guy, you've got a lot going on. Cannot be targeted by card effects or destroyed by battle. Okay. Right. So can it
What
be
do you have?
targeted or destroyed
Yeah.
by battle? Can it be destroyed by card effects?
It can.
Okay.
There is another one who prevents from card effect destruction.
And your face down, what's
But-
that?
This one,
Yeah.
it is basically a very threatening one.
You're not going to
It
tell me.
is an impermanence.
Okay, well, if it's impermanence, I'm going to play this in the same column. Just because I can. I would like to summon a monster from my deck.
From the deck.
How does that sound to you? Does that sound okay?
It does sound bad.
sounds
I'm going
bad.
to respond by activating nothing.
Nothing. Okay.
Absolutely nothing.
Okay. Right, I'm hoping I've read this right. It says they cannot be destroyed.
But the problem is that the other one, Elegy, I'm not playing her. Because she's kind of a
Okay.
brick, you know. You don't have to... You
Okay.
don't want to draw her.
So I'll attribute this.
I disagree. I don't want that. I don't want that to happen. Please,
Okay.
have mercy.
Chainlink 1?
Yeah,
Chainlink 2?
I disagree. No, don't do that. I am going to... I am going to change the impermanence.
Oh, it wasn't impermanence.
Yeah.
You were
I'm
a
a fair
truth
guy.
teller. Okay. I guess. How about chain link? This is 3?
This is 3, yeah.
So this is number 4
This is.
to negate the impermanence.
I think I am going to change Berta, targeting the 2 cards.
I don't even get to keep my DD Crow. Okay.
How does it sound?
This is chaining 5.
Chaining 4, 5.
It's just like we're playing Tillements all over again.
Yeah,
How high are we going to go?
That was great.
Okay, I'm not going to respond.
I've got nothing.
All resolves.
Yeah.
Back to the UK National Championships 2025. We're here for the next round. We're sorry to interrupt your melodious duel where you're watching me play John Alexi, but we've come to bring you another melodious duel.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It's gonna be amazing because this is like an Inception, you know. We see some Melodious and then we have another Melodious player just going on stage, and that is surprising, but he's XO right now.
Yeah, happy days. We're seeing some new technology maybe in the Melodious deck. You're the connoisseur. What do you think of this deck list that you're being presented with?
Absolutely. I mean, this is a bit different than what we are used to see in Melodious, but I think this is definitely interesting, and we're gonna see if it has an impact against his matchup, because he's going to get up against some Malice, and the game 1 is gonna start right now. So who's gonna win the dice roll? This is really important for the Malice, the Melodious player to win the dice roll, because otherwise it is very, very, very hard to break the Malice field. But maybe he has something in his pocket for this matchup.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of the story of a lot of decks, that it's hard to break the Malice field. No one wants to go second against Malice. It's a very, very powerful deck. I actually missed the dice roll. Who's going to go first?
So I think Jay is going to go first. I think he said that, yeah, you probably won the dice roll. Or is this Sebastian? Is this Sebastian? This is Sebastian.
Full pass.
Literally, the Malice player didn't have any card. But he has the Purulia, which is decent against Melodious, but not that great, because you are probably gonna summon and pendulum summon. So normal summon, pendulum summon, but you have a way to go around that while you can just activate the Ostinato and go like the Branded Fusion.
Yeah, it's one of those, maybe it's just one of those charmy hands. I feel like you'd be expecting almost to see another one. And here it comes.
The first technology that you talked about. It is the Eva. The Eva that we are not used to see in the main deck of the Melodious, but he decided to just use this card, and it's gonna go crazy, because now he's able to add from the deck to the end, thanks to the Eva effect. And in addition to that, there is no Purulia anymore, so...
Yeah, what do you think? I understand. So I can see the 3 Herald of Orange Light. That makes perfect sense to me. You're running lots of fairies. But then you see a Herald of Green Light, and I'm like, okay, sure, maybe we want to negate the Mitsurugi ritual spell. That makes sense. But then we're seeing Herald of Purple Light also in the main deck. We're like, what is that for?
I mean, they are beautiful. They're beautiful.
They are beautiful. We're running all the colors of the rainbow.
I mean, yeah, there is always this feeling that you might play more Heralds, and especially the Green Light, because the Green Light are pretty decent in this format. They're very good against the ritual, the Mitsurugi ritual, but against Malice they are a bit worse, because you can only negate the field spell, which is okay, I guess, but not that great. So yeah, but Kevin decided to play even the Purple Light, which is a bit weird, I have to say.
Maybe we're just negating these Malice traps. This is one of
Yeah.
the few cards in the format that like interact with them at all, I think.
But here we are going to summon the back half from the extra deck, and this card is absolutely insane. It can summon from the main deck and also makes all fusion monsters, Melodious fusion monsters, unable to get negated.
It's a pretty neat effect. It's probably going to trip people up as well. If you read the card, you might not see that bit and try to Ash Blossom. You were kind enough to remind me not to do it, but I suppose you had to because it was in French when you played it against me.
It was a kind of reminder. It was a combo tutorial that I did to you, and this is interesting because here he decided to summon the Soprano in the center middle zone, and this is a bit special because usually you don't want to special summon in this zone because you have a Link card in the extra deck which has to special summon in the pointed zones. So you try to avoid the zone.
That makes sense. I'm wondering, what do you think you're trying to do against the Malice deck in terms of interruptions? Because when we played yesterday, you were playing the Schuberta, is it?
Yeah.
That banishes 3 from the grave. And that's a
Absolutely.
super powerful interruption against every deck, except for Malice, maybe. So what's the plan?
That is the problem. When I told you that you'd better win the dice against Malice, it's because Malice is very strong against Melodious, because Melodious only has 2 ways to interact with the opponents. The first way is by banishing the cards from the graveyard with the Schuberta that I showed you yesterday, but the other one is only bouncing the cards, sending the cards from the field to the hand, and there is not much else. So you don't have much flexibility with Melodious. You only have 2 ways to interact, and of course the Aria, which is very strong. You can see it in the graveyard right now. So the Aria is states that Melodious monsters cannot get destroyed by battle and cannot get targeted. But of course the Malice player doesn't care about that. So this is a bit of a weird spot because you have to rely on your free spots. Basically like the Ash, the Imperms, and every single tool that you have, and of course the Heralds that we saw earlier.
Yeah, these Heralds looking very powerful. Getting to use 2 Heralds on his first turn. Hoping, I guess, that there's no more interruptions from Jay, because if there was, that would have been devastating, because I think he's out of cards in his hand.
The problem is that here Jay had some Bestials, and Bestials are pretty strong against Melodious, and he got rid of the Chopina, which you did yesterday when we dueled. And it's a pretty good target because the Chopina allows you to just get the cards back from the graveyard, especially the Melodious cards, but also the Heralds.
So do you think Kevin's going to have enough to either put out a very strong field or maybe go for 8,000 damage this turn?
I mean, he will for sure not end the game right there on the spot, but he might be able to win the game just because Jay doesn't have a lot of interaction.
Well, here comes another one.
The Nib is there, and that's a problem because usually you are able to play around Nibiru, but here it didn't. So because it didn't go through Etoile. Etoile is a way you play around Nibiru because first you have a way to banish yourself, and then she comes back in the end phase. So boom.
Yeah, you can banish your whole field, right?
But also, if she gets sent to the graveyard or banished by an opponent card effect, then you are able to special summon from the deck or extra deck. So you can just get back to your combo.
Yeah, it seems like it does quite a lot. Jay cleaning up the field. I feel like that's a little risky because I don't think Melodious can use the token
Absolutely,
at all.
absolutely.
But what they can do is make use of having an empty field. And Kevin has drawn a fresh card off the Concerto. So if that was a Ostinato or a first movement solo, would he not be able to just use it?
Yeah, they would be able to do so. So that's very risky, and I think Jay shouldn't have done that, knowing that his opponent was playing Melodious, because of course you said that very correctly. You want to have an empty field. You don't want to have some bodies on the field. That's why you are not playing cards like Phantasme or Nibiru, because you don't want to have this extra body. And here we have the Concerto that we saw earlier, and this Concerto is a very good card because you can fuse using monster on your field, in your hand, but also monsters in the pendulum zones. So he wanted to do that to just extend a little bit more, but Jay has the impulse, which is coming in clutch right here.
Yeah, Jay having a full hand of hand traps, which is quite impressive. I don't think he's kind of fully revealed what he's playing yet. I think it's a good guess. when you see the suite of hand traps that Jay is playing that it's probably Malice, but we obviously kind of know this, so maybe we think it's obvious because we're watching it and we have the deck list in front. I feel like, you know, by the time you see Impulse and Bestials, it's like, it's probably Malice, but maybe someone is teching these in their, like, Mitsurugi deck, for example. You could play a pure Mitsurugi deck. They normally run Dominus Impulse and at least one nib.
Absolutely, and here we saw the best move of Melodius, the Arya wall. Because Arya got summoned on the field, and once she special summoned on the field, as I told you earlier, he cannot destroy all the Melodius monsters by battle. So this is the last line of play that Kevin has. It's not a lot, there is no interruptions, but I mean, he couldn't do more.
Yeah, I think the players just passed back and forth there. It looked like Jay drew a card and then passed his turn, so...
He's gonna go to Link 2, I guess.
Do we run 2 of the Link 2? We do.
I mean, yeah, he does. Some people just chose to run one of them. But I think 2 is fine for the grind game, and here it is good for him because he can get access to his engine again, especially the Soprano, which can allow him to fuse, or the Refrain here, because the Refrain will be able to add back the couplet from the deck, and the couplet will be able to special summon from the graveyard.
Okay, and then that will get the Soprano once again, I suppose.
So he should be able to make a strong field over here.
Do you think you're probably fearing maybe like another Nibiru, but you can't even use another Nibiru because of the Dominus Impulse? I don't know what you're afraid of at this point.
To be honest, from that point on, Kevin is pretty... I mean, he's chilling. He doesn't have anything to fear, to be honest, because there were already a lot of bestials were used. We saw the Magnamut, we saw the Jerusalem as well. So I don't think that you fear anything at that point. You
That's
just
good.
you just fuse and and control the game from that point.
Playing with no fear. Sometimes you can see like ghosts when you're playing, can't you? You think, oh, I should definitely need to win. I just need to watch out for this one last interruption they might have, and then you end up doing a bit of a weird play that probably isn't the best if you just kind of play along normally and leave it to your opponent to figure out how to defend themselves, and you just focus on your combos.
So yeah, Kevin here watching his graveyard and trying to see the line. I think he's going to go through Baka. I think the play here is just, yeah, summoning Baka, and yeah, this is what he's doing right now. Now he's going to be able to special summon from the deck.
Baka is just, it's an unbelievable fusion monster, isn't it?
It is very good. It's very good, and that's why Ostinato is a very strong card, because it allows you to special summon this awesome card and to put some gas in the graveyard as well. So here he decided to special summon Cannon, which is not that great. So basically Cannon can special summon itself from the hand once per turn if you control a Melodius card.
Okay, and do we prefer that? So he's already actually running 3 copies of the Sonata.
Sonata.
So why do people prefer Sonata over Cannon?
That is a very good question, because Sonata is not once per turn. So you can literally summon it back again and again.
So you could just summon them all. And the Sonata also giving this 500 boost.
Yeah, absolutely.
Being used to clear the Nibiru. And is this... It looks like a lot of damage. It must be. It's giving 500 to all the monsters.
It is a lot of damages. And even if Jay survives, he's not going to be able to activate any Malice effect, so...
That's a good point, actually, yeah. It's quite fun against Malice. Sometimes you just put them down low, and say, oh, well, I didn't end the game, but if you don't have any life points, you can't use any of your effects.
So they're going to do a little bit of calculation right here.
Some quick maths. You know all the attack. You must have worked this out. Can Sonata not, Cannon not have put the nib into defense, and then you get attack over it with a...
Absolutely.
Oh, it has to target a Melodius you control, though.
Absolutely. It can target a Melodius card that you control, and that's why he used it on the Sonata, because the Link 2 only special summons in defense position, which is important.
Okay.
And yeah, 800 life points for Jay. A lost card to draw. Is he gonna be able to go through this field? 5 monsters, but no disruptions.
Yeah, I was going to say, was there not something he could do? I suppose, do you lock yourself into Melodius monsters when you use the Link 2? Is that right?
Absolutely.
Maybe if you're out of, they don't have any XYZ, so I guess you need to fusion or not.
That is the huge downside of going into the Link 2, because then you are not able to go through, like, for example, the Baguska or the SP Little Knight, all these toolbox in the extra deck. But yeah, they are going to end the game right here, and the Melodious player is 1-0 up against Malice. That is absolutely amazing. I told you Melodious was the best deck, right?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't really Malice who was playing there. It was hand trap, hand trap turbo, a bit of Bestial, a bit of Nib. Didn't actually play any Malice cards whatsoever. So, do you think he'll have a read that it's Malice, or do you think he'll just say, well, I don't know what I'm playing, so I'm not going to cite anything too specific. I'm 1-0 up, so if I get the siding wrong, it's fine. You know, or do you think you'll just be like, I know it's Malice, I'm going to put in my Malice hate?
I would put straight on CS for sure in my main deck, but I don't know if he's gonna do that. And one thing which is really funny, by the way, about the game is that we didn't see any Malice name, but we didn't see any Melodious fusion like the big ones. We didn't see the Schuberta, we didn't see the Eastwall. That I mean, that game was absolutely insane.
Well, I mean, I guess you know what to expect from Melodious. I'm just like, yeah, these are Melodious cards, but for you, you're like, this isn't how Melodious is supposed to go. Where are the fusions, you know? I'm just looking at it being like, yeah, this might be what Melodious do, for all I know.
It was enough to,
Did the trick,
to win the game.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think he was a bit lucky right there, because yeah, the Malice matchup is very, very, very hard. The Mitsurugi matchup is pretty fine, especially if you run the Elegy in the side deck, because the Elegy prevents your cards from being destroyed by card effect, which is of course a great protection against the Mitsurugi cards. But yeah, Malice is very hard because they do not target your cards, so the area is not that strong, and they banish. You know, they don't destroy. So you don't have a lot of layered protection, but you have your free spots, and you rely on that to try to win the game. So we're going to see how it's going to turn out in the second game, but I hope for the Melodious player that the Malice player will not have anything to play. Otherwise, it's going to be really, really hard. Or if he gets a weak hand with only, you know, a normal summon and no extend, which is not usually the case in Malice, then maybe a Herald can be really strong, really clutch. But I doubt it, you know.
Yeah, I mean, Herald is one of the premium hand traps because it both negates and destroys. There really aren't that many effects that do that.
This is Gamma.
Yeah, exactly. It's Herald and it's Gamma. And Gamma probably sees a lot more play, even though, I mean, just because it's more generic. And it's quite funny, actually, because I feel like Gamma is a card that, you know, everyone started off playing Gamma, and now people are, like, branching out into the other ones, which negate spells and traps. And now we're also seeing it with the Heralds, that you can use the, you know, Orange Light, which is the main one that everyone uses. And then just, I'll just throw in another couple because it's such a powerful effect.
It is a very powerful effect. The only downside in Melodious is that you have to give up on some engine, you know, playing the Herald. That's why we have seen the Eva, which can be good because it kind of reimburses you from what you paid. But yeah, this is something very special because, of course, when you are playing some hand traps, some usual hand traps, you just trade 1 for 1. While when you are playing the Herald, you have to put some engine in the graveyard, which can be hard. If you activate 2 Heralds, for example, in one turn, you have only 2 cards left in your turn, and you have to pray that your opponent doesn't have any interruptions, which is usually not the case. So, you know, this is kind of a high-risk, high-reward card, but what a reward.
What a reward indeed. So what I'm hearing you saying is you're like waiting desperately for there to be a Melodious card that stops your opponent from banishing, and then you can play against Malice.
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah.
Basically.
Then you can have the full dream of your opponent not being able to like interact with your field in any way, shape, or form.
Absolutely.
That's the Melodious.
Yeah. Oh, I'm smiling right now.
The idea, you're just sitting, dreaming, like having a little nap while your opponent's like, how do I answer any of your Melodious cards?
And you know the situation right now. So the players are ready, and Jay is now gonna try to win this game. He has to win 2 games in a row now because he's back against the wall.
Yeah, hopefully for him, he'll find a few more engine pieces than he did at the beginning of the last game.
We hope so.
Probably won't have any Mole Charmies at the very least because you probably push those into the side deck.
So, is Jay gonna have something to play? He's thinking a lot, watching his hand, and okay, He's
Meet
starting
You.
with I Meet You, which is kind of a weird way to start the game.
Yeah, I mean, maybe sometimes it's just what you got to do.
So he's gonna get access to the backup, I guess.
Yeah, I think this is one of those cards you see people not put in the main deck, but if you want some extra engine, if you're taking out your Molchamis, then you can put these in, and then they're not like ideal as the only starter, but if you have the only starter, it just about works.
Yeah, especially because there are good cards to just extend through Lancia, which is a big of a threat in this tournament. But here, it looks like Jay only has the backup to start. It is not a backup plan, it's just a starting point of the whole strategy here.
It's quite funny, I hadn't thought of that. You know, it's not the backup plan, it's just it's
And
plan A.
he's gonna add the Dormouse and probably discard the Dormouse, I guess.
Yeah, I guess if that's the plan, so that means what?
Oh! Discarding this first.
It's interesting, so it must mean he's valuing his other cards a little more. Maybe he's got two thrusts, you never know.
So, is there like a March Hare or something like that? Because otherwise, it's gonna be pretty hard to continue playing from now on.
Surely if you had March Hare, you'd not discard Thrush, you'd discard Dormouse.
Yeah. So that's why. Oh.
Oh my goodness. A very unfortunate hand for Jay. Two games in a row, and Kevin with the premium starter once again.
Yeah, the first movement. First movement is kind of like Ostinado because you need not to have any monster on the field, but it is a lot weaker because you can only special summon one monster from the deck. So you have two ways to start. Either you have something to play in your hand, and then you can special summon the Arya right away, or if you don't have anything in hand, then you can special summon the Refrain, which can add the couplet from the deck to the hand. And here we have the Drowning Logbird, so we can only hope for Kevin that he does have he does have something else, and he does, because there is the Herald and the Eva. So he's gonna negate once again the interruption from Jay.
So yeah, I mean, this is premium for Kevin once again. Like, I know we were talking about the Herald a lot as a way to interrupt your opponent, but Herald can do something which other hand traps can't, which is negate your opponent's hand trap. So in that sense, I mean, giving up 2 cards going second, and maybe your opponent's still going to have a field, and you're not going to have too many cards, but giving up 2 cards going first and get your opponent's like draw a Lockbird or whatever, I feel like everyone would take that in a heartbeat. So we're just having a discussion now.
It shows something. It shows something. It shows that Kevin really has to rely on the add of Concerto with Couplet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have negated that. He would have kept that for maybe a Nibiru or something like that. But here, he really wanted that that surge to go through. So Jay knows that Kevin is low on engine right now.
We're just having a bit of a discussion.
Maybe this is something about the chains or something like that, because from what I can see, this is pretty clear to me.
Yeah, you just got to figure out all the different chains sometimes, right? So you add one, and then in a new chain you activate draw, and then you herald, and then in a new chain. Yeah.
So he's adding the purple light.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? Because Impulse is pretty scary.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can't just negate hand traps, you know, you have to negate traps as well.
So this is interesting. He had another Refrain in hand, and he decided to negate that. But now here is the Ash Blossom, and the problem is that you don't have the Herald anymore to just get rid of the Ash Blossom.
But what you do have is a Link Summon, and hopefully for Kevin, he's got 3 cards. One for the
Meows.
That's how you play around Meows. You just don't summon any monsters.
That is the way to
That's
play around it, yeah.
Sad for Jay.
So he's gonna summon the Soprano and probably the Chopina, I guess. He's looking into his deck, and yeah, this is the Chopina, of course, because you have to special summon 2 monsters, but from with different levels. So here we've got a level 4 and the Chopina.
And this can Chopina can just start adding back like fairies, right? This is a bit of a lock once You've resolved it, and if you resolve it and you get to add back, oh my, he's adding back Eva. Oh, because he banished the Herald. Oh,
Totally.
Okay, okay.
Totally. Usually with some classic version, you like to add back the Herald, but here, as it's banished, you can add Eva, which is even more gas for the purple light.
Yeah, so you discard and then it searches more. Eva must be once per turn, right?
It is
I
not.
don't. It's not.
Absolutely
oh my
not.
goodness. Okay,
I mean,
we're just going.
if you can summon it back, then you can add back again. So
Oh wow.
this is a very, very good card. Oh! And he's playing the card to end the game. Basically, you can do multiple attacks, depending on how many monsters you used for the summon. So you can gain 300 per monster used for the summon, and I think you can battle twice.
So it's a 2,500 double attacker. That's quite a lot of attacks. 5,000 right there. And Jay had to take 2,300 because he activated I Meet You without
It's gonna be
summoning
game.
the monster.
It's gonna be game. So here is the first attack, then the second one, and it's gonna be hard for Jay to come back from that.
Can you not attack with the link?
Yeah, I think he just forgot.
No,
forgot?
you
No,
can't just
no
forget
way,
to,
no way, no
to
way.
attack directly. That doesn't.
No way, that's not possible.
That's not. You're the melodious expert here. I can direct all my questions at you.
And we have the starter, we have the Dormouse, of course, which was added last turn with the backup. But we have the Lancia! The Lancia for Kevin. It's going to be really hard for Jay to come back from that. He's going to go through Linkuriboh, but will he have the extender? Another I Meet You there. He's going to be able to add another backup and try to extend from that point.
We
Maybe
can,
even the Wizard.
Yeah. Can Lancia is it a light fairy as well? Can we add these? We can add these back with Shapina. Discard them for heralds. It is, right?
That is right. That is correct.
That's quite fun. I mean, I don't think it's too too big of a deal, but it is it is quite entertaining. So you can just add these back with Shapina. Here we go. Only
Okay.
only downside is, I guess, you can't use Eva this turn if you've used Lancia.
Wow, what a game, but very unfortunate from the side of Jay, having to face a brick, literally game 1. And game 2, he has to face the Lancia with a very weak start.
I'm wondering, it's quite funny here, so the AI Meet You will deal 2,300 damage if you don't summon Red Ransom. So if you just, like, you know, play your Black Goat Laughs, call Red Ransom, or whatever.
It's over.
Yeah.
The game is over.
We'll just take 2,300.
And Kevin is ready.
Kevin's like, how can I do this? How can I prevent him from summoning it? So you can be burned out by your own
But the
card.
thing is, you don't have any much to defend yourself as Kevin.
Yeah, he's got a Herald and an Eva, right? But it's the purple one.
It's the purple one, so it's not the best one. And Jay is just able to just continue to play. And I think that Jay might just take the game right here.
Well, he is still under Lancia. I
Yeah,
suppose
that's right. Forgot
Kevin's
about that.
gonna be thinking back, like, why did I take the purple one again? It's like, it makes perfect sense if your opponent had Impulse and you'd feel like a genius. And but then your opponent, like, doesn't have Impulse, and then they haven't used any traps, and now if you just think, oh, if I just added the orange light, then I'd probably be a lot happier right now, but you're never to know.
Yeah, the problem here is that he doesn't have a lot of cards, a lot of engine cards, because we know the cards in hand. Of course, the purple light and the Eva. And the problem is that if Jay is able to remove the bodies from the field, then what is gonna do Kevin? Because he doesn't have a lot to just start again playing.
Yeah, here comes the
Wizard.
Wizard. So I guess we can make the big Echoed Talker if he's running that.
Absolutely.
Seems like it makes sense to me.
Absolutely. And all of a sudden, even under Lancia, Jay would have achieved something great.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a significantly lower ceiling under Lancia, but we're seeing here it's not 0. You can still
And it is
still have a go. Oh, it's
is the white
binder.
binder.
Okay. We spoke too soon.
doesn't look like an Akut to me. He's gonna be able to set the trap card.
Maybe he's like really valuing this GWC. Just to go up a few life points. It's the only way to get back all of those life points that you're paying.
And it is the MTP.
But that's MTP, yeah, not GWC.
Which is fine. The problem is that, of course, you have to face the purple light, so...
Yeah, I guess any trap is a little weak into purple light. I guess you don't even want to activate it because you don't want to give your opponent a chance to discard either.
I mean, okay, we have a second card and we pass turn. So Kevin drew his card. Is he able to just start playing again? He has the couplet to add the concerto and try to just fuse from that point. Jay is thinking, but yeah, it's gonna go through.
Jay has only 1,000 life points, so it's enough to activate one Malice Link. Which sounds a little low to me, also leaving yourself on 100.
It is very low. I can tell you that you are sweating when you are in this position, of course. And Kevin now has the concerto, so he can just go through back and the extra deck.
You know what's quite fun is, you know, now that your opponent's on so few life points, you can play Schubert and just like banish all of the things from their grave and be like, do you want to summon it back?
Absolutely.
Guess you can't. How does it feel?
So he's reading a little bit the Link monster, but of course no effect on the field for the moment.
What do you think of just like going to the battle phase?
It could be a solution, but you still have the... oh, he's switching very quick. Of course, you want this concerto to resolve. He's going to use boss monsters and go to Baka, try to special summon from the deck. And this is what's really strong in Melodious, because with the Baka, you are able to special summon the Refrain, adding the couplet, and the couplet special summoning back from the graveyard. And all of a sudden, you have 3 monsters on the field. So he's trying to... oh!
That's going to negate the whole effect, right?
Absolutely, and
yeah.
This is a very strong interaction because here, not only you negate the Baka, but you also are able to banish 3 cards from the graveyard of Kevin, and this is very strong. Banishment from the graveyard is a strong interaction against Melodious because you cannot get your cards back from the banish.
So this is making me sound like a Melodious mirror is going to be a nightmare of Schuberta's flying and banishing and...
Absolutely, absolutely. So yeah, Kevin is in a bit of a tough spot here, and Jay somehow has managed to do something great under Lancia.
It's going to go down to only 100 life points though if he brings back the white binder, but I guess you kind of have to make that trade.
You have to, yeah. It's very important because you don't want Kevin to just start doing things again.
But isn't the backer just going to sit on the field? It doesn't get banished or anything, right? So what prevents you from just attacking with it for the last 100 life points? Yeah.
You can.
And it's protected pretty well with the Herald. Are they just discussing the finer points of negating a card that says it can't be negated? You know, it's it's a complicated text.
Yeah, so basically, if you don't know how it works, Baka says that Melodious Fusion Monsters effect cannot get negated. But if you negate the whole card, then it negates also this effect. So that's why you cannot Ash the Baka, but you can, for example, Vader or Imperm the card. And here, this is how it works. So Malice in the Mirror will indeed negate the entire card, so the protection is not here anymore.
Yeah, it's a little confusing sometimes cards like that, where it says the activated effects can't be negated, but you can negate the effect that stops your effects from being negated, as you said. Whereas, what is it, the Malice Heart Scripter says while it points, it just cannot be negated. So then it's impossible ever to stop it from resolving.
Which is very strong, which is very, very, very strong. I was playing a tournament a week ago, and I was playing Malice. And, you know, my field was basically the Outscriptor pointing to a Wicked and the Firewall. And the first action was to use X Send Aggregator and targeting the Outscriptor. I was very happy. So we are still solving the situation, but it should be solved in a few moments.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, even if this goes through, I'm really struggling to see how Jay could get out of this, but I can see our head judge going to appear and settle it once and for all as to what's going to happen.
I mean, this is a really weird situation because, of course, Kevin is not in a great spot, but Jay isn't as well because, as you stated just before, he has only 1,000 life points, which is a bit hard when you're playing Malice. And you have the ability to just go into battle phase and get the few damages left.
And Baka is 2,600, right?
It is 25.
25, okay, that's enough.
That is actually enough, yeah.
Yeah, it's still more than the White Binder.
My question is there any card in Jay's hand? Otherwise, it's going to be hard for him to survive this.
The big chain still going to resolve. It looks like Baka was fully negated.
So, effect from the White Binder. So, only 100 life points. This is enough to win a game.
It is enough to win a game. Maybe a Destiny draw as well. See what it is.
And here, I think he's just gonna go into battle phase. He can still use the effect of a Refrain as a Pendulum card to send another Melodious card from deck to grave and have some more attack. Oh, and he has the Soprano, of course, so the Soprano is being able to get back the Chopina.
I feel like sometimes if you don't need to do more things, then you shouldn't do more things.
Yeah, I've got a feeling that it doesn't need to do that.
Part of me is worried about Nibiru, maybe.
Especially because we saw the Nibiru during the last game. Oh, this is a strong card. This is the wrong card. So it cannot get destroyed by a battle card effect. And when you battle the opponent's monster, basically you just inflict the difference of attack points into your opponent's life points.
So it does like double damage if it attacks?
It just does the difference.
It does the difference, but what if do you not also do the battle damage? Or has it got 0 attack or something?
It's got 1,000.
It's got 1,000, so it's meant
It's
to
not
be
a lot.
smaller. Okay. I gotcha.
But it was a great tool against Tenpai during the previous format.
Oh, you just leave it there and they can't do any damage?
Absolutely.
That's good fun.
They have to use, for example, Raigeki or Droplet. So he's going to use MTB, and there is the purple light. It's going to seal the game, I guess, here for Kevin. And Kevin wins the duel against Jay. 2-0, a convincing victory against one of the best decks of the format. What a game from Kevin, but it was so hard for Jay. Kevin didn't even summon once the Etoile or the Schuberta, but still managed to win the whole duel because Jay didn't have a lot of engine going. So yeah, it was, I mean, a bit weird as a game. I don't know what to think about that, but
I just enjoyed seeing Kevin vindicated with that Herald of Purple light, you know, at the very end, sealing the duel. We were like, oh, maybe it should have been this, maybe it should have been that. But like at the end of the day, you activate it as you win the game. It's got to be very satisfying to see the Herald of Purple light on the stream.
yeah, it is very satisfying. And you know, I'm a Melodious fan, so seeing the deck win the whole thing, while it is again up against Malice. Malice is a very hard matchup, as I told you, and it's still 1-2-0. So after this round, he's 5-0. Literally 5-0.
Yeah, 5-0 is a super impressive score, putting you, I mean, as well as you could be to look forward to that top cut, but there is still a long way to go before players get to claim their positions in the top cut. So what do you reckon? You think we're going to see Melodious in there?
Okay, you want an honest opinion? Okay, I think it's gonna be very hard, of course. But if you have, you know, the golden road, like you have a lot of Mitsurugi players, because we saw that in the side deck you have some tools. You have the elegy, which can prevent them from destroying the whole cards. So you have some tools against some matchups and against most of the decks, like for example the Finsmith variants or the Memento that we saw earlier. You have some tools because you can banish cards from the graveyard. It's literally a white binder, but you can do that 12 times during the turn. You can banish 12 cards during the whole turn. You saw yesterday, because I was playing against you, and I did the whole field, and we saw the game just before this one. If you have double Schuberta, you can literally banish 6 cards. Then you banish the Schubertas. They come back. You banish 6 other cards. So this is absolutely insane against a lot of decks in the meta game. The only one that you want to avoid at all costs is Malice. And if you can avoid that, then you're pretty fine to go. So I think, yeah, Melodius has a good spot in the meta. It's not the best deck, but it's kind of a sleeper. You know, people don't know the deck, and you can literally do what it takes to get to top 64.
There you go. So I asked you a question, where did you think it'll top, and you said at the end of the day, yes.
It can, yeah.
That's on camera.
It's going to be difficult, but yeah, I'm rooting for this guy.
You're rooting for it. I think we're all rooting for it after seeing it win, going 5-0. So congratulations to Kevin for that. And then we'll hopefully see him soon for a winner's interview.
Yeah, and we are back here at the UK Nationals with the winner of the last round, the fifth round, won by Melodious. Kevin, congratulations for the victory. It was absolutely amazing. You are 5-0 right now with the Melodious deck, and we were talking a bit together, and you told me that it was literally your favorite deck.
Yes, been playing it for over 10 years. I took a break last format, but my best friend decided to kind of push me, you need to play your favorite deck, and we work on it, and yeah, it shined today. It really did shine today.
Absolutely, because you are now 5-0, so no losses yet. You're aiming for the top 64 and probably for the win, right?
I'm trying my best.
And you do very well for now. But let's talk a little bit more about the game, because you were paired up against Malice. Malice, which is a hard matchup. Could you tell us a bit more about this matchup?
Well, he obviously brick game one, bless him, with all his hand traps, and well, when he dropped the impulse, I knew he was going to play. He was playing Malice, but yeah, I mean, he stopped me, but it doesn't stop me enough for me to just put more ceiling compared to him, basically. And I took the Nibiru, and I was like, I need to slap myself because I was like, that was very bad, but. I kept my Pendulum Summon for the end, so at least I had something on board, and it was literally on top deck, and it didn't really work out for him, so yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely, and it did work out for you. And during this game too, you had everything. Like, you had Lancia for him, and he only started with backup. Like, the second game, he bricked as well.
I'm like, I didn't understand. I was like, look at my hand, I was like, oh my god, you're not playing today. Yeah, I had Lancia and Meows, and I was like, surely I'm in a very good position to win this game. But he's just summoned a 1200 and passed. I was like, what on earth is going on here?
Yeah, and it worked really well. And then we saw something which was really special, because you activated the Herald of Orange Light on the Droll and Logbird, and you discarded the Eva. And you added the Purple Light.
That's the only reason I did it. The Droll doesn't hurt the deck at all. I mean, it's just the deck can play on the Droll all the time. And there's obviously build for that, but obviously I did it on purpose because I don't care about draw. But on that specific hand, I was like, let's do it so I can have access to my Purple Light, because obviously he needs to go through the trap to go through the deck and have more interruption. And that was, he knew I had the Purple Light in my hand, so he knew that it was already like not really looking good for him anyway. So that's the reason I did it. Otherwise, I would have kept it for something else. Yeah.
But it was kind of a tough spot for you as well, because you didn't have a lot of engine rolling on. So if he had something to just get back into the game, it would probably have been difficult, because you had you had like Purple Light, Eva, and it was it, right?
In my hand, yeah, I had 2 in hand. Yeah, that's it. That was it, because he ashed my my pendulum scale. So yeah. That was it.
Absolutely. And the next turn, he just let you with the fusion. The couplet, and you can just add back the concerto and just go from that point.
It's just yeah, pretty
but
much.
There is something which is really surprising. You didn't summon once during the whole duel. Neither Etoile or Schuberta.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the deck already has their free fusion. There's Schuberta is for the control. You have Bloom Prima for game, and you have Bloom Diva to manage something that is annoying in front of you. So I didn't feel the need to go to Etoile, because I was like, shall I bounce it out? Or shall I just push him? He's playing Malice. I left him on 1,000. There's a limited option he can do with that, and he has to really draw correctly and make some choices. So that's why I pushed it. And at the end, Bloom Diva was just the gimmick. I was like, I can do it on stream, I'm going to do it. I mean, that's the fact,
And it worked for you.
Yeah, it does.
Well, huge congratulations for you, because I really wanted the Melodious player to be featured on stage, and you even managed to pull out the victory. So huge congratulations.
Thank you.
We are going to go through the game to the round 6,
yes.
I guess, and I hope that we'll have a lot of surprises for you. Guys, take it back.
Welcome back to round number 6 of the WCQ UK Nationals. I'm joined again by Barcode, and we have another amazing round for you guys coming up. So on the first side, we actually have a forgotten meta contender. This time it is Tempai, backed up with...
Yeah, with some Bestials and some Finsmith cards. So this is basically a way to play the deck because, you know, of course, you lost a lot of cards, engine cards. Of course, the Sangan Kaiman, but also the Sangan Summoning, the Paedra and everything. So you, the Shundra. So you have to do something to just back it up. And I think that the Bestials are a great way to be able to do something going first. And you also have the Finsmith stuff because it kind of gives you this grind game.
Yep.
And once you have won this War of Attrition, then you are able to literally go all in with all this Paedra, Shundra, and everything.
Yeah, and then on the other side of the table, we actually have Mitsurugi, Raziel, Fiendsmith, one of the top decks of the current format. However, what would be very, very interesting in this matchup is, number one, will the Tempai player decide to go first or second? But then also to see the interactions of Bestials. Now, personally, I haven't seen as much Bestials as I was expecting in this current format. I felt with Mitsurugi's kind of coming up a little bit higher up, and then when they have a monster that is a dark attribute that wants to be coming back from the graveyard and ultimately end up destroying your entire monster lineup, I thought the Bestials would be more of a effective element for that.
Absolutely, especially because Malice can play a lot of Bestials, and usually, you know, people were... you know, they were not really happy with Bestials in the main deck because they thought that it was really bad in the mirror matchup. Yep. But all of a sudden, we saw that Malice was not the best deck and Mitsurugi was there. So, you know, it's a bit weird because if you're paired up against some Malice guys, you're not going to be great with those Bestials. But in the same time, you know, you've got some Mitsurugi. So, I don't know. Would you have played a lot of Bestials?
I feel that Bestials definitely are one of those factors for this format. I feel that it kind of gives you that ability to also get a monster on your field to start giving you a bit more damage or a bit more presence, but then also trying to kind of give you a bit more of a disruption to your opponent as well. And I guess we're going to find out just how much the Bestials are going to play a part in this particular duel, and also find out which one of our players is going to choose to go first or second.
It's going to be very interesting. It's going to be very interesting because if Georgie just wins the dice roll, we're going to see if he chooses to go first or go second. I think that players that play this deck usually go first because they have a lot of tools to just put some field pressure, but we're going to see what's his decision.
Yeah, exactly that. And I feel that when you're mixing this with the Fiendsmiths and the Bestials themselves, ooh, okay, so Fiendsmith, Mitsurugi, Raziel are going to be going first. Starting off with Prayers. So this is a very important point that I've mentioned quite a few times, is activating quick play spells like this in the draw phase is absolutely pivotal. And this is where the Mitsurugis are really going to shine just how powerful Prayers is.
Ooh! And we have the Bell activated on the Prayers, which is of course good, but you still have the search from the Habakiri. So it's going to accomplish something, but it's not going to stop completely the player.
Yeah, I actually do feel that Prez is one of the strongest cards in the Mitsurugi lineup. Just from being able to try and stop that, the amount of resource, as I was mentioning, during the draw phase, you are pretty much immune to most things apart from Ghost Bell, I guess. But that then gives you the ability to gain so much more resource before you even hit within Droll and Lockbird territory, that the Ghost Bell could actually be very, very important on this one.
Absolutely, and now we are in main phase and we are normal summoning the Aramasa, which is a bit of a tough spot because there is the Dwarven Logbird in the George's hand, so it's going to be really hard to just continue playing, especially because he's playing with the Raziel stuff, and the Raziel stuff is now absolutely not going to search anything. So he's going to go through his extra deck, so of course we see that he has the ability to go through the Finsmith stuff, and that is why the Finsmith cards are pretty good in those decks, because they allow you to have another line of play under this card that is in almost every deck, either in the side deck or in the main deck.
Yeah, absolutely, and I feel that we've already seen how important that it's taken technically 2 hand traps to try and stop the Mitsurugi line of play. And as we've mentioned before, having a plan B is always going to be very, very important. And I feel that this is where we're going to see the power of the Bestials when we start working down the routes of what I would assume would be the Bestial line, the Fiendsmith line of play. because as you mentioned, the Fiendsmith just offer that ability that once you get 2 monsters on the field, work your way into Moon, go into Requiem, and then just build on them from there and there. And at the very least, you're either ending your field on a Desiree for a targeted negation, or you're going to be ending on a Triple D High Wave King Caesar to hopefully negate the summon of 2 monsters via spells, traps, or via monster effects. It's very interesting when we're looking at Georgie's list here, because as Barco was mentioning at the start, being able to go first or second, usually a Tenpai would want to be going second. They have just so much out-and-out aggression. But with the access to stuff like Fiendsmith and Bestials as well, you can set up a very decent going first field and then try and help your opponent try and break it while also being backed up with OTK capabilities.
And it's going to be really hard. It's not a good spot to be in for the Fiendsmith Meteor Rizal player because he doesn't have a lot of interactions during Georgie's turn. And Georgie, you know that he's playing some Tenpai cards. For now, he's starting by the Lubellion to try to interact with the opponent, which is kind of something really interesting in this deck because you have the ability to just force interactions because the opponent will not let you like that. It will not let you add some cards. So here is the Ash Blossom, and now you can go with the Tenpai stuff because you know that the Ash is not here anymore. Is it going to be the Pedra? Is it going to be the Pedra? Yeah, it is the Pedra right now, and George is in a really good situation, but it's going to be really hard to stop that because you don't have anymore the Ash. We think that the set card is a prayer, so it's not going to prevent you for getting OTK this game.
Yeah, this is always interesting. I feel like if you are a Tenpai player, as soon as you see your opponent use Ash Blossom on anything outside of Sangan Kaiman, you are instantly relieved because you know that from that point on, being able to activate and resolve Sangan Kaiman during the battle phase really does lead you to that all-and-out OTK capabilities. And if you needed any more line of protection, you have the Sangan Summoning, which is exactly what Georgie has set. So I would assume from this position we're going to be trying to add a Genroku, or has he already hard opened up that all-important Sangan Kaiman?
Yeah, and water card, this Sangan Summoning, it prevents you from being interrupted on your own turn during the main phase 1. And then there's a battle phase, and during the battle phase you already have all the stuff that you want to just end the game. Here, there is the Genroku, so he's gonna special summon the Genroku and then being able to special summon the Shundra.
One of Chundra.
This is absolutely amazing for him, but considering the fact that he already has access to everything he needs to end the game, I would not like to be in the Fiendsmith Mitsurugi Rizal shoes player.
Yeah, unfortunately for Alistar, it looks like Georgie was able to, cherry pick the perfect hand here, being able to get direct access to Pydra while also having that Ghost Spell to answer the prayers. On top of that, a Drawn Lockbird to answer the first search that Alistar was trying to make. And then that one-off Chandra off of the back of a Sangan Summoning and Genroku. It really is going to be a bit of an uphill battle here, but we never know. There's still 3 more cards left in Alistar's hand. One of those could turn the tide of this game very easily and very quickly.
Absolutely, but it's going to be very hard here. There is the prayers, of course. We knew that card because he added it back during the last turn, but it's not going to make him survive longer. I mean, just a little bit longer, but not that much. So, which card could make him survive this turn?
That's a very, very good question.
To be honest, I don't find one.
The only one that I could possibly think of is a Dominus Impulse, and it would have to be in such a specific moment. It would have to be during the battle phase when Biden is made to try and return. You would then kind of ideally want a trap card in the graveyard to be able to destroy it, and I don't believe Alistar has a trap card to destroy the Biden. But even then, just being able to negate the Biden so that it's stuck on the field, if there's no way of getting it synchroed off in another movement, specifically during the battle phase, then ultimately that would leave Georgie with not moving for the OTK kind of play, but outside of the Dominus Impulse that I feel that the deck could possibly be playing, I can't imagine there's anything else. And I probably would have felt that a Dominus Impulse might have been used at an earlier stage as well.
And he's even playing the Dominus Impulse, considering the fact that he's playing the Fiendsmith cards. I mean,
exactly.
This is this is very hard for him. Like, we know those situations from last year, and it's not a very comfortable situation. So now, for those who are a bit new to the game and don't know Tenpai, Tenpai has a very strong ability to just end the game during the battle phase because they have a lot of cards that can attack, special summon back themselves from the graveyard, try to destroy things, and yeah, once you get into the battle phase, this is very hard for you to survive. There is the bell here. It's gonna be enough. I'm not sure about that, but it's still something.
Yeah, it's still definitely a way to stop the Pydra coming back, which is quite important because it is a level 4. Unfortunately, because the Game Roku is still on the field and still in rotation, we basically just trade the Game Roku for another Pydra. Anyway, we're back to, I wouldn't say exactly square one, but we now still have the ability to make either a Synchro level 10 or a Synchro level 7. And as soon as you actually work your way into a Synchro level 10 using the Bident, one thing that needs to be remembered about Tenpai is once you've declared 3 attacks in the battle phase, or any attacks have been made in the battle phase that add up to 3, you can revive the Bident back from the graveyard. And it looks like that's what we're going to be doing here. So we're going to be moving into a Synchro level 10.
Oh, and now this is actually over because now we have the Synchro 10 on the field and it prevents you from activating anything during the battle phase.
Yeah, if you wanted it to be signed and delivered on this one, I think that Alistair sees the writing on the wall and that one has packed it up, unfortunately.
What a game, what a game. I mean, it was really fast, but it was well executed from the side of the Tenpai player because, of course, we saw everything that we had to see. We saw that he had some interruptions from turn 1, and then he had the ability to try to bait some interruptions with especially the Lubellion in this case.
Yep.
And we saw that the Ash was used on the Lubellion, and this is great, as you mentioned before. This is very great because then you know that the Cayman is just free, the Pedra is just free, everything is just free. So he proceeded then to just end the game real quick with all those Tenpai strategies. And
Tenpai's doing exactly what Tenpai's do. This is just how aggressive the deck is, even after all of those hits on the current Forbidden and Limited list. But then if we actually take a look at Alistair's deck himself, I believe going first, one of the safest strategies right now, we do play there can only be one. A little bit inconsistent as there's no guaranteed way to get to it. However, one choice that I can see he has made is he's actually playing 3 Harpy's Featherstorm rather than Trill Tactics Talent, which could put in a lot of work and is definitely something that the Tenpai strategy might struggle to deal with because being able to, in theory, skip the turn of the Tenpai, then allow you to come back into it and push through because, as mentioned before, you've got to be very, very careful of the Sangan summoning, being able to, in theory, protect from the Makumo ultimate Regeki effect, which is what you want to be doing with the Mitsurugis, and then you can also back this up with detonators and Fiendsmiths as well.
Yeah, I think that this going first is very threatening because, of course, you mentioned it. We have this 3 RP's Featherstorm, and the Featherstorm is literally, you cannot do anything against that. You cannot do anything because once it resolves, then your turn is over.
Nothing more to do.
You can set some cards, but it's not going to go far. So yeah, when you're going second up against this deck, this is very hard, and this is especially interesting if there is a third game, because there's going to be a mind game, you know. Are you going to let me first? Am I going to let the RP's Featherstorm in the deck? You know, all those games are really, really interesting. But for now, we still have to go to game 3 because first, you will have to win the game 2.
Yeah, so you have to win game 2, and I suppose the one big question is, especially with Alistair, this is one of those important decisions. We all know that back when we were playing pure Tenpai, you more than likely wanted to make it go first because it is significantly weaker going first. Now in these modernized hybrids involving the Bestials and of course involving the Fiendsmith, letting it go first usually isn't as effective as Hieratic Seals and Pass. So it's going to be quite interesting to see if Alistair decides to go for the Harpy's Featherstorm route and make sure, or attempt to make sure, that Georgie can't play his turn and move it back to his, or if he's going to go for the switcheroo and make his opponent go first and then attempt to kind of pull the field apart.
I think the safest solution is just to go first because the field is so strong that it's going to be very hard for Georgies to try to break the field, but we're going to see what he chose. He chose to just let Georgie go first, but there are going to be so many things because he has the Bestials, he has the Fiendsmith stuff, so he's going to be able to make you feel anyway.
Yeah, this is very, very interesting as well, and I think that that's kind of the benefit that Georgie got from game 1 is that he never revealed anything more than Bestial Tenpai. So when he's utilizing cards like the Fiendsmith, this can really give them that go first option. If I'm taking a quick look at Alistair's side deck here, it looks like in return, you could imagine that Lightning Storms probably came in, Harpy's Feather Duster, Trill Tactic Talents, and then only 2 bestials, if at much you want to put those in. Now, whether you put the bestials in not knowing about the Fiendsmiths, or do you just put them in because you know they've got Lubellions and bestials running around of their own?
I mean, I don't think you put them in because you didn't see the Fiendsmith stuff. You can guess that they are playing Fiendsmiths, but it's not a certain thing. So I think that you are more often rely on like other interruptions, like for example the Drowned Bird, which is great in this situation because it prevents him from adding all the cards. You know, there is the Lubellion, there is the Fiendsmith cards, there is also like the all these Cayman and everything. So.
Yep. It did take a lot of thinking on this one. So it seems that we had Ash Blossom in response to the access of Requiem.
Which is great.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely the best interaction. Like if you have the ability to do that, but then this is the power of additional engines in a deck. Being able to activate the Bestial Lubellion, maybe the question that I have to you is, if you're in this scenario, would you value the Lubellion in this matchup to get you into a guaranteed Magnamute? So that's where you would, do you activate exactly as we've seen here? We've activated Requiem first, we've tempted the Ash Blossom has been tempted, then we go Lubellion and feel free. Or do you go the other way around, go the Lubellion, try and tempt the Ash Blossom at that point, and then work to your Fiendsmith elements or route itself?
The problem is that I think that both the engines are not very strong into Fiendsmith Material Ideal because, you know, if you go into something like Caesar with the Fiendsmith stuff, then it's gonna get negated by the X, which is, of course, what you don't want to see. And if you want to prioritize the Bestials, then it's not very effective against the Ryzel stuff. So, you know, you are just at that time just hoping that everything goes through and trying to put something strong. But, you know, even the Regain is not that strong because it's a very strong card against Malice, don't get me wrong, and it's a very strong card in general. But here, I mean, yeah, it's going to get you a draw or something like that, but it's not that good.
Yeah, looking at Georgie's side deck as well, I feel there's a couple of cards in there that have that balance of going first and second. So naturally, if you feel that you are going to be going second, you're probably putting these Lightning Stormers and half these Feather Dusters less effective in this current state. However, you might also consider putting in Fantastical Dragon Phantasme and Triple Tactics Thrust, which can still be very useful for you if you do end up going first. The Triple Tactics Thrust would have very specific targets that it could set. It could directly try and set a Fiendsmith Paradise. It could directly try and set a Triple Tactics Talents for the follow-up. But on the other side of that, a Fantastical Dragon Phantasme may still, during Alistair's turn, give the ability to sculpt his hand a little bit more, and I'd probably be aiming for those Bestials. We know that we're going to be getting a resolution of Magnamute in the end phase to work into maybe a Bull Drake or a Druid Swarm. If you're then able to add more Bestials to that, you're starting to build up answers to Alistair's Mitsurugi plays, but also Alistair's plays for his own Fiendsmiths.
Absolutely, and he's adding the Baldrake right here because, of course, he wants to summon the Driz Room out of the seal during Alistair's turn. But yeah, I mean, we are back to a few years ago. Seal Pass.
Seal Pass. But this one's a little bit different. There's a Branded Regained on the field. That could be the biggest change ever.
But yeah, Seal Pass is, I mean, it is something that you have to deal with. It's not the strongest field, especially when Alistair just drew the Impermanence, which is great in this situation. You can only bounce here the Regain, which is not good, of course. And then you have the Int, which is special, which is normal summon.
Normal summon of the Ice Rider,
so this is not a very good situation for the 10-5 player.
No, I mean, Georgie will still have the ability to tribute off the Hieratic Seals, even though it won't be able to resolve to return everything. That, in turn, usually works its way, or kind of permits its way, with the Fardra being in the graveyard, will permit its way to go into a Chandra or a Pydra, just being allowed there to be more of a wall on the field so that it can't just be simply attacked through. Another very important thing to notice as well with Georgie is he has banished the Requiem. However, when you look at his extra deck, he actually plays 2 Requiem. So it means that it's a little bit, anyone at home that was like, he's banished the only copy of Requiem, he actually plays 2.
Oh, nope.
Nice and easy on that one.
So now we're going to special summon the X from the deck and add another Ryzel card. And those Ryzel cards, they are so strong, to be honest. They are so strong because one of them leads you to a lot of interruptions, but 2 of them, it actually goes through so many interruptions. So
Yeah, the Ryzeal cards themselves are very, very resilient. And the other benefit of something like this is once you get to a position where you can no longer commit a Link summon, for example, you still keep the door open for the ability to make your ritual summons. And the best thing with something like the Ryzeals and why they work so well with Mitsurugis is the fact that they can work themselves into each other.
Absolutely.
Your Ryzeals can get to Mitsurugis, your Mitsurugis can get to your Ryzeals. Everything is in harmony for that particular synergy between the two.
But here, will Georgie have what it takes to just survive and try to see a turn 3? It's going to be hard, in my opinion, because Alistair didn't even use a lot of cards from his hand. He literally just used the int, which just reimbursed itself, because you have now access to the sword in hand. And yes, you have the Genroku on field, you have the Magnamut, and you have potential access to the Baldrake that he's summoning right now. But is it going to be enough? I don't think so. But yeah, Baldrake is still a bit annoying because you have the ability to just banish the next monster that will be summoned from the extra deck or a ritual monster. But yeah, you'd rather just banish, for example, the Detonator or even the Duo Drive.
Yeah, I can't recall. Did we see Ryzeals in Alistair's first game? I'm trying to if this is new. Have both players kind of caught each other off guard? For the first of all, that Alistair didn't know that Georgie was on Phoenix Smith at all. And does Georgie not know or did not know after game 1 that his opponent was on Ryzeal? Is quite actually a interesting development for both players because they would. Siding is always so important. So being able to hold back as much information as you possibly can be the big difference. And I don't think you let this Exton hit the field, right?
Okay, so but can he prevent that? I think he can't. He can't. But the problem is that, of course, you are going to see your next turn, but your field is not there anymore.
Well, the good benefit is that Georgie did revive the Magnamut. So the Magnamut will give the ability to search out a follow-up for the next turn, which we all know that Tempais are dragons.
Yeah, the Pedra, for example.
So we're definitely going to be able to work our way into a starter there. It does look like that if we do decide to use Baldrake here to get rid of the... I mean, you can't let it stay on the field. You
have to.
It's exactly right. You take the trade-off, because if you leave that on the field and there's still the ability to work into the Phoenix Swift lines, that will happen. But we're definitely chaining the Exton Knight here to kind of clear the field up. It looks like there is 3 cards in Alistair's hand, plus the 1 on the field, which is 4. And then when we look at Georgie, I can imagine he definitely looks like he's shuffling his hand, so he must have more than 1 in the hand, meaning that it's 5 to 4. Remember, Exton Knight needs your opponent to have more total cards than you.
So yeah, I think they are checking that.
How does George? Is Alistair got 4 cards in hand?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, so 4 to it would have to be 6 to 5, correct? Looks like we're chaining the Genroku. I mean, let me just double check this one. Remembering the wording on Exton Knight. If your opponent has more total cards in their hand and or field than you do. Now, I mean, we're already past that point here. It looks like Exton was chain link 2. We've worked our way into the Pydra. Exton Knight's effect resolves. Exton Knight being banished off of the back of the Baldrake. And we're now back to both players having clear fields.
And you know what would have been amazing? In this position, Alistair could just have summoned the Excident and threaten his opponents to just activate the effect, and then Georgie has to activate some stuff, especially the Baldrake.
Yep.
And then you force the Baldrake, but then you can still threaten him to end the game by not activating the effect. That is something that you could have done, but it's very dangerous, of course, because you let the continuous spell on the field, the Branded Regained, and I think the safest way to proceed is that way.
Yeah, so this is going to be very, very interesting as well, because remember, for the rest of the turn, the opponent takes no damage. So it means that Georgie's definitely going to get another turn. We know that there's the possibility of a Pydra coming to the hand during the end phase of this turn. So Alistair needs to remember that, so that the field that he does set up is enough to deal with a potential Pydra entering the field of play, alongside any other cards that Georgie may have held back.
And now we talked about that earlier, and yeah, there is a bridge between the Mitsurugi cards and the Ryzeal cards, and here is the Feral Imp, which can just search the new card, Water card, Havoc Fury. It is absolutely amazing. Of course, it's only once per game, but still, it lets you just tribute the Sagi, and Sagi will be able to add from the deck to the hand.
The all-important possible Mitsurugi prayers or Mitsurugi ritual. And as mentioned, what makes Habakuri so good is the fact that you can summon and tribute the same monster you just summoned, meaning that it can technically play around an impermanence or a draw unlock, an impermanence or an effect Veiler and still get its tribute effect. It doesn't get its summon effect, but it will get its tribute effect, which is pretty much the same because most of the Mitsurugis have, if they are normal, special, or tributed, do X effect, and that is where it works out really, really well. And then being able to ritual summon from the deck using that Habakuri you've just revealed is going to get the Amo Makumo into rotation, which is going to set up that all-powerful, continuous Raigeki. Like being able to constantly keep looping that card back around and threaten, as you've already mentioned, a complete monster field clearance is absolutely insane.
This is gonna be very hard to just break because yeah, the Murakumo is such a great card, and you don't have the ability, you know, to just imperm the Murakumo. And on top of that, on top of the Raigeki effect, you also have a way to just make your opponent discard a card to just resolve an effect. So you know, you kinda reduce the level of the hand of Georgie. So yeah, I think this is a very interesting game.
So the Magnamut search is going to be very interesting now as well. So do you go for a Bestial if you have something in the hand that's going to put the Makumo into the graveyard? Or do you go with your original plan, which I would assume would be access to the Tenpai engine? We know that there is a Genroku in the graveyard already, a Fadra, and a one, if not two Pydras, at least one Pydra. So there's only one Pydra, one Chandra, and a Genroku left in the deck to search. We've also then got to decide, as aforementioned, going for that Bestial Druid Swarm may be the difference. Nope, straight into the Pydra. Maybe, I would like to think there might still be a Druid Swarm in the hand. Is that a possibility?
I mean, we're gonna see that real quick in a few moments. Georgie just starting his turn, and he is gonna normal summon the Pydra, I guess. Oh, this is the first. This is absolutely insane. Like this card accomplishes so much right here because you get rid of the prayers, and the prayers is what allows you to just put the Raigeki whenever you want. So that's a very good card drawn here by Georgie.
This is the one big gamble when you do make that decision to try and catch your opponent off guard and make them go first. They're probably already siding in their go second card, so you need to make sure that you are dealing with them in your first turn, because unfortunately not, it means they're still going to have their go second cards coming right back at you in this exact example here. And I think it's actually really, really important that we have chosen to tribute off the Feral Imps, because being able to do so will now allow us to gain a little bit more resource back. Yes, we still need to try and find a way to get rid of the Makumo in order to kind of loop it back, and I think that is what we're going to be trying to see Alistar attempt to do.
And what is really important is that you don't take any risk, because if your opponent has some Bestial in hand, you don't want to lose access to this Murakumo. So I think this is very clever here from Alistair, especially because you have the ability to make your opponent discard a card. So yeah, you're not going to have access to the Raigeki, but you still have somewhat some disruption. But yeah, Georgie is pretty fine here with the Lubellion, adding literally the, I guess, the
Druid Swarm, yeah. So that might be why Druid Swarm wasn't searched in the end phase, multiple Lubellions in the hand. And this is the best kind of combination in that sense, because if you are able to get a Druid Swarm down, you have the graveyard effect of the Lubellion to tribute off your Druid Swarm, ultimately allowing you to trigger Druid Swarm's effect to try and send one of his opponent's monsters to the field. In doing so, trying to clear off the Makumo and kind of like suffocate the resource. That's kind of what you're trying to do, is you really can't afford for the Makumo to resolve, and this shows a very big kind of option here, because you could always hold that Druid Swarm back so that when the Makumo hits the graveyard, that's when you choose to get rid of it. But it does look like we're going to be going for the Lubellion, send in the Druid Swarm to then ultimately send the Makumo to the graveyard.
And this is very interesting because we can see here that now Tenpai Bestial Finsmith has way more interactions, and you know, you can go to turn 3, turn 4, turn 5 now, which was not the case before because the engine was such a glass cannon engine. But yeah, here we can see a proper game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Like,
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if we choose to use the Makumo's effect to take one card from Georgie. Depending on what other hand traps Alistair may have access to, that could be the big difference to try and whittle down some of Georgie's resource. It looks like Genroku's going to the graveyard. We have chosen to use the Makumo effect to force that.
Oh, and we have the thrust. You told that, yeah, and you have some good second cards, and you are going to get access to the talent, and the talent is very strong here because there is still a monster on Alistair's field, so you are going to be able to just check the hand, and we can see the hand. There is nothing left to try to defend yourself because there is the int and the 2 Mitsurugi cards, so now road is clear.
Yeah, we know that our Pydro is 100% going to resolve. We don't need to worry about going for a Sangan Summon and a Sangan Kaiman. You see the smile on Georgie's face here.
Yeah.
I think he kind of knows we're going to be able to go for the Sangan Summoning, which would lead us into the Chandra during the battle phase, and pretty much finish it off. The Lubellion's going to be the icing on the cake just to deal with the Mitsurugi, and then all of the Tempais are going to be able to go in direct.
Yeah, we are directly hitting and then activating the Sangan Kaiman. Of course, the opponent doesn't have a lot to say except yes.
Yeah, I think once you activate and resolve the talents and see that there is no Ash Blossom sitting there waiting for you, you feel a lot more sigh of relief and a lot more comfortable to be able to resolve all of your plays and work your way in to complete the OTK. Alistair is going to be, unfortunately, sitting through this one, but I feel that we're going to be seeing Lubellion going in for 2,500 damage, and then the Chandra going in for another 17, which should pretty much finish the game off.
This is just a game here. You have a beautiful Tenpai combo tutorial, so if you don't know the combos, then you will have a chance to see that. But basically what you're going to try to do is going to the Synchro plays, Synchro 7, and you're going to be able to revive back the Fadra from the graveyard so that you can revive again something from the graveyard, and you're gonna have ultimately enough damage to just end the game and win this 6th round.
Yep.
2-0 for Georgie with his Tenpai Bestial Finsmith deck, and what a game it was! It was really interesting. We saw so many things right there, and we just have to admit that this strategy is just keeps working again and again. We have some players who had some amazing results. I think it was 3 or 4 months ago during some regionals, and it still works because the Tenpai are just amazing cards.
Yep.
And paired with some cards that just allow you to have a little bit more structure to the deck building with those Lubellion and those Bestials, which brings you some grind game and some interruptions, plus the addition of the Finsmith cards. Just the deck is just very, very well prepared for the format.
Exactly that. Alistair did try his best. Obviously, being able to take that gamble, it's always going to be a gamble. There's a lot of things about player choice that kind of separate the path you take. Being able to take that gamble to ultimately allow his opponent to go first looked like to be the right decision. Not really being able to stop the access to the Fiendsmith route, which I think kind of caught Alistair off guard. He would have much rather have held that Ash Blossom for that Lubellion. Like, if you take away the Fiendsmith element, hold the Ash Blossom for the Lubellion, and probably the Enfield isn't as dominating as it was, but being able to kind of flesh out and pull out the Ash Blossom before then working your way into
first
your
feature as
bestials,
well.
then starts opening up the door, and nothing is more threatening than knowing your opponent has a Bestial. Like, the surprise of a Bestial is a bit of a shock factor, but knowing you've got that coming, yes, it gives you a bit more knowledge to try and play around and navigate it, but it's still that threat that you have to kind of deviate and change your lines of play in order to kind of play through it. But expertly piloted from both duelists. Unfortunately, sometimes the hand traps fall a little bit more on one player's side, but both of them did really, really well, tried their best, and ultimately will continue on. They are still well within this tournament, being with a 4-2 and a 5-1 result. We've got a couple more rounds of Swiss coming up today, more rounds of Swiss tomorrow before we start working our way into the top cut. And don't worry, we'll be back shortly with the winners interview as well. So stay tuned and we'll catch you all in a second. round 6 winner, Georgie. Now, Georgie, you decided to take Tenpai to WCQ UK Nationals. What made you decide on Tenpai?
Well, it's the deck that I played for YCS Birmingham, and I bubbled that event. I was very close to getting in top cut in this one, so I was quite comfortable with the deck, and I decided I can play it again. I know that most people in the room are going to be playing 2 decks, so I can focus my non-engine based on those cards. So every game against Mitsurugi is basically free.
It does kind of seem that it was very, very well tailored. Now, as a Tenpai player, you're not obviously shy or surprised when someone makes you go first in game 2.
Yeah.
Did you put any go first cards in, or were you completely confident that even if you had to go first, you could rely on Fiendsmiths and Bestials to then take you through for the OTK capabilities of Tenpai?
Well, usually I do put cards going first, but this time, because he said, oh, I'm playing against Tenpai, I thought maybe he's going to make me go second. So I tried to reverse psychology him, and it kind of worked out. I think my side deck, especially game 2, was wrong because turn 1, I believe he asked my Requiem and I had Thrust in hand, and I have Mischief of the Gnomes in my side deck, but I didn't side it in because I thought he's going to make me go second, because that's what people usually do, but I didn't realize I didn't show him any Fiendsmith cards game 1, so he didn't even know that this is in my deck, so he probably thought I'm a blind second deck. So that's why he made me go first.
Yeah, it did seem that there's a lot of mind games going on there, especially with Tenpai's always being that threat. But then you did kind of reap the rewards of that because you saw that as it came back to you, you had that Trill Tactics Thrust, you had the ability to go into Talons and Harpy's Feather Duster just to kind of make sure and guarantee that your Tenpais were all going to resolve. Now, I can only imagine, so it'd be nice to get from a direct Tenpai player. When you activate Trill Tactics Talents and you see there is no Ash in rotation, how relieved do you feel?
Oh, it's dopamine to the max. It's just great to see no Ash or Impulse in hand. You just know you've won the game. Quite literally, the moment they show you your hand, you know you've won the game.
Yeah, it did seem to be absolutely incredible. Very, very fun. And it looks like you're back on a revenge mission. You are looking to break through to that top cut. So we wish you all the best of luck. There's only 3 more rounds of Swiss today, a couple more tomorrow, and hopefully we'll be seeing you on those top tables. So congratulations to Georgie again for winning round number 6. We will be back shortly with round number 7, so do not go anywhere. And we'll be bringing you more duels to finish off the day. Catch you soon.
The world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been in our lives for more than a quarter of a century. From the anime and manga to the trading card game and video games like Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links and Master Duel, Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been creating links between duelists since it first began. You ready?
I'm ready.
We're about to bring you along for a very unique adventure where we travel across the globe and meet all kinds of different duelists from all kinds of different backgrounds, see their local communities, and explore the links that tie us all together. Each of our tours will end with an epic duel on Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, all to show that whoever you are and wherever you come from, there is a bond that unites all duelists. Welcome to Create the Links.
Let's go, let's duel. Show me what you're gonna summon. I'm gonna attack Tornado Wind Weaver. Oh my god!
You want to win with this?
back to the UK National Championships 2025. I'm here for a special interview with the winner of our Dragon Duel, Danuka. Danuka, congratulations.
Thank you.
So you won the Dragon Duel, and just for everyone at home, this is a special event for under 14s. Yeah. And you just won it. So tell us about it. What deck did you play? How did it go?
So I played Valmonica Fiendsmith Unchained, and I think it was very difficult. I relied on non-engine a lot during the matches.
Okay. And so how many rounds did you have to play to win the event?
So it was 3 rounds of Swiss, and then 2 rounds of Top Cut.
Cool. So did you win all your rounds of Swiss?
I won 2, lost 1.
Okay. And what were your like tough opponents? What did you play against?
So I played against Mitsurugi Raizio, and then I played against Mitsurugi Fiendsmith, and then I played against Unchained Yubel, and then that was my Swiss rounds.
Nice. Okay, so sounds like you're playing against some tough competition. Which one do you think is like the toughest?
I think it was Mitsurugi Fiendsmith, honestly.
Okay, so that's kind of a bit of a, a deck that was super popular before. Well, no, it's still quite popular now. Do you prefer Mitsurugi Fiendsmith, Mitsurugi Raizio, yourself playing Valmonica? How did you decide on that?
Well, I think I was able to interrupt the Raizio player more, and so with Fiendsmith, they just made Moon, and then...
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the best things about Fiendsmiths, right? Any 2 monsters, you can keep going, whereas Raizio needs a little bit more to go on with. So what about the final? How did you feel? How did you approach going into the final? Were you nervous?
Oh, yeah, very.
But obviously you took down the final. Did you win 2-0?
It was, I won the first game, lost, and then won.
Great. So you're our Dragon Duel champion, which means you'll be given, as part of your prizes, travel and accommodation to go to the European Championships. So how do you feel about that? Are you excited to go and represent the UK over there?
Yeah, very excited.
Okay, so you're going to represent us. I'm sure you'll do us very proud.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, Danuka, and very much congratulations on winning. And we look forward to seeing you perform for us again at the European Championships. For everyone else at home, stay tuned, and we'll be back with the next round soon. Hello and welcome back to the UK National Championships. We're here for round 7. We've got 2 players doing extremely well so far, and they're on 2 versions of the sort of Primite strategy, one being the very common Blue Eyes, but what have we got on the other side of the table?
Oh, this one is incredibly spicy. So this is going to be, prepare yourself, Primite Fiendsmith, and the bridges for that is going to be a level 4 light fiend called Dippity. There's also some other old school, I say old school cards, it kind of makes me feel really old actually when I say and consider Psyframe as old school cards. But there's actually Psyframe, Gear, Delta and Gamma in the main deck alongside the driver. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how these strategies synergize together with a Fiendsmith engine and the Bestials.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, if you went back in time and said, here is this, you show your opponent, show someone like Dippity, which is a level 4 light fiend with 0 attack, 0 defense, no effect, and you said, yeah, this guy's pretty good actually.
You definitely get a chuckle when people go, yeah, okay, maybe back in 2002.
But, well, no, never.
No.
At no point in the game before this would this card have been in any way useful, but now all it needs is the right card to unlock. Every Yu-Gi-Oh card can be made playable with the right support.
I think we're going to see it straight away. Utilizing Primite Roar, pay 2,000 life points, special summon a normal monster from your deck. This is either going to be Psyframe Driver or Dippity. Now, I'd be amazed if it's not Dippity. And we're going to go get responded with a Fluveros. Double Fluveros.
Double Fluveros. Do you actually? You don't actually have to summon with the Roar, so I'm wondering if you
can
just
add.
don't. Yeah. You declare a card name. And then
you can special summon.
So maybe you just like
choose
don't.
not to.
Yeah, I'm not giving my opponent 2 draws. Is he adding it to his hand?
No, you just declare for it not to be. Can't be destroyed by battle.
Oh, he is summoning it.
He wants to show off that Dippity. That's so important. Normal summon Primite Bell. So this is actually quite interesting. I agree with you. I don't think you summon it because this would lead you. The reason you summon it is to work through your Fiendsmith plays, unless we're about to see an Ash Blossom on the Lordy Load. Unless we're going to see a rank 4 play, but there's no rank 4s in the extra deck.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah, you just go like Requiem Pass, and I think if your opponent had 1, maybe I'd be like, yeah, okay, but like 2.
Yeah. Unless you feel so confident that you can whittle your field down to have so few cards that the final clause on a Molchummy becomes what your opponent has +6, which I can very, very find that hard to believe that we're going to be getting to that situation.
Well, yeah, I mean, Kenny should now, I suppose he's used the Ash.
Yeah.
So
drawing for turn. It is just a Requiem Pass on this one.
Yeah, I'm not sure, because the board's going to be so small, like, it does seem a little odd.
Yeah. I wonder if there's Gammas or Deltas in the hand. Even then, I'm not sure how worthwhile it would be.
I think it's quite hard to organize your chain.
Oh, we also hard open up the Lacrima as well. Not an ideal start, but not the worst. I suppose we're going to be trying to hope that the Paradise is enough to really, really kind of hold Kenny back. But the amount of advantage that was drawn off of the back of this, off of both the Fluveroses in turn 1 is, I think we drew a total of, what, 2, 4...
Yeah,
4 cards?
4 cards, yeah. So
Crazy.
2 for each. The opponent starting the game with 2 Pot of Greeds. I know Primite Roar has a graveyard interruption, right?
Yeah, so you target the normal in your grave, but then you banish a monster on the field with less attack. So with Dippity being 0/0, the only benefit is they have sent Psyframe Driver. So you do have a 2500.
But doesn't it have to be on the normal summon?
Yeah, it has to be on the normal summon. So it would have needed to have been on the Ether Barrel.
So why do we think he didn't use it?
Well, unless he knows his opponent's on Blue Eyes, and you let the barrel resolve, and then you get rid of the additional, which would be Sage. But that does seem.
I mean, your opponent, yeah, you use it on the barrel, and then they don't get a second normal summon. Seems a little safer. Maybe you just got a bit too excited with all of the different chains going on. But I was wondering, maybe there's something I'm not sure about, because I haven't used this card a lot, or seen it used all that much. So
we're going to be utilising the Blue Eyes Link Spirit, which is going to bring back Blue Eyes White Dragon. Tempted to use Paradise, Usually this one will fall into the realms of sending a Desiree. Desiree being able to recycle a Fiend Light from the graveyard, and it looks like we're going to be putting Dippity back into the deck to deal with Mausoleum. So that's one way to make sure you don't get an additional normal summon, I guess. Unless there's already a Maiden in the hand, and ultimately that wouldn't make much of a difference. Maiden getting direct access to True Light. You probably don't need to go into wishes on this one, like a Roared with Eyes of Blue could do that for you. Bring back the Maiden, still open up the access to your Synchro plays. Also wonder, does he play the new Ancient Fairy Dragon of Life? I haven't seen that be...
Ancient Fairy Life Dragon?
Yeah, because I still quite like the idea that you'd make that and then you are able to tribute off in the battle phase your Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. He does. So what that gives you the ability for is you can attack with your Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon, tribute off your Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon still in the battle phase to then get into your Ancient Fairy of Life. The monster that's summoned off the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon has to go into defense, but the Ancient Fairy Dragon of Life lets you attack in defense position, which is exactly what we're going to see here.
Yeah, and that is enough
that will be
to
game,
attack
yeah.
the game because of that 2,000 life point cost. Wow, super quick game one.
I think that the double Fluveros really kind of does put a bit of a stomp on the type of plays. I would have felt that we maybe would have seen more being presented under that. You probably ideally would have gone from your Requiem, worked through into your Lacrima that turn directly, tried to build your way into maybe a higher wave King Caesar, and just being able to give your opponent 4 draws and then being able to tally that up on more was just a little bit too risky, I guess.
Yeah, it's a bit sad, I guess, if you're playing your Bestial deck against Blue Eyes. You really want to see those Bestials, but unfortunately none were forthcoming because I feel like Bestials are very, very premium against Blue Eyes, banishing all of those important pieces, the Blue Eyes themselves, the Maiden of White, etc. So maybe we'll see those appear in the later games.
Yeah, so when we're looking at some of the side decks here, we can pretty much see something very interesting that you pointed out earlier, Tom, is that there's some DD Crows floating around, specifically in the Blue Eyes side deck, alongside Mistaken Arrest. Both two interesting tech choices for the current format. I do like the idea of DD Crow, specifically in the Primite matchup, because you can actually directly get rid of Ether Barrels, you can get rid of your Drill Beams. Those could be quite painful to try and recur later on in the game.
Yeah, DD Crow is an interesting one, because I feel like in a lot of people's minds it's kind of written off, because it compares quite poorly to Bestials, right? There's only so many ways you can look at it. On the one hand, you discard a card. On the other hand, you summon a 2500 dragon. It's hard to argue with
which one's going to be
one's going to be better. But DD Crow has a lot of flexibility that the Bestials don't have. As you say, banishing the Drill Beam, can't do that. Banishing Earth monsters, can't do that. So Bestials have a few weak points for all of their strength, and some people, it seems, are preferring the DD Crow.
Yep, so I can only imagine Finley is going to want to go first on this one. We do see in Kenny's hand that he has hard drawn the True Light. It also looks like Kenny's seen that Ether Barrel straight away. Oh no, Lacrima straight away on this one. It looks like we're going to be resolving this. I didn't see double Fluveros in Kenny's hand, so that could be hopefully something that Finley doesn't want to see happen again.
Yep, just straight into the Requiem. I guess no Fuvoloses. Are you a Fuvolos like before the Requiem sort of person, or are you a Fuvolos?
No, I think you wait for the Requiem to happen. I feel you want to guarantee that draw, at least that replacement.
Yeah, the only downside is if they have a Fiendsmith in hand, then they can play around it too.
Yeah, risk and reward, I guess.
The Primite Fiendsmith deck is so grindy. I feel like it's a matchup where like this kind of thing where you draw cards off of your Necrocrypt is actually super relevant.
Yeah.
It's one deck where you'd almost just like, I'm just gonna leave this on the field. I want to draw some cards. I'm here for it. Let's see what we can get our hands on. So let's see what Finley can draw. I mean, there is some possibility you could leave it on the field, right? Because instead of going into a Caesar, you could instead choose to get 2 lights with one with the Tract and one with the Engraver engrave, and then go into a sequence instead.
Yeah, definitely alternative options on this one. We're going to see like Lordy Load is going to be stopped with the Dominus Purge. Working our way in, and it looks like we're going to be going into the High Wave King Caesar. We still have the ability to use Lordy Load to summon another normal monster from the deck, but if you do that, you can't use special monsters effects on the field for the remainder of the turn. hard open up the Branded Regain is not something you want to be seeing either, unfortunately.
It's kind of interesting, Branded Regain. I had a pour over his deck list before, and you mentioned there was only one copy of Lubellion.
Yeah.
So it feels like Branded Regain, you know, I get it for like, you run 3 Lubellions, you're going to see it a lot. So the times you draw Branded Regained, it's kind of like, okay, whatever, it's still not too bad. But one for just a single copy feels a bit light.
Yeah. And it looks like we're paying the ultimate cost here of being ashed on our Wishes with Eyes of Blue, send in True Light. We do know that there is a Maiden hand. It also looks like there's a Sage of Eyes of Blue. So the Sage will kind of work a little bit of magic. I did also see a Bull Drake in Finley's hand, so that can definitely deal with the Maiden. That could be another added benefit. And we're going to be adding an Effect Veiler off of the back of the effect of our Sage of Eyes of Blue as well.
So very good to have a Bull Drake to pair with the Regain to start drawing some more cards. And as you said, the Ash has got to be quite painful on the Wishes. It's like, I feel like it's the Blue Eyes nightmare. It's like what you dream about after a bad tournament, your Wishes getting ashed.
I feel Finley is going to be or he looks like he's going to be quite aggressive on this one, so try and quench any resource that Kenny may be getting. It looks like we've got Paradise here. I feel at the earliest possible opportunity we're going to be able to activate that. Currently Kenny is Dragon locked, or technically can't special summon anything apart from dragons. We do have Mausoleum to provide you with that additional normal summon, so you could see Mausoleum being activated, additional normal summon of Maiden to then use Maiden's effect. But it looks like we're going to be using that from the hand to reset the True Light. Activating the Mausoleum as well.
You've always got to keep your eyes open for the Dominance Purge too. So I'm sure Kenny will know. He probably doesn't have that many cards in his deck that would play into it, but sometimes you can like think about, oh, should I play around Bestials? Should I be worried about SP?
Yeah.
And forget that your opponent has used a Dominus card and that they cannot use, well, non-lights or, well, they can't use darks. I'm going to get the attributes wrong, aren't I? What is it you get?
It's dark, fire, and
water go together.
Water.
So the other ones left are earth and wind.
Correct.
So you can still use, you know,
Earth and wind.
And
I think this is going to be a very important bestial. So we're going to attempt to use True Light. Do we allow, or it looks like we're allowing the Blue Eyes to come back to the field. So do we then stop the Maiden later on? Because we still have, okay, so we're going to use Paradise early on.
So nice here, you can always Paradise and target the True Light, which makes it one of those tricky things when you're pushing as the Blue Eyes player that you're, you know, you provide your opponent with any spell and trap removal they can use to destroy your entire field.
Yeah. So an additional normal summon of that Effect Veiler, and we're going to be working ourselves into another Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. I feel that at this point you have to interact. As soon as that Blue Eyes Link Monster attempts to use this effect to revive a Blue Eyes, I can almost guarantee we're going to be seeing the Bull Drake come here to get rid of that Blue Eyes. Oh, okay, we're not even going to reveal any Bestial at all. We're just going to rely on Wave King on that one. Tying the game up 1 apiece.
Yeah, very short, sharp games so far, to be honest. Very dominant, that game. Just show your opponent the Caesar, even if you get interrupted. I mean, as we mentioned before, I think, like, it's so hard to stop the Fiendsmith deck from getting to a Caesar, no matter how many interruptions you give.
Yeah.
You know, if your opponent shows anything that you have to use an interruption on, all of a sudden, just 2 monsters, bam, you get Caesar, you get the Lacrima Engrave to give you the Fiendsmith in Paradise, and yeah, it's so resilient, and that's what has made it such a popular choice ever since it's been out.
Yeah, exactly that. I feel that, I would love to still feel that Delta and Gamma are going to be a surprise for his opponent on this one, but we've already seen that he sent Cyframe Driver to the graveyard. So now if we have a quick look at the side deck, what you could possibly be putting in against Blue Eyes White Dragon here, we do have Mistaken Arrest, Lightning Storms, Harpy's Feather Dusters, and Morchomi Fluoroses for the Fiendsmith strategy to be kind of adding in. I feel on that one, is it worth the risk of Mistaken Arrest going second? Probably not. So you're probably going to be looking at 6 cards at least on this one going in. For the Lightning Storm and Dusters, those are obviously going to be very, very important to deal with the True Light. As we've seen previously, if you take care of True Light, and as long as you are sending it from the field to the graveyard while it's face up, you will pretty much force your opponent to clear off their entire field.
Yeah, exactly. I think Lightning Storm and Duster are just absolutely premium against the Blue Eyes deck in particular, as you said, because the True Light's going to destroy them. Only thing to keep in mind is the Lightning Storm doesn't go so well with the Bestials.
Yep.
Because, yeah, obviously you're going to have a monster on the field, so you'd rather most of the time use the Bestials on your opponent's first turn, but can't do that here. What do you think of seeing Fuelos in the side deck? Because again, it seems to me one of the most popular cards to see in the main deck, and it's very good against such a wide variety of different decks. It seems like most players are going to be including it in their main deck.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting choice that we're seeing more and more of. More so because some environments will involve pure Mitsurugis, and pure Mitsurugis can play around the Fluveros, so it becomes more of like a brick in the entire deck. But as you mentioned, because of the wide variety of decks that the Fluveros can kind of deal with or interact with, it usually becomes like one of the first hand tracks you put on your deck list to go into the main deck. So it looks like players are ready for that all-important final game 3. Starting off with Kenny, normal summoning down the Blue Eyes, Sage with Eyes of Blue. And as a bit of a sneak peek in Finny's hand, it does look like he's opened up the Primite Roar already. And we are going to be seeing that side copy of the Mole Chummy.
And that looked like a thumbs up from Kenny. There's always that little hold your breath moment when you activate Fuelos. Is your opponent going to go, yeah, I'll just hash that, carry on my merry way, or will they just be under a lot of pressure, I think, when the Fuelos resolves? Because Blue Eyes, it doesn't summon tons from the extra deck, but it definitely wants to, and it's a heavy price to pay giving your opponent a card every time.
Yeah, I feel that Finny's been quite reserved on this one. He did get double Fluveroses in game 1, so he's kind of repaid the favour a little bit to Kenny on this. It looks like there's also an Ash Blossom in the hand. The temptation to stop that Prosperity resolving. Yeah, not even giving it a second thought. That is not going to resolve.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with Ash Blossom on Prosperity, given it's going to trade 1-for-1 with anything, and you don't really want your opponent to pick the card. And also post-side decking, things like, you don't know what kind of nasty surprises your opponent can have for you in their side deck. Players can put in powerful cards like Different Dimension Ground or things like that that could be really tough when you go first.
Yeah, and taking a quick peek at the side deck, I think Solemn Warning could still be something very, very powerful for Finley to try and play across, which looks like the most restrictive one. There's also Mistaken Arrest, which, it can kind of limit the Engraver's usage, and obviously Lubellion, but we've already seen that Finley only plays one of those. So I suppose it's going to come down to how far Kenny, or how many draws Kenny wants to give Finley off of the back of his necessity, I suppose, to access the extra deck.
One question for you, I'll give you, is what's your favourite Solemn at the moment?
Ooh, I'm very partial to Solemn Strike. Not right now, I don't think it's the best card right now. We've had to choose of the Scolding, Judgment, Warning, and Strike. I've always kind of felt that Strike was ideal. But then I do also quite like the fact that Judgment can be activated no matter how many life points you have left.
Yeah, one thing I'm thinking is, I understand the trend towards Solemn Warning, which is Mitsurugi, very powerful deck. So having the option of also negating the Ritual spell, which Strike can't do, as well as any summon against Malice, it's very flexible. But in Blue Eyes in particular, I think something you're scared of, like really scared of, is those Feather Dusters and Lightning Storm. So
yeah.
I think if I was playing maybe another deck, I'd think, okay, I'll just side in Solemn Warnings. I quite like that. But if I'm playing Blue Eyes in particular, I probably really prefer to have the Solemn Judgment.
Yeah, I do find that quite interesting because there's also Dragon's Mind that we saw earlier on the Regenesis. And all it requires you is your opponent, for you to have a monster with 2500 attack or defense. So technically, Dragon Mind could be a good option for you in that replace of the Judgment. It kind of really comes down to how many times you feel you're going to need to recycle that resource.
Yeah, for sure. Here we see Magnamut, the most intimidating of the Bestials, mostly because it always comes with a friend. Kenny, I don't know if he's got any prime targets in his grave because the Maiden and the Blue Eyes are both on the field, but you can still get a lot of value out of the Magnamut anyway.
Yeah, it does also look that he opened up the Dippity. So the biggest issue with opening up the Dippity is that Raw can't special summon it from the hand, it needs to special summon it from the deck. So maybe that Fluveros kind of let him draw a card that he probably didn't want to see. But being able to activate something like the like the Primite Roar would have allowed him to get a little bit more field presence before, because you have to have no monsters in order to activate it. Which does mean that the Roar is a bit more of a stumbling block in the hand than you want it to be.
So here comes Magnamut, going to activate its effect.
Getting rid of the Sage. I feel this is probably... Oh, DD Crow. There we go. Talk about DD Crow. And it looks like we're going to be seeing the Lubellion, so that Lubellion can't get rid of the Magnamut to bring itself back to the field.
I think that's... I'm going to give that a +1 for Bystials over DD Crow.
Traded Sage for Lubellion.
I think I would rather have my my Bystial than a DD Crow when I mean, your opponent's just played, you know, their one card Bystial Lubellion, and your DD Crow's gone like -3 or something versus it.
Yeah, exactly that. It looks like the Fiendsmith engine is going off unanswered here. I do believe we have a Majesty still along the spell and trap zone for Kenny on this one. How long do you hold out before you need to use it? I suppose once they revive the Engraver, you kind of utilize that.
I think Majesty was already used to destroy the Primite card.
Oh, is it Lordy Load?
Yes, the load.
Ah, okay. So we're going to try and turn into Neko Quip. This could be a repeat of what you mentioned earlier, trying to get more draw advantage off of the back of this. Looks like Kenny has a draw on Lockbird. We know there's the Primite Roar. Another DD Crow. Wow, okay, DD Crow putting in a bit of work here.
Ah, this is interesting here. So Kenny having to use the DD Crow now, because otherwise the Princess would come down. And normally, obviously, you really want to hold the DD Crow.
Yep.
Until the Engraver's used its effect, and then you wouldn't be able to use it again, and there's one less Light Fiend in the grave. But if you were to wait, then you'd give your opponent a draw, which obviously much, much worse than either of those things. Yeah,
you don't want to... A draw can be anything. It could be something incredibly useful that turns the tide of the game, or it could not. Sometimes it's just not worth that risk and reward. It does unfortunately look like Finley has the Dippity, Draw on Lockbird, and the Primite Roar. A combination of cards you probably don't want to be seeing in the latter stages of your turn.
Yeah, you just summon a side frame driver, what you?
I'm still waiting for someone to play the Lambda, the Link 2, that allows you to activate your side frames from the hand even when you have monsters on the field. Surprised that's not in a... Might have been a consideration for his side deck, or even in the extra deck. But
So
then the Fiendsmiths take up quite a lot of space.
Kenny resolving True Light. Always a good feeling to get to resolve that more than once. He's going to get to resolve it, presumably for a third time once it comes around to his turn again. Not sure one Bystial by itself is quite going to cut it, but we will see.
So what did we set off of the True Light? Is it Wishes?
Yeah, Wishes. Finley just having...
going to be a good starter.
Quick read of the Necro Quip. I feel like you kind of, most people, like, you know, like the main effect of the card, and then you need to check the actual text to be like, oh, what if they discard a card for Wishes or something like that?
Yeah, does that count? Okay, this is interesting. We're going to use Mausoleum to send the second Blue Eyes White Dragon, increasing the Blue Eyes White Dragon currently on the field by 800 attack. Might make a big difference. You never know. Those 800 points could be the difference between what's left and what's not.
Yeah, always good to get your Blue Eyes out of the deck and into the graveyard as quick as you can, so that way you might not draw them.
Now, was there no other... Was there an Effect Veiler still in the grave, or was that the previous game?
Well, I don't think Kenny's used an Effect Veiler.
No, is there no other level tuners? Did we get rid of all of the level 1 tuners?
Yeah, well, it was banished.
Banished off of the Bestial was the Sage. Okay, so we're going to go into the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. We're going to see a repeat of game number 1 with the Ancient Life Dragon. Roared with Eyes of Blue, bringing back a Blue Eyes White Dragon from the graveyard. In turn, bringing back the Maiden. Ah, that's correct. There's 2 DD Crows in the graveyard. That's why. That's going to get met with the Balldrake. Now, this is also quite interesting as well, because with the Balldrake online, because of the Neko Quip, we have the ability that if the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon's effect is activated to summon the Ancient Fairy Dragon, we can utilize Balldrake, but that's not going to be allowed to stay on the field. True Light to revive Blue Eyes to clear off the Neko Quip. Clear field here now for Finley. Again, unfortunately, the target that he wants to be summoned off of that Primite Roar is stuck in his hand.
Do you think he sided out the driver?
I think the driver was sided out, yeah. Otherwise, yeah, the driver would have been a very, very good option for that one.
He will have access, I guess, to his Primite engine again next turn.
Yeah, next standby
to
phase.
Negate it, although you can just negate it straight away with the Spirit Dragon.
Correct. Ah, maybe he does have driver still in his deck. I'm just surprised why Roar wasn't used in the previous turn.
I don't know what, you can make a rank 6, but driver is not a fiend.
Correct.
So you'd have to make a rank 6 with...
But he does play Lars.
He does play Lars. Yeah, I think he should play Summon Skull, and then you could make a Caesar.
Oh, he does still have the driver. Very, very interesting.
Yeah, maybe he just didn't want the rank 6. Maybe, does he just need... No, he already had another Primite card in his graveyard, right? So
he's got the Lordy Load in the grave, and he's got the one Beryl, I believe.
what is the condition for Beryl to come back?
Well, you just bring Beryl back during your standby phase.
Yeah, but do you not need like a normal monster somewhere or something like that?
Don't believe so.
I don't think it just comes back forever during your standby phase. I think you need something. A normal monster in your field or graveyard.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So that's why.
Oh, because the Deputy's locked in the hand. Okay. It's the Drill Beam that requires you to control a Primite card, I believe, to reset it.
Yeah. So Beryl, sadly, getting stuck in the graveyard by the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon.
Switching driver to attack to attempt to attack the Hieratic Seals. Hieratic Seals is going to be returning that driver directly to the hand. Oh, it looks like Finley drew a second draw on Lockbird for turn. That is not the hand you want to be seeing. A Dippity, 2 draw on Lockbirds, and a Cyframe driver. Not ideal.
But here
he is on the second Requiem. Dippity into the second Requiem. We're going to try and unlock the Fiendsmith route.
Of course, there's still that one effect negation for Kenny in the form of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon, along with whatever other cards he's managed to assemble in the meantime.
Still 2 more sets as well to be aware of. And then anything else that Kenny may or may not have in the hand. And then Ash Blossom will pretty much end this, but as you mentioned already. Oh, Typhon, okay. It's one of those set cards, a Drill Beam or a Majesty.
Finley just passing, looks like. I mean, I guess you can just pass because the Spirit Dragon will be destroyed.
Yeah, but this is quite interesting because you can still return, exactly what we're about to see here, we still return the Blue Eyes, and the Blue Eyes will just destroy the Typhon.
Oh yeah, but the Blue Eyes came back off the True Light, didn't come
Correct,
back off
yeah.
the Spirit. But this is main phase 2, so I guess there's not much else to say about it. Yeah, so Typhon does actually prevent monsters with 3,000 or more attack from activating, and it doesn't matter where they are, so you can't like use Nibiru or anything like that. So the Spirit Dragon would normally at this point be activating to revive a monster, but you can't do that while Typhon is on the field.
So 6,000 life points to 8,000 life points. We do have the Blue Eyes to deal with the Typhon. Then the Ether Beryl to deal 1,600. True Light can still bring back.
Ether Beryl is...
Oh, 0/0 because it's with a Hieratic Seals, correct.
You got to get it off the field, and then at some point you're going to get your value. It's going to come back
it looks
during
like
the next standby phase.
Doing exactly that. We're going to be banishing the Raw Divisor Blue to work our way into what I can only imagine will be the Tyrant Dragon, using Blue Eyes and another Dragon monster. Won't be able to use the effect of Tyrant right now, but still being able to True Light and bring back a Blue Eyes, in turn bringing back a Maiden, should we wish. Could be quite useful here.
Both players just having a chat to clarify exactly the game state. Having a bit of a... It's quite a slow game. I feel like some games can be grindy and the decks are doing a lot. This time it feels like not too much is happening on either side, but hopefully Kenny's going to prove us wrong and summon a pile of a very large attack Blue Eyes White Dragons.
Yeah, very strategic. A lot of thinking about this one.
Are there any trap cards to bring back with Tyrant? I don't know if any have hit the graveyard yet.
Has he used Majesty yet? Or have we just been holding Majesty all this time? Because I think I would definitely agree with you. You'd probably want to attack the Typhon with Blue Eyes first. Clear the Typhon off, and then your Tyrant will then be able to activate.
But I don't think there are any trap cards in the grave to bring back, so I don't think it matters.
Then they're just chalking through it now. Oh, there you go. There's the Majesty.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't do that unless the Typhon's been negated.
But then, because it's once at the end of the damage step, so is the Typhon clear? And as long as your Tyrant has battled, with the Typhon off the field, your Tyrant then is able to resolve. Which I think is what they were just checking.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Sometimes cards can be a little confusing when they're like being attacked over.
How long their lingering effects stay in play for.
Yeah, but in my head, I think it shouldn't work, but hopefully our table judges know better than me. Just be safe. Just attack with the Blue Eyes first.
Yeah, well, don't even allow that complication to pop up. Being able to recycle the Majesty could be quite good here, one way or another, because the Majesty, we now have 2 Blue Eyes in rotation, one currently on the field, one currently in the graveyard. So that is going to provide with 2 forms of destruction off of the back of that. Still with the True Light in rotation, haven't even tempted to bring back Maiden. And then still 2 more unknowns along the spell and trap zones for Kenny here.
Did Maiden get banished, actually? By Bestial?
Oh, you're right, by Balldrake. Very correct.
Finley now, from a second ago, didn't really have that many interruptions. It looked like Kenny was kind of poised to take over the game, but all of a sudden, the Fiendsmiths popping their heads up straight out of the graveyard.
Holding their own.
Yeah, you think they're buried, but no, they just reappear every turn, 2 more monsters onto the field.
Yeah, it's still quite impressive, because when you look at, if you take the Finley's hand out of context and you do see those 4 cards sitting in the hand, you'd be remiss to say that'd be game over at that particular point, but he is really battling hard on this one.
Here comes a Fiendsmith sequence. This feels like a card that really shouldn't be allowed to resolve at any point, just ever.
You must never resolve.
If you let someone resolve a sequence,
I would be very surprised if that's allowed to resolve or even attempt to activate the effect where at all possible.
Yeah, tricky part here is though, if you can destroy the sequence, but because it's not activated its effect, Finley might be able to summon it again if he has the Engraver in his grave, which I'm not sure he's used yet, so you can just shuffle it straight back into the extra deck.
Correct.
If you have a way to get another monster on the field, which is easier said than done, I think. Oh, is that a pass? No, he's checking his grave, okay.
Is there a possible Bestial in the hand?
It's always good to look out for the, I forget the name of it, the Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon.
Yes, the targeted protector.
Yeah, but there was also a Bestial, so.
So it looks like the Druid Swarm here. You've got to be very careful not to target the Blue Eyes, because otherwise you would assume Kenny would just chain the True Light to revive the Blue Eyes. Getting rid of the ultimate Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. And here, as you mentioned, is the second monster needed to make the sequence. And as an added benefit, we can now utilize Druid Swarm to send the Tyrant Dragon.
So sequence round 2.
I believe this is going to resolve, and I know that Finley also plays the Agmonde route, which can hopefully allow you to push for a bit of an OTK, because ultimately as you do that play, you send, as long as you have enough Light Fiends in the graveyard, you send your Desiree will then allow you to send that final Blue Eyes. We do still have True Light available to us to bring back a card, and I suppose you probably want to do that once, or if Desiree leaves this field, because if that happens, you need to get a Blue Eyes back to the field. I feel if you do it now, the Desiree would just negate the True Light.
You can't negate at the moment, because it has to be equipped with something.
Correct.
But you got to watch out, because I have a feeling Desiree is going to be sent to the grave, and it's going to activate its effect to target that True Light.
Yep.
So it doesn't really matter if you bring something back or not, because the card will end up being destroyed by the effect of True Light. So maybe you just set something from the deck, if that is you have anything to set. Let's find out. Yeah, maybe Kenny just out of stuff to set.
Yeah, quite possibly. I think there's already a wishes that is set, and you have to set something different. There's no more Raw with Eyes of Blue, no more Majesty.
Maybe the wishes is just without any targets, because it has to search another spell or trap that mentions Blue Eyes.
Yeah.
And if we've already used Raw, we've already used Majesty and True Light, maybe there's just nothing left to search, yeah. Then we're going to get like the mega superpower Desiree with all 3 materials and like, I don't know how many thousands of attack points. Oh, did the sequence get shuffled back maybe?
Sequence got shuffled back, I believe, to make the next step. But exactly that, it does look like we've got the Ether Barrel coming back. I feel that this gets met with a Desiree, unless there is a Drill Beam. Even then, the Drill Beam isn't going to be enough as what you need here.
But if you don't Desiree it, then there's definitely a Drill Beam.
Looks like that is resolving.
Also, do we think Kenny runs Typhon? We can answer that question, but Typhon is always a fantastic out
pretty
to
sure he
Desiree.
does.
Yeah, there it is. I think we often see players, when they activate Desiree, you have to like negate your own Agnum Day to then reduce the attack points.
Yeah. It's a good normal summon to have. Being your Sage is your additional normal summon because you have the Mausoleum of White.
Maiden of White can get that True Light back from the graveyard.
Suppose you have to be very careful though, because if you get rid of that Desiree, you know it's only going to want to target that True Light again.
Once again, yeah.
I think you are right though. Probably making a Typhon may be the best route of play. Clear off the Desiree. You're leaving Finley with 4 cards he seems to have constantly had stuck in his hand for the entire duel right now.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't just fire off the Draw and Lockbird.
Yeah.
But, I don't know, I mean, maybe you just use it as like something you can normal summon one time.
So working our way into the Blue Eyes Spirit Link Monster, being able to tribute this off to attempt to revive a Blue Eyes White Dragon. Very interesting route of play, because I feel you're just, at this exact moment in time, kind of going around in circles to what seems like the same outcome. Because that Desiree, as you mentioned, is very, very powerful right now. Unless you can find a way to non-target return it, which of course Typhon will allow you to do.
You know what I've remembered?
It's not got the sequence?
No, there was the pot at the beginning of the game. I think Typhon's been banished.
Ah, you are very,
there.
very correct.
Yeah. This is one of those times when us commentators were like looking at the page like, why is he not doing this? Why is he not doing this? Why is he not doing this? And then it's like actually he's smarter than us.
He may have already banished it.
But surely you'd banish it, right? If you start with Prosperity, you're going first. You don't need it. So he's looking a little confused at his extra deck as to
semi-regretful on it. I think you're right. It does look like there's only 2 Synchros and a Fusion left.
But yeah, I saw him like hovering over it, and he was like hovering over the Moonlight Rose Dragon, and thinking like, what is there? Why is he doing that when there's like obviously the thing, but it's just not there.
Yeah, all of these hypotheticals that can't even exist right now.
Yeah, his extra deck's actually looking very like light, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like 3 or 4 cards left.
Ancient Life Fairy, Blue Eyes Moonlight, sorry, Red Rose Moonlight, and then the Neo Blue Eyes.
So, do we think Finley just going to hold on to this Desiree until it's threatened by something? Because he's just saying, I've just got to keep it. Okay, no, he's actually activating it now.
Yeah, I can't imagine now. Obviously, Finley doesn't know that Typhon's banished, but I can't imagine there being any other threat that could enter the field that deals with that Desiree right now.
He does have a Draw and Lockbird in his hand, right?
Yes, he's got 2 Draw and Lockbirds from what I can.
Because I mean, if you draw on Lockbird, on the summon of Sage, then your opponent can't activate the Lordly Load. It just seems, yeah, it seems odd to hold it. Maybe he's playing around talents or something.
Yeah, this is a very, unfortunately, neither player can really concede and try and move on to the next game, because there isn't a next game. And I think we're in a bit of a stalemate here, where trying to find the out to this Desiree is probably causing a few more issues, because I don't believe there's any additional hidden effects of the Ancient Fairy Life Dragon that I'm aware of. So Synchro Summon, you draw a card if so getting a bit more draw power.
It doesn't get Synchro Summon anyway.
No,
Oh.
yeah.
Here we see a concession.
I just honestly
Kenny
don't
just
think
having
there was
no
anything.
out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. Just summon a large monster. That's it. That's Yu-Gi-Oh! Now. You just
Summon the strong monster and hold out.
Yeah.
I think with hindsight, the banish of the Typhon was obviously more costly than he was expecting at that particular moment in time. I felt that was the only way you could out that Desiree, and once you're able to set up the Desiree of that level of power, it really is just a kind of a moment of time, and you're trying to grind it down. You're already lower on life points. He obviously saw the writing on the wall, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, that was just crazy, because it just looked like he was so far ahead. It looked like Finley, after the first couple of turns, really didn't get much going. Like, his cards were being interrupted left, right, and center. His cards were being DD crowed. Yeah, like, Fiendsmith's out of the grave, but somehow just resolving that one sequence, and then, yeah, that was it.
Yeah, exactly. I think the very good point that you brought out with the sequence is getting rid of the sequence early enough. As long as Finley had enough to make a second one, he could then still activate the effect because he hasn't used it yet, and that kind of really what turned the tide of the battle.
Yeah, I mean, Sequence, again, is one of the most threatening cards in the Fiendsmith engine. You know, all the other cards are quite hard to interrupt, but, like, Sequence is quite easy to interrupt, but the amount of value that's packed into that one effect, if you can't stop it, you're in so much trouble, because your card's going to get sent to the grave, there's going to be this massive threat, it's going to have loads of attack, it's going to do loads of damage, and then it's going to negate all of your cards if you manage to even make it to the next turn.
Yeah, exactly that. But that is pretty much it for round number 7. We're going to be back very, very shortly with the winner player interview, and then we'll be moving on to the final 2 rounds of Swiss here for day number 1 of the UK Nationals. So we'll be back very shortly.
Hello and welcome back. We're here for our winner interview with Finley. Finley, congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
So your deck, we were quite excited to see it. It looked very cool. How did you build this deck? It's not something we've really seen a lot of.
So I was playing Memento for the tournament originally. Then Tuesday night we're at a locals with my friend. He thought about playing it with like Redoer. in the extra with Lambda to like, add like Gamma Zeta with the Priamites and the Fiendsmith. I forgot to put those in. So it was just, and then it was just playing the Fiendsmith Priamite. I changed it at 6 PM yesterday. I decided to build this. So I put it in the last minute, but
wow,
I played it on Mastered also.
Oh my goodness! So this is like a real like last minute, like you just go with your gut. You're just here with your friends, trying different stuff, and you're like, oh, I'm just gonna send it. So that's pretty impressive, and it seems to be working out really well. You're still undefeated now?
No, I'm X1.
X1, okay.
I lost to one of my friends round three. But I missed playing. I set Priamite Roar and Drill Binge. I left the Roar in hand. I would have won, but it happens. It happens, don't it?
Yeah. Well, you know, if you're going to lose, I guess it's nice. It's nice to do it with your friends. At least one of you's got to move on.
He's X2 as well now. He's X above him now.
So yeah, you're doing really well. You just played against Blue Eyes, so it looks to me, with all of your Bystials, that you should be quite strong into that matchup. Is that how you feel?
Yeah, it's the first time I played. I didn't think I'd play against it this weekend, really. I didn't expect it. Obviously, I know it is a deck, but I didn't expect to play against it. But I noticed, obviously, the Maiden coming back now all the time. I just hit it, and it should be fine. As long as I can banish it. So in game 3, I thought I'd lost the game. My hand was double draw on the drive. I was like, oh, not going to do much here. But luckily, I managed to get to a Desiree. I know I had it out the trap card. But eventually, when I got to there, I knew I was fine from that point onwards.
So if you weren't expecting Blue Eyes, what kind of things were you targeting when you built your main
like
deck?
Mitsurugi Raziel or Mitsurugi Fiendsmith. Try and hit obviously the Dark and Lights Engrave. I'm not playing any of the Molchamis in the main deck, if you've seen the main deck at all. Maybe I'll play more of the Sire Frames. Obviously Delta's good against like the Mitsurugi Ritual spell, the Malice Field spell, things like that. They get a bit more like ahead.
So how do you feel like? I feel like Fulos is probably one of the most popular main deck cards this weekend, and you've chosen not to run it. So
I do sometimes miss it, but it hasn't really came up too much. I do side it, so it's in my side deck. Well, I've sided it in almost every round, so I've been sided against Labyrinth round, one of the rounds, but yeah, when that's like, I haven't missed it too much, because I think I'd rather use the utility of the Sire Frames and obviously try and play more like impactful hands. I know obviously Fulos stops them sometimes, but obviously like the Bell, the Ghost Spell, I didn't really use it in that game, but it can come up against like Malice, Mitsurugi, things like that. And John Lockbird, I rather see as well, more in this format.
So you're playing like Primite cards, probably some of the more niche ones in the Raw.
Yeah.
Is this taking people by surprise?
I think so, yeah, I think so. My friend was saying after round 3 or 4, I should play an Unexpected Dive instead of like some stuff, so then obviously I can't get drolled myself when I'm playing to get to Dippity and things. But yeah, I think that Raw, obviously, game 1 I've completely forgot as is setting grave, but you can banish it from the grave. A target like the driver was in my grave, banish his barrel when he summoned it. So obviously you couldn't link straight into the monster, but more you remember, the more you learn.
So I guess, very important question for the fans at home here. You're playing Dippity when you could be playing White Dust On. So, this is very controversial, I think. The choice of the Light Fiend. So what went into it?
It's more just going to go to Chaos Angel at any point. I was going to play it when I went to YCS Orlando in January. I was going to play it there, but then I played Mitsurugi Raziel with my friend. Me and him were testing it all night, and I didn't have enough time to put it in. So I played that for it. I played White Dust on them, but I got rid of my White Dust on at that event. So I was like, I had to buy some packs of poor Dippity for yesterday to go and play it for today. So it was all right.
Well, I'm glad you managed to get your hands on one, because it seems like a very important card in your deck.
It comes on. I've drew it about 10 times today, but it does a combo by itself, so it is good.
Well, fantastic. Well, thank you very much for that great feature match, and we'll look forward to seeing you later on in the event.
No problem.
And everyone at home, keep watching, and we'll be back soon with the next round.
Venture back in time with Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days Collection. Available now.
So I'll tribute this.
I disagree. I don't want that. I don't want that to happen. Please,
Okay.
have mercy.
Chainlink 1?
Yeah.
Chainlink 2?
I disagree. No, don't do that. I am going to change the impermanence.
Oh, it wasn't impermanence.
Yeah.
You were
I'm
a
a
truth
guy.
teller. Okay. I guess. How about Chainlink? This is 3?
This is 3, yeah.
So this is number 4?
This is?
To negate the impermanence.
I think I am going to change Berta, targeting the 2 cards.
I don't even get to keep my DD Crow. Okay.
How does it sound?
This is Chainlink 5.
Chaining 4, 5.
It's just like we're playing Telements all over again.
Yeah,
How high are we going to go?
That was great.
Okay, I'm not going to respond.
I've got nothing.
All resolves?
Yeah, we can resolve them.
You're making me suspicious. Okay, so let's resolve that. I get to keep my draw?
Yeah.
This gains a lot of attack.
Yeah, it gains like 400.
So this resolves doing whatever weird thing it does to Infinite Impermanence. And then Infinite Impermanence, is it going to resolve? It is. Okay. You should have just chained the Veil. That would have been more fun, but you know. And then this still resolves, right? Because I still activated it.
Yeah, totally. You can add.
Okay, and then you've still got quite a lot going on because I don't really know. This was my thing. I was like, this is going to go great, and then you just negated it.
This is great.
So now I have to.
I was totally afraid of the prayer.
That's true. I should have had one of
Prayers
those.
would have gone crazy here.
That would have been very smart of me to have a prayers, but I did not have a prayer. But I have to do something. So what do you think I should do?
Do you have anything to go through this?
I don't know.
I don't know as well. I mean, you have some things.
This
and
was
Morocco is a really great one.
I tried. I had a try. I don't really know what to add. Let's just add a prayer.
So the prayers.
Living on a prayer. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I should have had one of these before I did that, and then it would have gone better for me. I have some options, and I don't really know what to do with them. So I'm gonna have a look at your graveyard while I, make a plan.
It is full of almost nothing. So
And I have to remember you can put that imperm away, but I still have to remember not to. Honestly, the number of times I just put cards in the same column.
Same for me.
Yeah, it's
and
too
every single time I'm like, oh, I remember that during the whole game, and now.
So how do I destroy your cards if they cannot be targeted or destroyed by battle? I tried.
You try to destroy them by card effect.
I
or
tried to
you
destroy
try
them.
To banish them without targeting, like the
Without
Mirror Jade.
targeting.
Do you have a Mirror Jade?
Maybe.
I doubt it.
Anything's possible. And like, well, they're all going to come back, and and you have the Shuberta. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's go with a different line of attack.
Oh, the Engraver. That's gonna go through, yeah.
Okay.
This is a good angle.
Huh? You like it?
The problem is that you have to target, but the good thing is that you have the DSRA, which can just negate everything.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That is the thing you have to do.
You're playing for me. Right, let's try it.
It will go through. Nobody saw that.
I even said
we just talked about it like a minute earlier. What is going on?
It's okay.
Our famous Larry.
The famous Larry. They just like shot to fame out of complete obscurity, did Larry. Every card is just one other card away from being the most powerful card in the game. I can put this in this column. Sorry, Lurie goes to the graveyard first, I guess, because you do have things which could interact with it. Are you going to interact with it?
You have what? You have 3 cards in hand?
3.
3. So I just think it's gonna go through, yeah.
Okay. So I don't really know. I can't like force it out, and it's gonna banish all of my graveyard.
Totally.
I'm not a fan.
I am.
Right. Here it is. I'm gonna just like try and get things out of my grave. graveyard as fast as possible, so you can't banish them all in one go. So how about Engraver and shuffle back this for a cost? How does that sound to you?
Doesn't sound good, to be honest. Doesn't sound good at all. That is gonna go through.
Okay. I really need you to like use stuff because I don't know what to do. I'm hoping you'll provide me things to do. How about now a Requiem?
Totally.
Okay. And let's do this. And let's send a nice Engraver.
Okay. Does make sense.
Still very
Don't
confused.
feel trapped.
I feel, yeah, like I have everything in the world that I could possibly want.
You have some solutions.
Yeah.
It is not a desperate situation.
I'm feeling the pinch. I do have like all the things I could possibly ask for though, because I'm gonna try summon Saji.
Does work.
Okay. And then, yeah, I don't really know how I'm gonna deal with this like massive bouncing situation. I summoned from the deck before, didn't I?
Yeah.
Okay, so that would mean I'd have to summon from the hand if I was gonna summon from somewhere.
Ooh, a second one.
Second one. It's all going on. And I can't target your guys.
Not yet.
What do you mean not yet?
As long as she's here.
Yeah. But like it feels like it's going to be quite difficult to make a anything really.
She is wonderful, to be honest.
Wonderful to you, maybe.
Yeah.
You know what I'll do? I will synchro summon. See how you like having a card that is unaffected by everything. Here it is.
Okay, the Chaos Angel.
How does that sound?
Bad for me.
Bad for you. Okay. Chaos Angel will target, I guess. I need some advice. One of
You
your
cannot
cards.
target those ones.
I know. So
You
one
can
of
only
these
target
ones.
these ones.
I feel like this you probably play 3 of, right? Because it's quite good.
I play both at 3.
You play both at 3?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm going to banish this one.
Okay.
So it makes my stuff harder to deal with, I guess, a little bit. Now I still have to think. It's too complicated playing against your deck. Right. I still don't really know what to do. I can't force out any of your cards.
I was playing this deck against the Snake Eye meta game during 2024, and players were like that because they didn't have any solution. They had like the Zealantis and the Snake Eyes Dival Store, but that was it.
And then once you've done it, yeah, I'm in trouble. I don't really want to like, yeah. I don't know. I had like a very, very good hand, so I'm just going to press onwards. I'm going to activate my Magnamut. I don't know, this one?
Yeah. That is a good one.
I'd like to make another Chaos Angel, but, you know, we can't. So I'll activate Magnamut.
Yeah, it's fine.
To search. Okay. Right. Still don't know what to do. What do you think I should do?
I mean, this is a tough situation because, yeah, you've got this Chaos Angel, but it's just a matter of time before I draw an Impermanence.
It's in the Imperm column.
It is.
It's where the Imperm once
Doesn't
was.
negate it, unfortunately for me.
And this can bounce things.
Totally, 4 cards.
I'm just, yeah, I'm struggling to figure out any way to like improve my situation. It's quite mean.
But this one, targeting this one was a very good thing, to be honest.
You think so? That's very kind of you to say. Let's try a Requiem.
I think I am going to. It's time to watch this graveyard. I'm just going to chain the Schubert, targeting the 2 engravers plus the Requiem.
Okay. Now you've used that one, I can try and do things. I mean, I don't know what I'm going to end up doing, but I can do them anyway. So let's go for a prayer.
Prayers is fine.
I put it all the way over here this time.
Don't you want to use this one?
All the way. Tributing this, because it will come back. And then I've already used my... Have I used my normal summon, actually? Yeah, I summoned Saji. So I will add, I guess, a lovely Kusanagi. And then I will pay 800 to special Kusanagi. Put me down to 7,200. And then in a new chain, this can come back. And this effect can activate. And just for fun, I'll target this. Because you can target banished cards.
Makes sense.
So this will summon itself and add another prayer, I guess. Sounds fun. Okay. I still feel like I should be doing something.
This is a war of attrition.
Yeah, you've got all these guys, and you can just like bounce everything, can't you? I'm onto you. I'm onto you and all of your bouncing. But you can't bounce this.
I can't.
This is going to be my...
This is a big deal, to be
my
honest.
diamond.
This is your big deal. This is mine.
All of your cards feel like a big deal. Don't sell yourself short, you know. Let's do a XYZ, because I've summoned everything actually. Look at this. I've got rituals, synchros, links, XYZs. No fusions yet, but we'll get there. We'll get to a fusion. Is that okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Let's go detaching.
Adding the big rock.
Adding a rock, just in case you're kind enough to summon 5 times, and then I'll actually have a way to...
I'll probably not, but...
I don't know if you can. Adding the rock.
Oh, the big rock. I remember that. In Birmingham, you beat me that way.
Oh,
remember?
yeah. You know, I actually have this from the very structure deck. There it is. It's the one
I wasn't
copy
playing
from
around it.
Structure deck Blue Eyes.
All of a sudden, big rock.
Big rock. Right. Still have to figure out what to do. Let's see. I will make a... Will I make anything? I should make something. This has really thrown me. I can't believe you've done this to me. You're making me doubt everything about myself.
Oh, the SP.
The SP, because I can't really attack anything. So how about SP banishes this?
Yeah.
And I'm going to now just wait until you summon 5 times, because that's the only way I can deal with your field. Set 1. And then I will pass to you.
During the end phase, I'm going to activate the effect of it wall.
Okay. Does it target anything?
It doesn't target, because I'm not forced to bounce something.
Does it return my face downs?
No, only face ups.
Okay, so I'm going to banish these 2 in response.
That is fine. I'm going to banish these 2 and get them back.
Pop. Pop. Okay.
And they can banish now. That is cool!
I figured.
What is there? What is up there? Oh, there are some things.
Does that get 200 per banish?
200 per banish, yeah.
Okay.
But they're back to 240, so draw.
Yeah, but I don't think my graveyard is going to live for very long.
Standby phase.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to.
Oh yeah, you can add back. Yeah.
I forgot to
totally.
add my dragon. The one and only. I'm gonna banish your grave too. Don't you worry.
We're going to banish it from the graves.
Yeah.
I mean, what can we do?
I don't know.
We cannot do anything. Main phase?
Yeah.
Yep. I can try something. I am going to. Yeah, I am going to activate Schuberta. And I'm going to target.
Be my guest.
The Kusanagi, of course. The Prayers. But also the Saji.
Kusanagi, Prayers, and Saji.
Yeah.
I don't like all of this banishing my graveyard shenanigans that you're up to.
I'm trying to force things.
What to do? You know what? I'll just try and negate it.
That is fine for me.
Oh, can you not respond? Please? Go for it. You want to discard your card?
I am thinking about it. I don't know if I'm gonna discard it, but
This is way too complicated.
This is very complicated to be honest, because the addition of the SP and everything, it makes things so complicated. I am going to. I am going to discard it.
Yeah, what were you going to use that for anyway? Okay, so as long as I remember, you said you wanted to banish Gallant Granite,
Yeah,
Fiendsmith Tract, and Droll.
the Droll
Yeah, is that right?
Lovebird, yeah, of course.
Okay, okay. That makes sense.
And I am going. I'm going to put that up in attack position.
Okay.
I'm gonna go battle phase.
Have you summoned more than 5 times yet?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Last turn.
Yeah, you go for it.
And I'm going to attack the Espelin Light.
Is this the boosted one?
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to go to the damage step?
So damage.
Because I have a shrink face down. I'm just warning
No,
you now.
don't do that,
Well, it
please.
can't be targeted, so you're good. Yeah, so this can't be destroyed by battle because of Chaos Angel.
Oh.
So my monsters can be just as annoying as yours.
Wait, is it light and dark?
Yeah, it was light and dark, wasn't it? Because I made it with Saji
That is bad.
Engraver.
I'm gonna go main phase 2.
Well, I still take a bunch of damage.
And
2/8, so I take 1200.
I'm gonna go end phase, I guess.
End phase. Oh, this is too complicated. I will accept you going to the end phase with open arms, and you're going to do something.
I'm going to attempt to use Etoile Effect.
You don't banish for cost?
No.
This card is unfair.
No, it is very good.
It's too
like
complicated to respond to. I'm gonna SP my own
work.
card. I don't want you to do it.
Does work. I think.
Oh, sorry. Were you gonna respond?
I don't know, to be honest. No, there's nothing to banish, so
Okay.
it's fine. And
I think you've offended my lacrima.
I attempt to pass priority.
Sure. So yours comes back. Mine comes back.
Here's your turn.
I didn't know what I was in for when I agreed to play this game. Okay. Draw a card. Let's have a go. This is still giving me nightmares. I'm going to put it in this card.
No worries. There's not going to be anything right there.
Okay. Let me activate the effect to summon from the deck.
It works.
Okay. I will tribute this. And pull out a second one. Yeah. This isn't Fiendsmith Rizal. This isn't Rizal Mitsurugi.
This is bad for me.
Yeah.
This is bad for me.
Right. So 1, 2, boom. How does boom
I
sound?
am going to activate Schuberta, challenge 3.
I've given
I'm
up
going
on my graveyard at this point.
I'm going to target the Ritual, the Futsu, and just for fun, probably the...
Lacrima?
Yeah, the Lacrima is fine.
Yeah, I won't respond to that.
No response?
No response? It's the
Then
rest of my graveyard.
yeah, I'm going to activate the second one,
Okay.
targeting the Galen Granite, the Magnamut, and probably the Tract.
Okay, so at the end of this draw is going to be the lonely card left. Okay, anything else?
I'm going to attempt to activate it all.
Does it banish for cost or not?
No.
Oh, well, that's good that I can negate it then.
You can.
Well, I'll try and negate it unless you have a
It
card
does
in your
work.
hand. Okay, so my whole graveyard gets banished.
Everything gets destroyed.
I wave.
I probably lost from that point.
And then I get to add a card.
Yeah.
And if I want to, I can special. But no, he wasn't summoned properly, so I don't even know what there is left in my deck at this point. Actually, I lie. There's a lot of cards left in my deck. Yeah, I haven't used this yet, so go for it. Anything?
On resolution, I'm going to attempt to activate her effect to special summon from deck or extra deck.
Please do. Oh, I don't have an Ash.
Perfect.
Ashless. Sad.
I'm going to special summon back and try to activate her effect to try to special summon from the deck. I'm just going to check something real fast. Oh, and yeah, Channeling 2 and Channeling 3 to get back in the pendulum zones.
When does it get its effect? Does it have to be sent to the grave?
Yeah.
Okay. I will banish this with SP.
It works.
This is a healthy banish pile right here. This is like.
Am I gonna survive? I'm not sure I'm gonna survive.
I'm gonna have to wreak some retribution here on what you've been doing to me.
I'm trying to activate her effect.
What's it gonna do?
To add from the deck.
Okay, sure.
I'm going to activate Couplet's effect.
This is my turn.
To attempt to special summon from hand or graveyard.
Sure. Oh wait, can this be summoned?
I don't think so. No, it cannot.
Okay.
It can't.
Is that okay? Oh, but you can summon another Schuberta. Please stop. I'm just gonna chain this now, just because. Otherwise, you're gonna like have Schuberta.
I mean, it can only special summon level. I think it special summons level 4 or less.
Okay. Well, in that case, oh, you can't summon Schuberta. Okay,
No,
I'll
I
banish the lady that stops me from destroying your cards and attacking.
This one?
them. Yeah, that one.
So you said an effect Vader, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, perfect. I'm going to special summon Soprano, I guess. And I'm going to activate Soprano's effect.
So you get to add back something? You've
Yeah,
only summoned 5 times. I think I could use my Nibiru.
Trying to put back in the extra deck the Schuberta.
Okay.
I think so. Yeah.
Do these cards sort of protect themselves from anything?
Absolutely, yeah.
Absolutely.
When they are both on field, they do nothing.
Okay. Let me use this Habakiri. Even though it's normally supposed to be the first thing you do, I haven't actually used it yet. This duel. And does it have to summon in defense? No, it does not. So I'll activate it.
It works. I'm cooked.
Okay. Let's get this bad boy. And I don't think I've used the tribute effect of this yet this turn. So I'll tribute it.
Yeah.
And then it can come back and search me a new card.
I don't think I can survive this one.
No?
I think it's over, guys.
What do you think's going to happen, guys?
try
Put
my
your
best,
comments in the chat. For Jean Alexi.
I'm cooked.
Right. I guess I will. They don't have any sort of sneakies.
I mean, it's gonna get on the extra deck and be ready for the next game, I guess.
This has slightly more attack than that one. This has more attack than that one.
So I'm gonna activate her effect
To fusion summon?
To get back the area on field, which I would love, of course, but doesn't work that way.
And then 3,200?
Yeah.
3,200?
Yeah,
3,500.
that was a great game.
Well
And
played.
we are going to prepare for the game 2, but for now, you are the first one to win.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the UK National Championships. I hope you enjoyed that fantastic cast duel between me and John Alexi. He was very proud of that one because he put up a good fight.
Yeah, I mean, I did some mistakes, of course, but I was proud to bring Melodious on stage.
Yeah, they're very good on stage, aren't they? Because they're all like singers and composers and
a bit of
concert players.
Schuberta, a bit
Exactly.
of Chopina, you know.
Bit of everything.
I like some music.
But I think our players in this round are going to be taking it a little more seriously than us. They're on table 3, I believe, so they're both doing extremely well. And on the one hand, we have Gabriel Netz, a very well-known player who's been representing the UK and performing well over the last couple of years, going deep into the top cuts of various YCSs. And on the other hand, we have Tom playing the Live Twin Fiendsmith deck, so it should be a good matchup. Gabriel playing the meta, I suppose, Malice, and Tom playing Live Twin Fiendsmith. As we saw in the deck breakdown, if you didn't get to touch that. Oh no.
Oh, hell no. He literally passed turn. He didn't have what to start. So that is a tough situation for Tom right now. I hope for him that he's going to have what it takes to just stop the Malice strategy. But it's going to be hard.
Yeah. So as I was going to say, Live Twin Fiendsmith, about 4% of the tournament. And I think Malice a little bit higher. I didn't quite catch exactly how many, but might be more around 14%. Okay. So still pretty good.
Yeah, and we see the talent stock in Tom's hand. So, of course, obviously he's not going to be able to use that because he wasn't able to force any interactions. And the problem is that Gabriel has what it takes to just start his engine with the Dormouse. Of course, this is not the best start, the Gold Sarge, because you already banished the name. You prefer to just normal summon the name, but he still has access to the normal summon now. So he's going to go to the Link one, the Lingoribo, and now we can see the Ignister cards, which are such cards. They allow you to start and to extend. And here he's going to search the March Hare probably.
Yeah, something to be said for the Gold Sark is, yeah, you don't have to use your normal summon, so whatever you search now, you can just normal it. Or add Ignister, you can special it anyway.
Here, it's going to be the Wizard, add it to the hand, and he's going to discard the Fuvalos, which is a very good card against the Live Twin Fiendsmith strategy, and on resolution, he's going to get Drolled. Of course, Duel is not the best card against Malice, but still, it prevents you from adding cards with especially the Chessy Cat or the Link 3, the Red Ransom. You don't have access to the field spell that way.
Yeah, so if there was a time to use it, it would be now. I was wondering on Tom's turn 1, I mean, I'm very guilty of this myself. When you're playing, you draw like a not very good hand. You just want to like pass, but you actually have to like keep your cool, and maybe some players will shoot off a Molchami, especially if they have a Molchami Perulia. And most of the time, like a Molchami in the hand, it's not going to do that much. But for Gabriel Daisy, he's got the value out of it, discarding it. So there's a chance that if Tom had gone a little more slowly, then Gabriel would have discarded it maybe in the standby phase or something like that. Oh, here we go.
Oh, here is the bell on the Splash Mage effect. But remember that Gabriel still has access to the Wizard, so he can still continue playing right now.
Yeah, I'm wondering, I mean, do you keep it, I guess, surely Wizard is like a better target than Splash Mage. I mean, either of them are quite difficult to deal with because they're going to come down, going to give you the materials that you need to continue.
Is there something on resolution? There's nothing. So that means that Gabriel will be able to just go to Link 3. It's going to be the Red Ransom or the White Binder, because remember that we are in the draw right now.
Yeah, it does cut a little bit off of both of them. The Red Ransom obviously searches on summon, and White Binder would draw a card when it's summoned from the banished zone.
But here, yeah, Gabriel is taking a bit of time to just think about that. The good thing about the Red Ransom is that it lets you get access to the engine when it's coming back from banishment.
I think maybe if you're Gabriel now, you're just kind of like thinking about Nibiru is probably the most threatening card.
I mean, at that point, I think that you drop the idea to turn around Nibiru. So yeah, he's gonna get cards banished, and he's gonna get access to the trap card, which is the most important thing. So he gets rid of the Imperm.
So yeah, heads up there to banish the Imperm in case of any Dominus trap cards. If you don't know what your opponent's playing, they could be running Dominus Impulse, and having a trap in the grave is actually quite relevant. I think Gabriel there just accidentally trying to use the Dormouse for a second time, and as you mentioned, you banished it of Goldsuck, you can't use it again, so it's one of the downsides of doing so.
Absolutely, and one thing which is really important is that he cannot go for the access code play here because his opponent doesn't have any card on field, so it's going to be really hard for him to just activate access code.
Oh, you can still attack your opponent with access code.
You can, yeah, you can. So yeah, now what is he going to do? He already used the Splash Mage, and I think that, yeah, he used most of his gas. So he's just going to attack for
23.
Yeah.
And then resummon both of these.
And he's going to be able to draw a card.
No drawing a card,
oh,
right?
yeah,
So
right.
Lockbird?
We're in the draw.
I think it's somehow a massive benefit that it's like optional to draw a card, because otherwise under Draw and Lockbird you just wouldn't be able to use it, so that's kind of interesting.
So yeah, this is still a good situation for him, considering the fact that he didn't have anything to play last turn. And he's going to use all his monsters on the field. And probably going to summon Echoed. Yeah, it's going to be the Echoed. So he's going to have access to an Omni-Negate, which is very good. Because Tom didn't have any plays, so even if he draws something, it's going to get negated.
Very pessimistic.
I mean, pessimistic, but realistic.
That's what pessimists say.
So yeah, he's using a code, but a code talker is probably gonna give Gabriel the victory over here.
What is there to do for Tom? Oh.
He's going to normal summon the draw and probably go to Typhoon in the extra deck.
Yeah, there's nothing to negate if your opponent doesn't use any effects.
That is right. That is correct.
The scariest Draw and Lockbird you've ever seen.
So Gabriel is thinking, but he's gonna let Tom summon the Typhoon on top of the Draw and Lockbird, which is a great way to deal with the code.
Is that code protected, gain attack or something?
Yeah, he gains 500, if I remember correctly, per monster summoned. So.
Well, that would only put it up to 28, which
yeah,
means you'd be able to
I think so.
use it. So let's have a little look.
We'll check that real quick.
Yeah, I'm a little confused because you obviously wouldn't use the Typhon if it could get negated by Echoed. So. And if you do this,
yeah, this is 500.
500. So it's 28. So couldn't you just negate the Typhon?
Well, apparently he negated it with only an Imperm.
I'm confused.
I'm a bit confused as well, but
there must be something that we're missing.
We might miss something. Anyway, with the one of the big advantages of Malice is that if you don't end the game, the Malice player is literally able to just have all the engine going back on the field with the March Hare, with all the Link 3. And that is what we are witnessing right now.
Yeah, Gabriel not missing anything. I mean, maybe he just wanted to hang on to the... So he's still got the Echo negate at this point. I think...
Which is understandable, to be honest. Because the Imperm, yeah, I mean, this game is over. This game is over. And that is unfortunate for Tom because he didn't have anything to start playing. He won the dice roll, which is what you want against Malice. But after that, he just washed his hand and nothing was in there. So this is a bit hard for him, especially considering the fact that he didn't have the best cards to play against Malice. Remember, 2 draw unlock birds and the talent, which he couldn't activate. So that was a little bit too little to just face Malice. But yeah, Gabriel 1-0 for now. So he's going confident into this round 8, still undefeated. So it looks really bright for him.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, you go second, you think, oh, it's not that great, but then your opponent just passes straight back to you.
We saw that earlier with the Melodious versus the Malice players. So sometimes, you know, this deck, you cannot just do anything. But what is important now is how you are gonna just approach things. Because you are going second against a live twin. You know that we have a lot of cards that are useful. We saw the Mulch armies in the main deck, and the Fuvalos is very good into the live twin Finsmith strategy, because of course you have a way to negate that in the live twin strategy, but you can just wait on resolution and drop the Fuvalos. And the problem is that you have a lot of monsters to just summon. You have the Link 2s, but also the Finsmith stuff, so that is a card that can bring down the strategy of Tom. We are gonna see if he has something to just get rid of that. We saw the talent, which can just punish those interactions, but maybe he has something else like the Call by the Grave, for example, or we have seen some players playing Live Twin and playing the Crossout Designator. Of course, the card is at 1, but it can still help you.
Yeah, I'm wondering though, do you think Gabriel actually knows what deck he's playing against?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Because like he clearly didn't see it in that game, so it's very possible that when you get to the later rounds of events, these players are both on table 3. They've probably been next to each other or near each other, so maybe you just like look over at some point while you're waiting for the round to start, and you see, you see what other people are up to. So it's very possible, even though he didn't see it in that he did know what he's about to place, but maybe not. So we'll see how both players side deck accordingly. You've got to imagine that for Tom, he's got to have a plan for Malice, and that plan will be Artifact Lancia, because that seems to be everybody's favorite plan at the moment.
Absolutely, that sounds like a good plan, to be honest. So yeah, we're going to see Tom going first once again, and we hope that he's going to be able to play this time. Oh no, not again, not again. Oh, and we have the Lancia, we have the Call by, but then there is the Ghost Bell, so the Lancia will resolve. What a game we have! 2 times in a row, Tom bricks, but this time, what a chain! Like, is Gabriel gonna be able to go through the Lancia? Does he have access to the Ignister cards, which are very good? And looks like it might be the case, because he's summoning the Chessy Cat and going to the Link 1. Then he's going to be able to activate backup or wizard from hand. It is backup, and it allows him to just continue pushing forward.
Yeah, you can still do a fair chunk at this point, at the very least ending on the red Ramson and searching a Malice in the Mirror. If indeed, do people keep in Malice in the Mirror going second, do you think?
I mean, this is kind of a good card going second, because it allows you to negate something on the field and also to dodge some interruptions, some targeting one. So I think this is still a good card, as long as you have something to just start playing.
That makes sense to me. I mean, there's always like that consideration, isn't it? It's one of those cards you kind of like your side deck and you kind of look at it and you think it's not the core of my engine, so maybe I'll take it out, but it is quite good going second, as you say, so I think it's particularly good in the situations where you have been hit with an Artifact Lancia, because that way it kind of lets you end on something.
And does Tom have anything else to interrupt Gabriel, because there was nothing on the Splash Mage, and we are going to the Windbinder like the last game. He is going to set a trap card, and it doesn't look great for Tom right now, because yeah, Gabriel is going to have at least the binder plus the trap, and Tom didn't have a chance to start. So we are literally in the same situation as game 1, where even if Tom draws something, Gabriel will have some interruptions, and he's gonna just stop that.
Yeah, I mean, Gabriel will have some interruptions, plus whatever he had in his hand they didn't have to use. Although, having said that, oftentimes just passing can sometimes be a little awkward, because if you've got those Molchamis, then you're stuck between wanting to play or wanting to use your
Absolutely.
Molchamis. So maybe if Gabriel's got like a couple of Molchamis in his hand, he might not be able to use them.
So he is thinking about setting, this MTP 07. He probably sided out the GWC06 going second. That would make sense. And now he's going to continue comboing, I guess.
Yeah, he's still got at least a wizard. So I guess this is coming back from the wizard.
It is there, and he's going to use all the cards. At least 2 of them.
Oh, is this a bomber dragon?
I think so.
There
it is the bomber dragon, yeah. And he's going to attack for 3,000. And this is not a good situation for Tom, because you want to keep your bodies on the field, and if you cannot keep them, it is going to be hard. Unfortunately, we saw that he wasn't able to play before the game before, so one effect of Bomber will probably be enough to just wipe the field.
Yeah, this is some new technology that people came up with after the Echo, but here comes the Evil Twin. So finally, Tom plays.
And we have Lila! Finally!
One of the cards his deck is named after.
20 minutes, and Gabriel knows what his opponent is playing now.
But yeah, as you say, the Bomber Dragon going to be a real thorn here.
It is going to be so strong, actually. Because, on resolution, I guess Gabriel is just going to activate an effect to just remove the Lila and the Kissikil Frost from the field. You do not want your opponent to just start playing.
Oh, is that Bell on March Hare?
Yeah, there is a Bell.
That's really powerful, because I don't know how Gabriel summons any more monsters, right?
Absolutely.
MTP does not summon any monsters. And it could add another March Hare, but he's already used March Hare, so does that leave Gabriel
a bestial, maybe?
defenseless?
Yeah, and Gabriel is thinking hard on this one. So I guess he has a bestial that we cannot see.
Oh,
here is the Saurnir. So he has the extend. So in the end, the Ghost Bell doesn't matter. He is going to be able to summon back the White Binder, and I think the Saurnir is not going to be in a point in the zone, because you want to resolve the effect of the Binder on resolution. Oh!
Yeah, it feels like a slightly awkward sequence of chain links, doesn't it? Because Bomber has to be chain link 1. So if you summon back White Binder, it will be destroyed.
Oh, and there is the Ash on the Binder, but everything gets destroyed. So well played by Gabriel here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the destruction of the entire field. And he still has a way to just start playing again next turn, because remember, he has the March Hare in hand. So it's going to be the end of turn for Tom. And yeah, Gabriel has everything he needs to just end the game. Right there, you see Tom's face. He looks very disappointed, and I can understand that. Being there, being X1, and this is a bit hard, to be honest. And this is the end of the game.
Conceding the game, a very tough one. It's always tough. It's part of the game, unfortunately. There will just be some games, you can't choose your hand. So some games you won't draw any engine pieces that you need to play the game, even if you run like 10 or 15 starters, or there looks like to be tons in the deck. Malice, on the other side, I think is kind of known for being a little bit, sometimes you can draw those wonky hands. I don't have so much experience with the Live Twin deck. What do you think? Do you think it's more consistent?
I think that Live Twin deck is pretty consistent. I mean, you have very few hands that are not playable, but having 2 in a row, that is something else. I mean, that is literally devastating for him. And the most difficult thing for him now is gonna be to bounce back, you know, because he couldn't even play, so it's not his fault. But then you don't have to think about it during the next round, because there is still 1 round for him, and he has to win this round to be able to come tomorrow and to be confident. So I think this is very important, you know, the mental aspect of everything. And yeah, for this round, it wasn't a good game. It wasn't a good game for him.
Yeah, I mean, you're totally right. There are kind of 2 types of losses people kind of reflect on. Sometimes you have a game like that, and I don't think Tom, you know, he can look back and think, maybe I could have done X, Y, and Z, but realistically, you're probably going to say, I don't really think he could have done anything that differently that would have affected the outcome of the game. So that's sometimes that happens. Whereas other times you look back and you think, oh boy, I made this one crucial mistake, I shouldn't have done this. And depending on the type of person you are, maybe you're more happy with one than the other. Some people will be really upset if their deck just doesn't perform, and other times you'll think, oh, it was me, I made the mistake. And that can haunt you as well. Which do you? Or you just seem happy no matter what happens, to be honest. So.
I mean, I'm always happy. You know me very well. So you know that I'm always smiling. But yeah, in the end, I think you are never happy when you lose the game. If it's not your fault, then I think you just have to move on. But it comes with the experience. You know, the more you're playing some games and the more you work on those aspects, the more you are able to just you know, breathe a little bit and just move on and go to the next round. When I started playing, I wasn't really, you know, I was focused on my mistakes a lot. But then I realized that, you know, sometimes you can't do anything, and even if you could have done something, it's fine. Just focus on the next one, and it's gonna be fine. So I hope that Tom is going to just move on and be able to win the next one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, sometimes it happens when you win a big event and you don't lose any games at all, but it doesn't happen very often. Most of the time, players will have lost some number of rounds in Swiss before eventually taking it down. There's often only 1 person out of the whole event, if that goes XO in Swiss and wins all 11 rounds. So you're going to have to deal with losses at some point, and it's part of what makes you a great player.
Absolutely, but yeah, we are going to have a small talk with the winner of this round, Gabriel, who is gonna explain to us his strategy, everything, and how this game went in a few minutes. Are back here.
Are we?
Yeah, I think we are back, yeah. I think we are back, yeah, with Gabriel, who just won the last round. That was a very spicy one because you didn't have a lot to do. Basically, your opponent pricked 2 times in a row. What do you have to say about that? Like,
I mean, in a way, it's really good. I guess it didn't draw playable. In the other, you're really trying your best to not screw it up.
Yeah.
So I was trying my best to play around like combinations of things, trying not to overcombination it. But yeah, it's unfortunate. I guess it just didn't draw starter. And
yeah,
the way it goes.
we had a question with Tom because we are commentated in the game, and we're like, did you know what he was playing?
I did, yeah.
Because you
he's,
saw
he's from London, a friend of mine.
Okay, because yeah, before minute 29, I
yeah,
think it didn't activate a single card.
Single life to win card, yeah.
So yeah, you are playing Malice. Could you tell us a little bit more about this choice? Because I mean, there is Malice, but there is also Rise and Mitsurugi. You are a player that is usually playing. I mean, you are able to play a lot of decks, and usually you play some spicy stuff. This time, this is only Malice. Tell us why.
Box under Malice, I tested actually a decent bit. I haven't played for a while, so I haven't played like much since Twice as Birmingham. I've been retired, as I keep joking about it. But I tried Rise Mitsu, me and my testing group, and we kept having games that we just kept losing to draw. And we're basically playing mini games where you're like, do they have this? Yes, no.
Yeah.
And then it was actually a last minute switch to Malice last Tuesday. I've never played Malice before, as it was very perceptible by the way that I was playing Malice. But it's basically a hand trap deck, so it feels a lot to me like how old Snake Eye was. You're kind of like trading a hand trap, you're trying to make a minimum play, and once you get a play, all your things kind of keep chaining because of the Bestials and the March Hare. So I'm just playing it, I'm trying to play it as caveman Yu-Gi-Oh as possible. I'm just trying to do the bare minimum.
And it works pretty well because you are undefeated right now. If
I'm X1.
X1, so it's still fine.
Yeah.
You had to win this game, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, you would have been in a bit of trouble. But yeah, you have 3 rounds to go. You can lose one of them. But I guess you are aiming to win the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, I did top 8 last year. I keep losing on top 8. It's kind of the running joke. So hopefully, I can make top 8, win top 8, then win the nationals. That would be good return road.
Yeah, I hope it will do. Anyway, thanks a lot for your time, Gabriel. We are going to do a quick video, and then we are going to get back for the last round of today. And we are back after my terrible loss. I have to say that for game 2, I'm going to be able to beat you this time. I hope so.
I hope so. Let's go with that. Let's go with that. But I'm sure everyone, at home, because we're watching the UK National Championships, should be cheering for me.
You think so? I'm going to attempt to go to the main phase.
Before the main phase, I will not do anything. So you can go to the main phase.
Main phase, I'm going to normal summon Refrain and try to activate its effect to add from the deck to the hand.
Okay. That sounds like a good thing for you to do.
Cool!
No ostinatos this time, but I feel like this gets you there most of the way, doesn't it?
Ostinato is amazing, but Refrain is fine as well. It's not the best starter, but it gets you to the point where you have some interruption. So
yeah, I think there was a time when people were like just putting ostinato in random decks,
and it gave some negate and everything, and 1 card combo. And
yeah.
I'm gonna activate Couplet, trying to special summon from hand.
Okay.
Or graveyard. I'm gonna special summon Soprano.
Okay.
From now on, I am going to activate Soprano's effect.
The fusion summon?
To try to fuse.
That's okay with me.
And I'm going to special summon the one and only Baka, the Maestria. I'm gonna activate its effect, Channeling 1 and Channeling 2 Refrain, to just put back itself.
Sounds good. How's your, musical knowledge? You know all of the composers?
I mean, very good. Very good. It used to be, but no, I'm not sure about that. I'm gonna special summon Chopina.
Chopina, she's playing a keyboard of some. I got
Yeah.
that one. I'm with that.
So from now on, I am going to.
I'm just trying to distract you by talking about music while you're trying to do your melodious combos.
I am not distracted at all. I am going to.
Pass?
This is hard. To activate couplet.
Okay.
I'm going to activate couplet to try to add from deck to hand.
This does that
this
as well.
Adds the fusion spell.
Ah, okay. So this is what
Auto
my draw
trap,
number
but no
did
one's
last
playing
time.
the trap card.
Gotcha. Okay. So wait, when this is added, it special summons and then you activate it and then you search another card?
Yeah.
That's a good card.
It is cool.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a brick as well, so
Yeah, you don't want to draw it, do you? Okay.
you don't. I'm adding Concerto.
Okay. And this is the one it fusion summons and then later it draws a card, right?
And I am going to nothing in resolution, by the way.
No.
Okay. I am going
Yes.
to act.
No. Okay.
To activate Chopina, targeting the soprano to add back to hand.
Sure.
Just a reminder, it's only once per turn, but per copy. So
Per copy, aha.
yeah, it's an
I
old
gotcha.
card. From now on, I am going to activate Concerto.
The fusion summon. That sounds fun. Okay, go for it.
It is very fun. I am going to fuse using. Oh, I'm going to hesitate a lot. What do I want to do?
Are you confused
This-
using your pendulum cards?
Yeah, I can use hand, pendulum, and some monsters. This is a very
Nice.
good card.
Okay.
I'm going to use the couplet for sure, but then I'm kind of thinking about it.
Like no one fusions from the hand and field anymore. That's just so old school. You know, use your pendulums, you use your spell and trap card zone, use your grave, use your deck, use your extra deck.
This is hard.
Deep in the tank
Yeah.
for this one.
I'm going to use those three.
Okay.
And here comes the Etoile.
I remember this one from last time. I don't think we were friends last time.
You were. You just don't remember it. I'm gonna activate back targeting the Chopina, trying to special summon.
Sure.
And channeling 2, I'm gonna activate the couplet to put
So
back
you
scale.
Okay, so did you use the refrain before, was it?
I used the refrain, yeah.
Okay.
There we go. There we go. And now I am going to activate. I am actually gonna go for refrain targeting the Etoile to gain attack and foolish from deck to grave.
That does that as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a very complete deck.
I do a lot of things.
And I'm gonna foolish a copy of Aria.
I remember this one. I have my Bestial ready.
No, please don't.
I have it ready.
I am going to activate Chopina targeting the Aria.
I know respond.
Baby. And then I'm gonna Pendulum Summon.
Okay.
For 1 and 2.
Okay.
And from now on, I am just going to go for Soprano effect.
Once more. Okay. This is giving me a bit of deja vu, to be honest. There's only one Schuberta at the moment.
Yeah. This is not gonna be the same field as before.
Okay. It's gonna be better.
It's gonna be worse.
Hey.
It's gonna be worse. And it's just gonna be an end phase for me.
Okay. Wow. I'm gonna activate nothing.
That's a bit worse. That's a bit worse.
Okay. Draw a card. What do I do?
try not to cook me.
I'm going to go into my draw phase.
Yep.
Still. Because you have the mean card.
And
maybe.
prayers.
And I'm going to tribute one. So let's have a little think. Let's tribute this.
The Futsu.
Would you like to respond? Do I actually have to activate them both? No, it says apply, so I guess I don't have to decide. I should probably
No,
check
you
this
don't
one
ha- you
out.
don't
I don't
have
have to
to. You don't
decide
have
when I'm
to.
activating it. Okay. Well, I'm activating prayers by attributing a
fine.
card. Do you want to respond?
No.
You sure? Last chance?
I'm totally sure.
Right then. Now I need to figure out what to do, now that you've not responded. Should have thought further ahead, shouldn't I?
It's gonna be a hard game for me. I mean,
right then.
my field was way better the last game, and you still crushed it. So
Here comes a... Let's do a Saji. And then special summon Saji. Take 800 damage. And then new chain activate
the Futsu.
the Futsu and the Saji.
And it is fine.
It is fine?
Yeah.
It is fine?
It is. Not for me, but it is.
Okay, so I guess Saji for ritual. And Futsu for... Didn't know I was going to get this far, to be honest. Futsu for a... Hang on. The scary one?
I'm cooked.
Let's go to my main phase. Activate ritual. Summoning from my hand.
It is fine.
Okay. Do the thing. Activate chain link 1, chain link 2, destroy.
Challenge 3, I'm gonna have the Schuberta, of course.
And what would you want to target?
I'm gonna target the Ritual, the Futsu, and Prayers.
I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about this. Because, like, you have this one too.
Yeah.
This doesn't banish for cost.
It doesn't.
Okay, I'll let it. Did you say these? Sorry, these
do I have a
three.
response?
I mean, I don't think it really matters because you can just discard anyway, so.
I am actually going to... Oh. Will I do anything? Will I do anything? I am going to not do or do something. This is so hard. I am not gonna activate anything.
Okay.
It's fine?
That's fine. Sorry, I even resolved your card already. So I get to search one, I guess. Which should be... So I summoned from hand, right? So I can still summon from the deck.
Totally.
With another ritual. And then I guess we have a new chain?
Yeah. Do you have anything?
Oh, sorry, this was the new chain, wasn't it? So this is chain link 1. Was it? No, this was
it's resolved.
This
It's
was
resolved.
resolving. Gotcha. Yep.
So on resolution, I'm gonna have it all.
This I will respond to.
And I will change roll.
That's
What
not
a
very
surprise!
nice.
But the problem is that you did already everything, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Not going to respond to draw.
So I'm gonna discard another roll.
2 draw? That's more than a respectable man like yourself should have, I think.
And I'm going to special summon the Baka.
Okay.
And on resolution, I'm gonna activate its effect.
To summon from the deck.
Summon from the deck, yeah.
That's okay.
I am going to special summon the Soprano.
And that adds from the grave?
Totally. And I'm gonna attempt to add back the Chopina.
I'm going to chain my Baldrake.
It works.
It works?
Yeah.
Lucky me. Right. I'm not sure what my plan should be now. I should probably have a plan. Right. Do I know any of your cards? This will summon from the grave.
Yeah.
Does it have to be...
Doesn't do anything, doesn't do anything, doesn't do anything.
And
This
this
summon from grave.
Any monster of your choice?
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be 4 or low or anything silly?
It can summon back, like, it can summon back the Etoile or the Schuberta.
It can?
Yeah, it can.
Okay. Right, we're going to go a bit unorthodox now. And let's do it. Let's tribute summon my engraver. How does that sound?
Works.
It works? Okay. I wanted to tribute this, but you trolled me, so... Does it have to be tributed by a card? I should probably know this. No, yeah, you can do that. It's kind of fun.
And then the Requiem.
And then the Requiem.
The effect will go through.
That goes through. So, Requiem. Lacrima for Engraver. And then let's have a think. So tribute summoned. And then does it get its effect if it's banished?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Right. So now I need to do some adding, which is the most complicated part of Yu-Gi-Oh! Some adding. Why not? Light and dark again? This was a lot of fun last
You don't
game.
have to do that. You don't have to do that. Put that back.
Here he is.
The Soprano, right?
Wait, this one's called Soprano, right?
If you want to,
yeah. Right. Now I will shuffle back, I suppose, an engraver to summon an engraver. Then I'll activate the effect of my engraver and send. And then I will, let me just count the number of light fiends before I do anything foolish.
Have enough.
Okay.
It's fine.
Here we go. You seem to know how to play my deck better than me.
Sequence? Yeah, it's fine as well.
1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah. And here's the mighty Desiree. And then let's link it away for Agnum Day. And then go to my battle phase.
Yeah, of course.
And either you've been playing very cool or you're in a bit of trouble. So I'll attack. But you are very cool, so...
Yeah, the damage goes through. I take 18. And on resolution, I'm going to activate the effect of nothing.
Well played. Well, I couldn't do anything. The game one was really, really hard to play for you and for me because you had the Chaos Angel and I had this mountain area, the area wall. But the game two was too hard for me. Well, you deserve the victory. And with that, we are going to get back to the main event of the UK Nationals, guys.
welcome back to the WCQ UK Nationals for our final round of Swiss. That is it, round number 9 of today. Don't worry, we're going to be back tomorrow with 2 more rounds of Swiss, and then we're going to be getting into that all-important top 32. So make sure you join us here 9 AM tomorrow as well. But before you do go away, we are going to be bringing you one final and very, very spicy duel. So, I've already got my expert. I told him I wouldn't do this, so we're not going to be doing this, don't worry. We have, believe it or not, Metalmorph, Horus Fiendsmith. Look at this face.
Yeah.
Not expecting that. And on the other side, we also have Mementos, followed up by a very small Goblin package. More so the spells to work themselves into the Memento Goblin. But we thought this would be a very nice way to end the day. As you'll see, both of our players are on X1-1, which means they have won 6 rounds, drawn 1, and unfortunately lost 1, but they are still within a chance to be making day 2. So, you've seen the deck list. What do you think?
I mean, this is absolutely amazing because I think the deck is very strong into Memento, especially because it can prevent itself from getting destroyed by card effects and even being targeted. And we know that Memento loves to do both those things to the opponent. So it's going to be very interesting to see whether, the player can just beat that or not. And I think winning the dice roll will be very, very interesting. But speaking about winning the dice roll, I think the players are ready, the players are there to just win this round. They have to win because, as you said earlier, they have 1 loss and 1 draw. So you'd better win this one if you want to top.
Yeah, always the most precious game of the day. You've worked so hard to be getting yourself here. There is still the chance they'll be making day 2 regardless, but this is going to be very interesting to try and confirm your spot in that top 32.
And I think that Usman just won the die roll. The dice roll is, I think, 1, yeah?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see. Going first or second, I feel that the Memento Fiendsmith, straight off of the Perugia, not even waiting to see what his opponent has. Actually a really, really good call on this one. Some of the Max Metalmorph cards would like to be summoning from the deck, which is absolutely fine, but there are 2 very important ones that are going to want to summon from the hand. Now we're going to be starting off with one of their starters being the Metal Illusionist. It increases its level by 4, but only during the opponent's turn, which is quite important later on because you're going to be needing level 5 or higher to access your Max Metalmorph targets from the deck. The most important thing is that on normal or special, it lets him set a Metalmorph trap, going straight for the Max Metalmorph trap itself, meaning that we have direct access to get to some of the stronger Metalmorph monsters from the deck. Mainly you're going to be wanting to work your way towards that Red Eyes Black Metal Dragon to set you up with the Omni Negate. So
and here we are going to the Finsmith stuff because we have, of course, a live Fin on the field. Which is
am I going crazy? Requiem is a light fiend, correct?
Yeah, but the problem is that
isn't
it a spellcaster?
Very, very interesting. Unless
maybe we missed something,
maybe
but I'm not sure about that.
Yeah. I mean, we still open up the Horus package regardless. So unfortunately, we did open up the Lurry. I'm just going to try and communicate to the judges on this one.
Yeah, because Usman is going very fast. He knows his deck and he's going through the whole combo. But the problem is that could he do that in the first place? That is the question that we are going to ask right now.
Yeah, we're going to try and catch this one before it goes too far.
Absolutely. And I think they are going to stop the game right now, and we are going to find out if it is actually a spellcaster or Finn.
So this is very important, which I've just been told. So the Metal Illusionist can actually change its type. We just didn't know that that effect was declared by Usman. So it can declare to change its type to a different one, which makes it the Fiend, which is something that we thought we caught, but obviously without being right next to the players to hear that change, we were both unaware. I was like, hang on a minute, it's a spellcaster. But Usman, we probably shouldn't have second-guessed Usman on that one, to be fair. He's definitely been playing long enough. I was like, is that just a quick misunderstanding, miscommunication? But yeah, the speed that Usman plays, he's obviously got full confidence behind this one, knowing that it's exactly a being able to change it to a Fiend is very, very important. Didn't actually see that one coming. That is very impressive.
I didn't see that coming, of course, but this is great because now he will be
able to have access to the XYZ play with the Caesar, and it will protect himself from a lot of interaction, especially the Nibiru. If the Memento player has some, I don't think he's playing Nibiru, by the way, because it's not usually what you are playing, but he's going to draw another card thanks to the Purulia he dropped earlier.
Yeah.
And man, those Metal Morph cards.
Very explosive. Like, we didn't even see. I'm still caught up on the type change. It really threw me for a loop, and then it makes so much more sense when you backtrack it and understand where it's come from. And it has done incredibly well. Definitely getting access to the additional Fiend monster on the field to work its way into the Max Metal Morph trap. We know that one is set. We know there's an Imseti in the graveyard as well. So being able to try and work a little bit further forward on this, and keeping in mind that the Fiend target that they might want to be working towards off of the back of the Max Metal Morph will be the Metal Zoa X, a classic Bandit Keith style monster. And it looks like we were able to get the Triple Tactics Thrust into the talents and get
so we can see the hand
knowledge.
And this is a pretty decent hand. The problem is that you only have access to your engine through the Bone Party, so I think the Bone Party is just going to go back to the deck. But no, it is the Forbidden Droplet, actually. So Usman very confident in the fact that he can stop his opponent during the next turn. He chooses to let the Bone Party in hand, but he has full knowledge, so it's going to be very hard, I guess, for Sabeke to just try to take advantage of the lack of knowledge of his opponent.
Yeah, I feel it's, when you get to see your opponent's hand and you end up seeing a draw and lot bird and you don't instantly want to go for that, that kind of gives you a bit more confidence of not needing to worry about it. I suppose you know that your opponent may not activate that because they're under Purulia, so they want to be getting those draws. They don't really want to cut themselves off of that access. But then working its way all the way to the Flame Coating Metal Morph. So this one gives you the ability to tribute a face-up monster that mentions Max Metal Morph, to then special summon a monster that cannot be normal summoned as set, that mentions Max Metal Morph from the deck, ignoring its summoning conditions, which is incredibly important. And then you get to equip this card to it with the following effect. The equipped monster would be destroyed by battle or card effect. You get to send this card to the graveyard instead, which, as we mentioned at the start, is one of the best ways for the Mementos to try and interact with the field. And Ismund has definitely kind of tailored this very, very well. And the benefit of the Key Mace being on the field for him has allowed him to get the full hand knowledge. And as Jean-Alexis has previously mentioned, the confidence to try and deal with the Bone Party and not allow that particular part of Sebek's deck to get going is obviously going to be something that Usman is going to be well aware of.
But water card, triple tactic talents once again, which is a very strong card, and we saw that Usman is playing the Thrust as well in the main deck. This is not post side, this is literally in the main deck, and we can literally say that this is because he can set the Metal Morph traps as well, which is obviously very good in his deck. But yeah, here he can take advantage of the talent because Sabeke has a monster on the field, and that is absolutely huge here.
The additional benefit of being able to set Max Metal Morphs, not that he needed to do so, is because of the brand new card, Red Eye's Metal Clawed Dragon. Absolutely incredible, because this card allows you to activate Metal Morph traps the turn they were set. However, you also need to send a face-down card you control to the graveyard to special summon this card from the hand. On top of that, if it is normal or specialed, and you have Max Metal Morph in your field or graveyard, which you could have previously sent to summon this card, you get to add that trap back from the deck, from your deck to the graveyard back to the hand. So this is how he's been able to get into the Red Eye's Metal Dragon, which is setting up the Omni Negate. And I feel that this end field from Usman is going to be absolutely insane. We have 2 Horus monsters, which can very easily lead us into a rank 8 for either a spell negation or a monster negation. Oh, I take that both back. It looks like his rank 8 of choice is going to be the Zombie Vampire.
And so the Zombie Vampire, he has to be careful about that because it could bring some engine to Sabeke in the graveyard, so he's still going to activate the effect. And what do we have? We have an Engraver, we have a spell card, yeah, we have the Goblin Bike card. And so what is Usman gonna summon back?
I mean, he's already gone through his own Fearsmith engine, so that Engraver's not looking so tempting to go for. It looks like he's going for the Druid Swarm, which is quite an interesting choice here. Being able to link off the Druid Swarm with the Zombie Vampire. Maybe go for an SP Little Knight. Not only can you banish 1 from the graveyard, you'll be able to send the Mace from the field because of the Druid Swarm. And then, again, this end field is still building even more. And if that wasn't enough, The fact that he has the Max Metamorph equipped to his Red Eyes Metal Dragon also adds the additional layer that it gains 400 attack and defense, and it can't be destroyed by spell or monster effects, and your opponent cannot target it with monster or spell effects as well. Very well protected and very, very well piloted through a Perulia as well.
And you can see that the Memento player is literally like laughing, but just think about it. You are round 9 and you are paired up against a Metalmorph Finsmith Horus. I mean, that is absolutely insane. If you don't know the cards, it is very hard to just trying to predict what your opponent is going to do and try to interrupt him the right way.
Yeah, exactly that. And this is where we're going to be seeing the Metal Coat Metamorph trap card. So we already have the Caesar. That could, in theory, deal with 2 forms of interaction. We've got the Red Eyes Metal that can deal with another form of interaction. SP Little Knight, in theory, could deal with a 4th line of interaction. And I believe the card we're going to be getting off of this Metal Coat is going to set up another form of disruption. And it's going to be not so much lights out because we don't know what Sebek has drawn for turn. But as we mentioned, you have to be pretty confident with Usman knowing that there is a Drawn Lock Bird in the hand, there is a Fiendsmith Engraver in your opponent's hand, and then backed up with the Bone Party, which is usually one of the go-to cards for Mementos. It's going to be very interesting to control this one down.
Yeah, and here Sebeke is reading another card, so he's taking every single piece of information he can for the game 2 probably, because the game 1, I think it is literally sealed right now. Usman is going to take it, and he's going to be confidently going for the game 2 with the leading spot, basically.
Yeah. The benefit of this one as well is that the Metal Zoa that he has just summoned has a very good quick effect. So twice per turn, when your opponent activates a monster effect or spell card or effect, you get a quick effect to target a face-up monster your opponent controls and destroy it. So adding on to those already previously 4 forms of interruption, man, and evenly matched with a Dark Rule No More would go really hard right now. They've added on an additional 2 more disruptions to be able to destroy cards, as if you needed more.
I mean, yeah, I don't know what you can do against that with this hand, because of course the Drawn Lock Bird is not going to do a lot, and yeah, this is a bit of a tough spot for the Memento player. He will be able to try to go to the Finsmith stuff and try to go into some interaction against the opponent, but of course there's going to be the Caesar who's going to prevent him from doing that. And yeah, this is only a 1-for-1, but the problem is that he doesn't have a lot to deal to go with. So he has the Tract, which is cool because he's going to force another interaction, but this is not enough.
Yeah, I always find it quite interesting. Once my opponent, for example, once my opponent has the information of my hand, I try to save the top deck. If it's a playable card, to be one of my last cards possible. I'd rather play every single card that my opponent knows so that they are then tempted to interact, and then save that final card to be a surprise factor that might turn the tide. Unfortunately, we know that there will always be that Drawn Lock Bird stuck in that hand, and I feel that Usman is probably working at this position of how do I end up dealing with the Fiendsmith element that's going to be presented to me, but then also keeping in the back of his mind that there is still that Bone Party floating around that can still cause a couple of issues if the right card was set available to Sebek.
Absolutely, but the problem right there for the Memento player is that, yeah, he's not going to go through this field. Yeah. There's no way you just beat that with that hand. Even with top deck, this is just not enough. And we have Usman going 1-0 against Sebeke, against the Memento player. And, man, like those cards, they're really strong.
Yeah. I mean, literally just Usman was able to pilot, even for a Perulia, he didn't even, there was not one point where he went, I need to think about what else I could do. He just went
He didn't think for a second.
Yeah, full force, absolutely into it. You could tell that when we're on round 9 of an event like this, that you would have faced every particular scenario, especially if you're going to be bringing a deck like this, as creative as it is, to a Nationals. You need to have tested it thoroughly, and it definitely looks like Usman knows the deck inside out. He knows it better than us. I mean, we didn't even see the Metal Illusionist turn itself into a Fiend.
Yeah.
There are some crazy good synergies behind this one. Hopefully, Sebek will be able to turn this one around. We all know how powerful Memento is going first, and as you mentioned before we went into the round, that you said that the dice roll is going to be very, very important on this one. There's lots of things to consider, especially when you look at side decks. We can see that in Usman's side deck, we pretty much have what I would consider the staple side deck card of Artifact Lancia, backed up by 2 Mold Chummies of choice, being the Meowis and the Perulia. We then have and the very important Dark Ruler No More, and an incredibly spicy trap card, which I'm not going to mention just yet in case you do see
we're
it.
going to see that later on, right?
Oh, we hope. If we do get to see it, it will not be a happy ending for most, but that is still a very, very good option. Let's take a quick look as our duelists get ready to Sebek's side deck and what could possibly be coming in. I definitely feel that if you're going to be going first, it looks like we've got Ghost Spells, Meowth, and Solemn Strikes, followed up by your Harpy's Feather Duster, Lightning Storm, and XYZ's Encore. I feel you're definitely going to be putting in the Solemn Strikes. That can be massively damaging to get rid of the Metals Illusionist as they try to enter the field.
But what is really important to mention is that, of course, it doesn't know what the opponent's deck does. So, you know, you have to put your disruptions at the good timing. But you are not, you know, it's very difficult for you to do so if you don't know where to interrupt. So it's all going to be about knowing what card to interrupt and everything. And I think the Solemn Strike is very good in this situation because not only it gets rid of the effect, but also you get rid of the body. So it might be important, especially considering the fact that his opponent is playing the Finsmith card as well. So if you remove the body, then he cannot go into the Moon and then the Requiem and etc. So yeah. He is going to try to put his entire field, but as you said, there are some mulch armies, so he will make his opponent draw. So what is the ability of the Metalmorph cards to just go through the field and try to just be powerful enough to beat that? I don't really know, but we are going to see that in the game too.
Yeah, 100% sure on that one. What you've also got to keep in mind is that the Metalmorphs themselves kind of act as the starters, they also act as the protectors, but then on the flip side of that, you've got the Horus to be the aggressors, you've also got the Bestials to be the disruptors and the additional bodies on the field. And if you had any more space in the deck as a total of a 60-card deck, you've also been able to squeeze in a very easy, accessible Fiendsmith package there as well. So it does look like this is going to be a very all-and-out grind in this final one. Be very interested to see if there's any interactions coming from Usman to try and slow down the build of Mementos. But as we've mentioned, both of these decks, once they get ticking, their end fields are very, very impressive.
This is very hard to break, but what you said is very interesting because I think that it's going to be cool to see if the engine is strong enough to just go through. I love those decks, you know, with very few free spots, but a lot of engine that can just go through the field. And it reminds me of decks like Element, which were very strong going into the field, like Branded as well. And we are going to see in this game too if he is able to break the Memento field, which is very strong, but he has some tools, as you mentioned earlier, because he can just protect himself from the destruction and the targeting effects, which is what Memento tries to do.
Yeah. Going to be very interested to actually see Sebek kind of build his field here, hopefully. We do want to kind of see the Mementos not run rampant, we don't want it to be let loose completely, but it's always quite nice to see how players choose to interact with these particular type of matchups. And it looks like we're going to be going into the Tatsu no Noko. And I can't remember.
Shigo.
There we go. That's why we've got the pairing. First half, second half, we are there. Working our way into Gatic.
It is going to go through, so we have the Gatic in the graveyard and the Sleepy. We saw that earlier today, and this is just full combo because the Gatic is going to get back on the field and try to get back the Sleepy in hand, and then the Sleepy, as a monster was destroyed this turn, is able to summon itself and then fuse itself to get access to the extra deck and the fusion. So Sabeke is going to summon this fusion and then activate its effect, destroy itself to get access to 2 cards from the deck. It will go through, as we said earlier. Usman doesn't have a lot of free spots, and those free spots are... I don't know if they can stop the Memento strategy by themselves.
Yeah, it's always interesting with a 60-card deck because as you're naturally building, when you look at modernized 40-card decks, they usually have anywhere from 12 to 15 hand traps. So then when you kind of look at a 60-card deck, the reason you bump it from a 40 to a 60 is because you either want to add more engine in. It's very rare that you're bumping a deck from a 40 to a 60 to facilitate specific hand traps. And as we can kind of look at Usman's list, his main deck, if you don't include the Bestials, of course, includes only 9 hand traps, being Droll and Lockbird, Ash Blossom, and 3 Floalos. Then if you include the Baldrake, Druidswarm, and Magnemute, that takes his total for a baseline of a 60-card deck to 12 hand traps. As we do look into his side deck, you can see obviously Artifact Lancer is probably not going to be as effective as you might want in a Memento matchup, so I can't imagine they're going to be making a show in here. And then a Meowis, which is obviously a very, very good card against a Memento strategy, backed up with a Perulia. At this particular point, you can probably start to tick off, and I think this is where Sebek's going to be looking at is, as you make every line of play, you start to tick off possible cards that you know 90% of the time your opponent may not have. So once you've tempted an Ash Blossom, if that hasn't shown its face, that means you've not got to worry about that. When you've added a card and Droll hasn't been shown, you don't need to worry about that. And it looks like Usman is either going to take in as much information as he possibly can as Sebek attempts to build his field, or he's holding back that one particular power trap or hand trap that could be doing the huge amount of damage, being able to kind of slow or stop Sebek's end field. Now, as a preview, we don't have a Nibiru in Usman's deck. However, as as Barcode previously mentioned earlier, there's a lot of aggressive engine in here. There is the ability to run rampant with Fiendsmith, and then if that gets stopped, you start running rampant with the Bestials. And then if that gets stopped, you just go, okay, I'll use my normal summon to work into the max Metamorph strategy, and that's all before you even touch on the Horus engines that are capable enough of being aggressive itself.
You know what? That reminds me of the Tenpai that we saw earlier. You have a lot of engines, and you just, check the interruptions of the opponent, and then you just get the normal summon Pedra. This is pretty much the same, because you have all those things, all the Horus cards, all the Bestials, and then you just get your Metamorph rolling. So this is, a big strength with those engines when you start adding a lot of engines, because you have multiple ways to just end up on the field or to just take a field apart.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel that decks like the Metamorph kind of strategy, what gives them the edge is usually when you have a deck that relies on a particular trap card, in this scenario being the Max Metamorph, usually you kind of feel a lot weaker going second, because you're right, okay, I've got to set my trap card, I've got to wait an entire turn to get it played. But because of the brand new inclusion of the Red Eyes Metal Claw Dragon, you have the ability to activate them the exact same turn that they are set, which gives you that little bit of a faster edge against your opponent that may feel that the deck could be slowed down. It does seem that Sebek is going fully unanswered right now, being able to work his way into the full Memento Enfield, which is always going to be very, very impressive, as this has come from relatively little from his strategy, meaning that he still has the ability to hold back a lot of cards. And as mentioned from his side deck, there is the possibility of a Solemn Strike, and we've already seen a Memento Enfield this today already.
Yeah.
So we both know how incredibly powerful it can be, and then being able to back that up with Solemn Strikes might just be the final bit that's needed to take this into a game 3. Usman does not look like he is sweating at all, and it looks like he's checking out his hand. I don't know if that's a bit of a mind game, if he actually has an interaction.
I mean, at this point, you don't have to do anything. If you don't have anything in your hand, you're like, well, I will just have to try to break the field. And he has some great tools, as you mentioned earlier, because if you can prevent a Memento to do what it does the best, which is destroying your cards, then you are not in such a bad spot. So it's going to be very, very interesting, because for now, Sebeke is just doing his combo. He knows his lines. He's using the Proxy Magician. He's going to get back the Creation King on the field. And then it's going to be up to Usman to show us what his deck can do.
So in these particular scenarios, if you are familiar with the deck you are facing and you know you don't have any hand trap interaction, do you start to work your way through your hand? Do you try to predict what your opponent's end field may be? If you've been facing Mementos consistently all day, you kind of know what they're going for. So
Absolutely.
do you just think of the worst case scenario and then look at your hand to check one card against the other?
Absolutely, because you don't have to do anything else. You are just watching your opponent full comboing, so it will not bring you such knowledge. So all you have to do is just trying to think about the different lines and trying to predict what your opponent will set if he has some set cards or if he has some free spots or anything. So you need to try to predict what's going to go for the next turn. Yeah, of course. I agree with you.
Yeah, so it's always good thinking forward. It's always quite informative when there is time on the clock to actually allow your opponent to play, because you're able to see their lines that they want to take. You're able to see what their ultimate end field is going to be, so that once you do get into that important game 3, if you need to get to that important game 3, you know what you need to kind of navigate around.
Yeah, you mentioned the time, and I think this is very, very important, because today we didn't have any single game that went to the time, if I remember correctly. So it means that players they master that rule. They really master that. Because sometimes, you know, when you approach the time, you have to take the right decision, whether you want to just watch the full combo, but then you're probably gonna miss sometimes. So yeah, this is very interesting too. And I think that people, if they want to win the whole tournament, they have to know these rules very well.
I think time management is massively important. Exactly as you mentioned, you need to know when you can surrender the game to move on to the next one. To also make sure no one really wants a game to go into the time. You want to be able to win it within the time limit available to you. I think it's very, very important to do that because I feel the closer you get, you don't want the clock to be a factor. As a player, you want to be as stress-free as possible. And as that clock ticks down, that's another layer that you need to be keeping in mind of. So I do think it's very, very good to see all of the players that have been featured so far and all the duelists being able to kind of work their way through it, exactly know the limitations of their deck, when they need to be interacted with, how they can play around those lines of interaction. And as we can see from Sebek here, he is holding nothing back. He's going full on mementos, adding in that Chimera Illusion Monster, which is incredible, alongside the strategy of adding even the TCG exclusive of the Aerial Eater.
And I think, yeah, right now Usman is just patiently waiting for his turn to begin, to start. And look at that, there is another layered interaction with the Caesar going on the field. So there's the Caesar, there is the SP, and there will be all the memento stuff. It's going to be pretty hard to break, of course, but I think it's not impossible, actually.
I think very few things are actually impossible in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Because those top decks, those heart of the cards, they really do change the course. And you also need to keep in mind, this is the one big thing that Sebek's got to remember, is if Usman hasn't used any of his cards during Sebek's turn, you could probably guess that Usman either has 5 cards that could break the field apart, he could have 5 aggressive cards that can trade 1 for 1 as it goes, he's going to have a full hand of 6 by the time it enters his turn, and that's still more, that's 6 cards that Sebek is going to need to be fearful of or be well aware of that need to be interacted with.
And we saw in the game 1 that he was playing some cards like the triple tactics thrust, and thrust is absolutely amazing going second, of course, because it lets you get access to a lot of good cards, especially the ones that you mentioned. We saw the Dark Run No More, but also some cards like the Lightning Storm, I guess, which is very good against the Memento strategy. And in addition, in top of that, you have access to cards like Talent, but also your trap cards that you can add to the hand. And as you said earlier, he can activate those cards the turn they are set if he has access to the right monster. So he has a lot of tools. He's going to have 6 cards, and it's going to be interesting to see what he can do.
Exactly. This end field is very well constructed by Sebek here. So we've got the DDD High Wave King Caesar. We've also got the Memento Combined Creation, backed up by the SP Little Knight, and 3 set cards. One of them is known, the other 2 currently unknown. We can imagine that one of them will be the Memento trap card. And it looks like we're discarding 2 Imsetis in order to add ourselves a King Sarcophagus and draw a card.
Yeah, this is very strong. Of course, you want to interrupt that if you have an Ash Blossom. This is one of the favorite targets for the Ash Blossom. A good way to start a turn would have been to activate like a Lightning Storm or First Duster, of course, but it looks like it doesn't have that for now.
Even with this position here, I suppose it's a very good way to try and interact with your opponent, try and bait out an interaction from them, because you could even draw into a Lightning Storm now, or even into that Dark Ruler No More, which would be incredibly powerful, because then it just kind of shuts half the things you need to worry about. You no longer need to worry about 3 or 4 monsters that are currently now going to be present in the field, but you only need to worry about 3 spells and traps that could be along the zones along them.
And something which is very interesting is that you can see that the Memento has some layered interruptions, because you have some interruptions on the field. You have the SP and the Caesar, of course, but you also have some interruptions in the spell and trap zone, and also in the graveyard, because you can just bring back the Combined Creation, the Creation King, from the Banished zone, which is, of course, another interruption. So, yeah, it kind of diminish the amount of pressure of the board breakers that can be drawn by Usman, but of course it would help him if he has some.
Yeah, I think this is going to be very, very important. It's good to kind of see from Sebek here that we're trying to shut off the access to the King Sarcophagus is a very, very important card here, because the King Sarcophagus, it's not an activated summon effect. The Horus monsters can basically just pop them heads back out of the graveyard and on turn of that be even more damaging. It looks like we're going to be using the Lurry.
Little Line.
Oh, Guardian Chimera.
Oh, yeah.
So SP Little Knight plus the Fabled Lurry and a Ghost Spell from the hand to go into a Guardian Chimera. Can that be done?
The Lurry was from the field. The problem with that is that you will have to destroy 2 cards from the field and
Which you
draw
can't
1
do.
card. So if he does that, then the Guardian Chimera will not be able to activate its effect. So that is kind of a mistake, I guess. Maybe the pressure is going into his mind.
Yeah, probably got a little bit ahead of himself on that one, unfortunately. Oh, do we still get to... Is it up to? Draw
I'm
one,
going to
destroy
check that
one?
real quick.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I thought it had to destroy equal.
So let's see that. Yeah, I think you have to destroy 2 cards, I guess.
Draw cards equal to the number of cards used as material from the hand, which was 1 at the time. And if you do, destroy cards your opponent controls equal to the number of cards used as material from the field.
So he should not have been able to destroy it, unless the lorry was from hand, but I don't think so.
No, Lurry was definitely from the field. I mean, we'll carry on. I mean, if it is wrong, the judges are right there to kind of catch it.
And we can see now the normal summon, and he's going to get access to the Metamorph trap card, which will get read by Sabeke. And as you said, now he has to get access to Dragon so that he can activate the card this turn.
Yeah, so the fact that he'll be able to activate this turn, and we've also got the Trio Tactic talents.
Oh, the talents, which is one of the board breakers, which is really strong, and he's going to take the Caesar right away.
Very good choice of taking that one.
Yeah, because it prevents Sabeke from special summoning other monsters, which is, of course, what you want to do when you are playing the Memento cards. So yeah, Usman here with the talent coming in clutch. Now he's probably going to go to the Finsmith stuff, I guess, because, of course, we know now that he can change the type.
As long as he declares to change the type, that is absolutely fine.
So if we saw Requiem, we know that it's
yeah,
fine.
we know that the type has been changed.
So yeah, huge turn there from Usman. He is going to what is he going to do with the Caesar? He's thinking about that. Of course, every single action matters, and he's going to activate the Lubellion and try to access his bestial engine.
Yeah, I think this is very important that we're trying to access the Bestial Engine. We've got protection using our opponent's own DDD High Wave King Caesar. Very, very important on that one. However, Sebek still has some incredibly powerful monsters on the field. Guardian Chimera being 3,300 attack, and then the Combined Creation being incredibly powerful at 5,000 as well. You do need to be very, very careful to be able to clear these cards off the field.
Oh. There is the Ghost Bell from the hand. That's why he used the other one. He had a second one.
Activating the Incoming Machine. Very, very good card on this one. This is going to get you direct access to your Metamorph cards that you need to. And there's loads of different cards you can actually add on this one. So whether you decide to go for your starter, whether you want to go for your extender, ultimately it depends if you want access to your Max Metamorph trap card, if you've already used your normal summon, or if you just want to be able to get access to any of your other Metamorph monsters, because you actually have the benefit to reveal them in the hand, put them back into the deck, and then grab yourself a Metamorph. And the reason you would do something like that is if you don't already have access to your Red Eyes Black Metal Claw, you can do that as well.
And here, Usman is trying to continue to break the field with his card, but he's going to summon the Zoa, the Fiendish Beast, which is pretty cool, because it lets you set a Metamorph trap from deck, which is, of course, what you want to do, and what he just did.
The other benefit of something like that as well is if Max Metamorph is not in your graveyard, your opponent gets a special summon a monster from their hand. But because we already have Max Metamorph in the graveyard, that is not something we need to worry about. And as it looks like Sebek is going to try and use the Bone Party to summon, that's going to be responded to with his own High Wave King Caesar.
Yeah, that's why. This is, I mean, this is such a card talent into Caesar, because if you take the opponent Caesar, I mean, you are in such a good spot. And we can see that right now. It allows him, not only you get rid of the disruption, the two negates, but you get 2 negates. So
Yep.
you get rid of more disruptions.
Swapping
What a
1 for
card.
1, and if that wasn't enough, being able to use the Red Eyes Metal Claw, sending a Max Metamorph, resetting a Max Metamorph, activating a Max Metamorph to turn it set is only going to work its way into the full Metal Red Eyes. And this is the Omni Negate, as well as being incredibly strong, plus getting the Max Metamorph equipped to it, making it pretty much unable to be targeted, unable to be destroyed by card effects, and if it needed anything more, having an additional 400 attack stats. And now, as you mentioned previously,
The
working all the way into the Fiendsmith package as if it was really, really needed.
But yeah, I think he's going to do it. He's going to break the field. Usman is doing such a great job, of course, with the help of the TDD, but I mean, yeah, he's going to break the field apart. And Sabeke doesn't have anything to do. He just have only 1 card left set on the field, and I believe he doesn't have anything in hand anymore.
That's correct. It looks like everything has been used here. My only hope is that that 1 set card that he keeps touching is possibly a Solemn Strike.
Yeah.
But I would like to think that might have been used a little bit earlier on, just to kind of stop any of this being kind of preceded. But when you actually look at it, I suppose the best effect you would have stopped would have been the Red Eyes Claw, because then that would have stopped you getting into your full Metal Red Eyes. Even then, I think being able to bring back our Engraver, shuffling back the Requiem, no even need to worry about it. Is there a Chaos Angel on the field here? I think there could be.
And look at that, I have not seen a single player do so many things under a full Memento field. But yeah, Usman managed to bring the Chaos Angel, and he's going to banish the Combined Creation, which is huge, because there is only one way to get it back, and this way is the Acheron. But it's going to be a hard work for Sebeke if he wants his boss monster back. We are going to enter battle phase, I guess, and try to just beat the other monsters.
Yeah, I feel we're in full control here. The one important thing that Usman will need to do in main phase 2, which you can very easily do with Zoa, the Fiendish Beast, and the DDD High Wave King Caesar, is make sure that they don't stay on the field. I feel that you're going to be using the Caesar to deal with the Sleepy, to then allow it to work through into the Chaos Angel to get some damage on the board, and then on the field, and then on the next time what we're going to be doing is linking off the DDD High Wave King Caesar alongside the Zoa to make possibly an SP Little Knight to deal with any card in the graveyard. We also need to remember that the Chimera monster is locked under that High Wave King Caesar. So when we give that back to Sobek will have a bit of recursion from that graveyard if he needs to.
Absolutely, and we mentioned earlier the time, and as you can see on the top right of your screen, there is only 8 minutes and 54 seconds left. This is still the game 2, which means that if we go to game 3, they will have so little time to just do the game, and we are going to have this game going to the time, I guess.
Yeah, so we've seen both players, how very combo heavy both these decks are. It's going to be very, very interesting on this one. We've been able to use the second High Wave King Caesar to try and stop a summon of a Memento back from the graveyard. Now we've got maximum value out of the High Wave King Caesar. We still need to be getting it off the field. I think that's kind of where you can work your way into the SP Little Knight and try and gain as much advantage as possible. But Sebek is definitely making sure that he gets back every layer of resource he possibly can, so that he has a fighting chance to try and break this field on the next turn.
And now, yeah, we are going to get rid of the Gaddick, I guess. I think Usman just tried to attack, and he's reading again the field. The field spell, which is quite strong going into the battle phase, to be honest, because it lets you summon back some monster from your graveyard as soon as one of your monsters is destroyed. So a pretty good effect, to be honest.
Yeah, secondary effects on cards like this are always very, very important to keep in mind of, because they're the ones that will usually trip you up, because they're the ones that are less commonly known, but when they do come up, they're ones that really will change the tide. Where you feel that you have the game there done and dusted, it could be something that changes it completely. So it's going to be quite... We've still been able to kind of set up a bit of a field here, working our way into a fusion summon. This one's just checking the Sleepy requirements, working our way into another fusion summon.
Yeah, he can do that. So on summon, he's going to declare the effect to add 2 Memento monsters from the deck to the hand, and that's going to replenish the hand, which was a bit empty.
Yeah, very, very well piloted here. Not only did you have your High Wave King Caesar taken away from you and your combined creation banished, but you are now fighting back, being able to gain back as much resource as possible, going into 2 more Memento monsters as previously mentioned. And then keeping in mind that we still have some recursion from the graveyard, we do feel that the High Wave King Caesar will be utilized for an SP Little Knight, would be my assumption on the next play.
I think so too. I think so too. And Sebeke just added a very good card going into a field because he added the Trion Dragon, and the Trion Dragon can literally just summon itself if you have 3 or more monsters in the graveyard, which is actually the case. So it is going to put a little bit of pressure, and he's not going to rely only on normal summon, which is obviously great.
Yeah, exactly that. I'm trying to kind of split your resources as much as possible. Normal summon in today's game is just so important. It's one of them ones where you kind of want to value it as much as you possibly can. You have so many cards that will special summon themselves with different mechanics, different kind of routes and options. You kind of want to make sure that your normal summon, as important as they usually are, when you go back to stuff like Alistair the Invoker, when you work your way to maybe your Malice White Bind, your Malice Dormouse, and obviously your White Rabbit. Both of them are all incredibly important. Even when you look at the Mitsurugis, yes, you don't need to rely on your normal summon as heavily, but your normal summon can still be the card that changes the tides because their effects are usually always very, very strong. So being able to take the reliance off of a card like that just allows you to kind of spread the plays a little bit more.
And he didn't go to the SP Little Light, but instead he chose to go through the Moon. So he gets rid of the Caesar, but Sebeke, on the other hand, just gets his Creation King back on the field, which is one other layered interruption. So he's going to get rid of the Moon, destroying itself and the Moon, which is pretty cool. So Usman is going to set a card, and I think it's going to be it for his turn. Only 4 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. Things are getting a bit tense.
Yeah, I still think it's very, very impressive from Sebek here because he was able to protect that field. His life points were fully protected. After everything that Usman threw at him, going through Chaos Angel, stealing his own DDD High Wave King Caesar, Full Metal Red Eyes, Sebek didn't take any damage to his own life points through an attack from Usman. So that's very, very well piloted here. Sebek knows what he needs to do. He knows the resource he has access to him. He's going to be moving as fast as he possibly can in order to kind of put a little bit of damage on this one. We ideally don't want to be seeing this duel end in a draw. We would like to be be able to crown a winner off the back of this one.
And I guess there is here another Ghost Bale. So he's going to be able to summon back the monsters, especially the Acheron. Acheron, which is a very important monster because he wants to get his combined creation back.
Yeah, I think that is very, very pivotal. Once your ideal centerpiece or your ideal boss monster in the form of the combined creation has been put into a zone that is not impossible to get to, but a little bit tricky to kind of regain that resource, you try to need to find ways of doing so. It's also quite an interesting position to be in for Mementos, as you previously stated, when they're ending their field, with what we saw, a DDD High Wave King Caesar, the combined creation and SP Little Knight, you feel that that is usually enough to fend the opponent off, and then adding a Guardian Chimera into that mix. But very, very resilient play from Usman was able to pick that apart. And now we're going to be able to see how well Sebek can pilot it back for the regain in order to kind of get all of the information, all of the resources back into rotation to ultimately try and push through for a bit of damage or win the duel here and take it to that game 3.
He has a lot for him because he can get access to all his engine, but the question is, can Usman have enough disruptions to prevent him from getting the win in this game? And that is a huge question because the Chaos Angel, of course, it's a very strong monster, but it doesn't do anything. It doesn't. It isn't an active way to interact with your opponent, and yeah, it kind of revolves around this question.
Yeah, well, remembering the Chaos Angel was only made with light, so Oni itself is unaffected. Its monsters can still be destroyed by battle. That being said, they are both very, very powerful monsters. When you look at the Chaos Angel itself, standard at a very, very powerful 3,500 attack points. And then you look at the Red Eyes Black Form Metal Dragon being a base of 3,400 attack points, but then also being equipped with a Max Metamorph makes it 3,800, and it looks like we're going to be sacrificing that Chaos Angel to work our way into the Metal Zoa X, which, as we saw in Game 1, does have the ability that if its opponent activates a monster or spell effect, there's a quick effect in retaliation, I suppose, to destroy 2 monsters on the field, 1 per time.
So he managed to translate the Chaos Angel, who didn't have any effect on the opponent's turn, into an active disruption, and he's gonna use it right away to try to get rid of the moon. But here is the droplet. We know that Memento players like to have those bolt breakers, and this one is particularly strong. He's trying to negate both monsters.
This is very interesting as well. The first time we're actually seeing Moon not being used for the Fiendsmith line, but going into the Underworld Goddess, using both of Usman's monsters. I now feel that Sevek needs to work his way into the battle phase as fast as he can. Maybe not so much just to completely finish the game off, but making sure that he makes the life points a deficit in his favor so that he doesn't get caught with time coming very, very close. Still want to make sure that he doesn't leave Usman with any time to follow up, but he also needs to be very wary of that clock ticking down. And this is what we mentioned earlier, that the pressure of the time can be very, very close. And it looks like we're going to get into game 3. Yeah.
I think he's done it, yeah. Less than 1 minute on the clock, on the time, and Sabeke, after a very close game, he started the game, but still, Usman was very close from, I mean, winning the entire thing.
Yeah.
And it showed us that Metalmorph Fiendsmith Horus is a very, very, very good deck, going first, of course, but also going second into one of the strongest field that we can ever make. So,
both,
very good duel.
Yeah, both decks are very, very resilient. We're still at 20 seconds left on the clock, technically.
I think it's going to be hard.
I would be amazed if both players have... It looks like they might have already kind of... Yeah, I think they both considered that this one's going to end in a draw. I mean, it's a relatively happy ending on this one because both players will still have a very, very good chance of making themselves in a top cut tomorrow. They'll definitely be making day 2. Their results will be 6 wins, 1 loss, and 2 draws, which is more than enough to see them through to day number 2. So we're going to be back here. What did you think of that one? Like, the whole day's been incredibly crazy.
Yeah, and we have seen such different decks. You know, we have seen some Memento, we have seen some Blue Eyes, we have seen some Life Twin, we have seen some Melodious as well, and that's pretty cool. And you know, the actual thing is that you can come with whatever deck you want and you can still manage to do very well. We saw that during this round with some Metalmorph, and I don't think you expected this deck to be that high at that moment of the day. He's going to go to day 2 and he might be in top cut, which is absolutely insane, and I love that. The most important thing when you enter a tournament is, of course, to win, but also to have a good time. And watching those players, they look like they were really happy. Even if they drew, they were really happy. So
they did enjoy it. Both players gave it their absolute all. They want to end the day on this. And remember, it's been a very, very long day. 9 rounds of Swiss. These players have been going through 45-minute rounds and maybe some overtime here and there. But we've been able to get to the end of today's feature. Do not worry, though. We will be back nice and early at 9 AM to bring you 2 more rounds of Swiss and then working our way into the top 32, cut to Mayo to crown our brand new UK WCQ National Champion. So we'll be back very, very shortly with our final round and final interview, I guess.
Do you want one more?
Do we interview both players when it's a draw? We might be back with a little bit more. We will let you know very, very shortly. Otherwise, we'll be seeing you nice and early at 9 AM. So make sure you are here to watch the final rounds unfold. Back very, very shortly.
first.
Yeah, I'll throw it to
and
Spec.
and then you can ask me whatever.
Yeah,
like,
no worries.
To be honest.
Welcome back to the final interview of today. So we thought, as it was a draw on the final round, we'll do a double interview. And I'm pretty sure this is the first time it's ever happened on stream. So I'm going to throw it straight over to Sabet because this is the freshest one in the moment. So game number 2. You have an incredibly powerful Enfield. Looks very, very good. Usmund quite unfairly pulls it apart. However, you are there to orchestrate a very, very powerful wall and then bring it straight back around. Did you have that planned out already? Did you know exactly, once it got brought apart, you knew how you were going to get back into this?
Yeah, I mean, like, later in trading with the responses, I didn't feel like I did so well, but in general with Memento, you want to go for like a grind, so it's like, let's just try and trade as much, because it's an unfamiliar match. His deck's playing for everything.
Yeah, exactly that. Now, one big thing we have seen, and we know that we can definitely say it about this particular matchup as well. So, Usmund, you brought the unknown. Now, most people know Fiendsmith, exactly what they do. Horus cards, they're pretty much on the edge. Most people know that. But Max Metalmorph, now, what... I don't even know what to say. What made you put this concoction together?
What time is it? It's max morphing time. That's why I brought it. So essentially, my way of Yu-Gi-Oh, you just play what you want, you make a deck, you build strategies, you make it work. You saw the combo I did turn 1. No one else does that. I come up with it myself. Did it with Pendulum, did it with Saryuja Turbo. Now I'm doing it with Max Metalmorph. And at the end of the day, people can complain about Blue Eyes White Dragon getting all the support. Dark Magician's about to get all the support. What does Red Eyes have? Red Eyes have me. I make anything viable. At the end of the day, if you put the time, you put the effort, you put everything in, you just check what time it is, then you'll know. That's all you need to know.
There you go. Thank you very much. So these are both players that are going to be working their way on to day number 2. Hopefully we'll be able to see them both back again at top 32 cuts. Make sure you join us back here on the live stream from 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, where we're going to have 2 more rounds of Swiss and then working our way into the top 32. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations to both of you on a very high...
That's all I wanted. Alright, good job.
You too, man. No, you represent.
No, but you were laughing right before I said the Red Eyes thing. Like, oh.
I wish you didn't tell me.